Part 1, Foundation, Chapter 1. Your cat has been talking to you all along. Scientists just discovered something shocking. The average cat owner misinterprets their cat's communication 87% of the time. That means when your cat rubs against your legs, you think you know what it means. When they flick their tail, you think you understand. When they slow blink at you, you assume you've got it figured out. But research from the University of Tokyo found that most of us are getting it completely wrong. And our cats, they know it. The good news is you can become fluent in cat communication in the next 3 hours. And once you do, your relationship with your cat will never be the same. Right now, somewhere in your home, your cat is communicating. Maybe they're sitting on the windowsill with their tail wrapped around their body, ears slightly rotated to the side, watching you with half-closed eyes. Maybe they're in the kitchen, meowing at you with a specific pitch and rhythm you've heard 1,000 times. Or maybe they're curled up on the couch, kneading the cushion with their front paws while making that rumbling sound deep in their chest. Every single one of these behaviors is a word, a sentence, sometimes even a paragraph of information about what your cat is thinking, feeling, and needing from you, right at that moment. But here's what nobody tells you when you adopt a cat. Nobody hands you a translation guide. Nobody sits you down and explains that cats have developed one of the most sophisticated communication systems in the animal kingdom, specifically designed to interact with humans. And because of that, most cat owners spend years, sometimes decades, living with an animal they love deeply but don't truly understand. Think about your own cat for a moment. How many times have you looked at them and wondered what they're thinking? How many times have they done something that seemed random, confusing, or even frustrating, and you had no idea why? How many times have you tried to show them affection, only to have them walk away or worse, swat at your hand? And how many times have you felt that disconnect, that sense that you're speaking two completely different languages? You're not imagining it. You are speaking different languages. But the incredible thing about cats is that they've been trying to bridge that gap for thousands of years. While dogs were bred to work alongside humans, following commands and reading our gestures, cats domesticated themselves. They chose to live with us, and in doing so, they developed an entire communication system that exists almost exclusively for us. Adult cats don't meow at each other. That's a behavior they reserve entirely for humans. The slow blink, that tender closing and opening of their eyes, that's a signal of trust and affection that they adapted specifically for interacting with us. Even the way they rub against our legs, marking us with scent glands on their cheeks, is a behavior that has evolved to include humans in their social circle. Your cat has been working to understand you their entire life. They've learned your routines. They know the sound of your car pulling into the driveway. They can read your emotional state from the tone of your voice and the way you move through the house. They've become experts in human behavior because their survival and comfort depend on it. And all they're asking in return is that you learn their language too. So what happens when that communication breaks down? What happens when a cat is trying to tell you they're in pain and you misread it as them being grumpy? What happens when they're expressing fear and you interpret it as aggression? What happens when they're showing you the deepest form of feline affection and you completely miss it? The consequences aren't just about misunderstanding cute behaviors. Miscommunication between cats and their owners is one of the leading causes of behavioral problems, stress-related illnesses, and even the tragic decision to rehome or surrender a cat. According to the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, behavioral issues are cited as the #1 reason cats are given up to shelters. But here's the thing, most of those behavioral issues aren't actually problems with the cat. They're communication failures. A cat who stops using the litter box isn't being spiteful. They're trying to tell you something is wrong, either with their health, their environment, or their emotional state. A cat who becomes aggressive isn't mean. They're communicating fear, pain, or overstimulation in the only way they know how, when their earlier, subtler signals were missed. A cat who hides all day isn't antisocial. They're telling you they don't feel safe. The beautiful truth is that once you learn to read cat communication, everything changes. Suddenly, that tail flick isn't random. It's a clear indicator of your cat's emotional state in that exact moment. That chirping sound they make when they see a bird through the window isn't just cute. It's a specific vocalization tied to their hunting instinct. That way they press their head against your hand isn't just them wanting pets. It's a scent marking behavior that signals you're part of their family. And once you can read those signals, you can respond appropriately. You'll know when your cat needs space and when they're inviting interaction. You'll understand when they're playing and when they're actually upset. You'll recognize early warning signs of illness or stress before they become serious problems. And most importantly, you'll be able to show your cat love and care in ways they actually understand, rather than in ways we humans assume they should understand. This is what this masterclass is about. Not just learning fun facts about cat behavior, though there will be plenty of those. This is about fundamentally changing the way you interact with your cat by giving you the tools to understand what they've been trying to tell you all along. Over the next 3 hours, we're going to decode the entire feline communication system. We'll start with the foundation, understanding how cats evolved to communicate and why their language is so different from what we might expect. Then we'll dive deep into each communication channel, their vocalizations from the common meow to the lesser-known chirp and trill, their tail language, which is essentially a mood ring and fur, their body language, which can tell you everything from confidence to fear in a single posture, their facial expressions, including the subtle movements of ears, eyes, and whiskers that most people never notice, and even their scent communication, the invisible messages they're leaving all over your house that you can't smell, but your cat absolutely can. By the end, you'll be able to look at your cat and understand not just what they're doing, but why they're doing it and what they need from you. You'll become fluent in a language you didn't even know existed, and your cat, who has been patiently trying to teach you this language for years, will finally have a human who truly gets it. But before we dive into the specific signals and what they mean, we need to understand something crucial about cat communication that most people get wrong. Cat language isn't like human language. It's not about individual words or sounds that have fixed meanings. It's a complex system where context matters enormously. The same tail position can mean completely different things depending on what the rest of the cat's body is doing, what's happening in the environment, and what the cat's relationship is with you. This is why those quick tip videos that say a flicking tail always means annoyance are misleading. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it means focus, or playful excitement, or hunting concentration. The tail flick is just one word in a sentence, and you need to read the whole sentence to understand the meaning. That's also why we're spending 3 hours on this instead of giving you a quick cheat sheet. Real fluency in cat communication requires understanding the nuances, the context, the combinations. It requires learning to see your cat as a whole being expressing complex emotions and needs, not as a simple creature with simple signals. So here's what I want you to do right now. If your cat is nearby, take a moment to really look at them. Not just a glance, but actually observe them for 30 seconds. What position is their body in? What are their ears doing? Where is their tail? Are their eyes wide open or half closed? Are they making any sounds? Are they moving or still? Now be honest with yourself. Can you tell me exactly what all of those signals mean? Can you read the full message your cat is sending right now? If the answer is no, or if you're not quite sure, that's okay. That's exactly why you're here. And in just a few hours, you'll be able to look at that same cat and understand everything they're telling you. There's something deeply special about being truly understood. As humans, we crave it. We want people in our lives who get us, who can read between the lines, who understand what we need even when we don't say it explicitly. Your cat wants that too. They've been trying to be understood by you since the day you brought them home, and today is the day you finally start understanding them back. One more thing before we move forward. Learning cat communication isn't just about preventing problems or understanding negative behaviors. It's about deepening your bond with your cat in ways that will genuinely transform your relationship. When you can read your cat's signals for contentment, for playfulness, for affection, you can respond in ways that make your cat feel truly seen and loved. You'll know the exact moment when your cat is inviting you to play. You'll recognize when they're giving you the feline equivalent of "I love you." You'll understand when they're asking for comfort and when they're offering comfort to you. Studies have shown that cats form secure attachments to their owners, similar to the bonds between human parents and children. But that bond is strengthened or weakened based on how well the communication flows between cat and human. Cats who feel understood by their owners show lower stress levels, better health outcomes, and more social behavior. They're more confident, more playful, and yes, more affectionate. Your cat is already attached to you. They already love you in their own feline way. But imagine how much stronger that bond could be if they knew you understood them. If every time they tried to communicate something important, you actually got the message and responded appropriately. That's the relationship we're building toward. So let's get started. Let's learn the language your cat has been speaking all along. Let's bridge that communication gap once and for all, because your cat has been talking to you from the very first day, and it's time you finally learned how to listen. Chapter 2: How Cats Evolved to Communicate. Here's where it gets really interesting, and most cat owners never discover this. The way your cat communicates with you today is the result of thousands of years of evolution, but not in the way you might think. Unlike dogs, who were selectively bred by humans to perform specific tasks and respond to human commands, cats essentially domesticated themselves. And that difference explains everything about why cat communication is so unique, so subtle, and so often misunderstood. Let's go back about 10,000 years to the Fertile Crescent in the Middle East. Humans had just figured out agriculture. For the first time in history, we were storing large amounts of grain in one place. And you know what loves stored grain? Rodents. Mice and rats flooded these early farming communities, eating the food supplies that humans desperately needed to survive. Enter Felis silvestris libica, the African wildcat. These small, solitary hunters were naturally drawn to the abundance of prey congregating around human settlements. And here's the fascinating part. They started hanging around not because humans invited them, but because it was simply a good hunting ground. The humans noticed that these wildcats were excellent at keeping the rodent population under control, so they tolerated their presence. The cats noticed that humans weren't a threat and actually provided an endless buffet of rats and mice, so they stayed. This was a mutually beneficial relationship, but it wasn't ownership, it wasn't training, it was coexistence. The cats who were naturally less fearful of humans, who could tolerate being in closer proximity to people, had better access to food. Those cats survived better, reproduced more, and passed on their genes for tolerating human presence to their offspring. Over thousands of years, this created a species of cat that was genetically wired to be comfortable around humans, but still maintained their wild instincts and independent nature. And this is crucial to understanding cat communication. Cats didn't evolve to follow human commands or to work alongside us as partners like dogs did. They evolved to coexist with us while maintaining their autonomy. Dr. John Bradshaw, a cat behavior expert and author, explains that domestic cats are still remarkably similar to their wild ancestors. They're not pack animals. They don't have an innate need to follow a leader or work as part of a team. They're solitary hunters who, under the right circumstances, can form loose social groups based on mutual benefit and kinship. So when cats developed communication systems to interact with humans, they didn't develop a language of obedience. They developed a language of negotiation and social bonding. Every signal your cat gives you is essentially them trying to negotiate their environment, express their needs, or strengthen their social bond with you on their own terms. This is why cat communication is so different from dog communication. A dog's wagging tail is usually pretty straightforward happiness or excitement, but a cat's tail can convey dozens of different messages depending on the exact position, the speed of movement, and what's happening with the rest of their body. A dog will often look to their owner for direction, waiting for a command. A cat will communicate what they want and then expect you to understand and respond. Now let's talk about vocalization specifically, because this is where the human-cat relationship gets truly unique. Adult cats in the wild rarely meow at each other. Mother cats use specific vocalizations to communicate with their kittens, and kittens meow to get their mother's attention. But once cats reach adulthood, they primarily communicate with other cats through body language, scent marking, and only occasionally through vocalizations like hissing or growling in confrontational situations. But domestic cats? They meow at humans all the time. Some cats are incredibly vocal, having entire conversations with their owners. Research suggests that cats have essentially learned that humans are audio-based communicators. We talk all the time. We respond to sounds. So cats, being the intelligent and adaptable creatures they are, figured out that making sounds at us gets our attention and can influence our behavior. There's even evidence that cats have individually tailored their meows to their specific humans. A study published in Current Biology found that cats develop unique vocalization patterns based on what works with their particular owner. If your cat discovers that a certain pitch or rhythm of meow gets you to feed them faster, they'll use that specific meow more often. If a particular chirping sound makes you come over and pet them, they'll employ that sound strategically. Your cat has literally trained you through operant conditioning, using customized vocalizations, and you probably didn't even realize it was happening. Every time you responded to a specific meow with a specific action, you reinforced that communication pattern. Over time, your cat built a vocabulary of sounds that work specifically on you. This is brilliant when you think about it. Cats figured out that humans are responsive to vocal communication, so they adapted. They developed a communication channel specifically for interacting with humans that they don't really use with other cats. That's how flexible and intelligent their communication system is. But vocalization is just one part of the picture. Cats also communicate through visual signals, tactile interactions, and scent marking. Let's break down these different channels because understanding that cat communication is multimodal is essential to becoming fluent. Visual communication includes body postures, tail positions, ear orientations, facial expressions, and even the piloerection reaction that happens when a cat's fur stands on end. These visual signals evolve primarily for cat-to-cat communication. In the wild, being able to signal to another cat from a distance, whether you're feeling friendly, fearful, or aggressive, could mean the difference between avoiding a fight or getting into one. Cats are both predators and prey animals, so they needed a sophisticated system of visual signals to navigate social interactions without putting themselves at risk. When cats interact with humans using these visual signals, they're essentially using their natural cat-to-cat communication system and hoping we understand. Some of these signals are pretty universal. A cat with their back arched, fur standing up, and ears flattened is clearly upset. A cat lying on their back with their belly exposed is showing vulnerability and trust. But many of the subtler signals, the slight rotation of ears, the gentle flick of a tail tip, the dilation of pupils, these get lost on most humans because we're not naturally tuned in to read them. Tactile communication is the physical interaction between cat and human. This includes head bunting, where a cat bumps their head against you. Rubbing, where they slide their body along your legs. Kneading, where they rhythmically push their paws into soft surfaces. Licking, grooming, and even the way they position themselves on or near you when they sleep. Each of these physical behaviors carries meaning and serves a communicative function. And then there's scent communication, which is absolutely crucial to cats, but almost entirely invisible to humans. Cats have scent glands all over their bodies, on their cheeks, chin, forehead, the sides of their body, their paws, and at the base of their tail. When they rub against you, they're not just being affectionate. They're marking you with their scent, claiming you as part of their territory and social group. When they scratch furniture, they're not just sharpening their claws, they're leaving both a visual mark and a scent mark from glands in their paws. Cats live in a world of scent that we can barely imagine. They can detect pheromones, chemical signals that convey information about reproductive status, territorial boundaries, and emotional states. When a cat sniffs something intently, they're reading a message that's completely invisible to us. When they spray urine, it's not just a territorial behavior. It's like leaving a detailed business card with information about their sex, health, and emotional state. Understanding that cats are communicating through scent helps explain some behaviors that seem bizarre to humans. Why does your cat rub their face all over your phone after you've been holding it? Because it smells like your hand but not like them, and they're remarking it with their scent. Why do they sometimes rub themselves all over your dirty laundry? Same reason. They're integrating your scent with their scent, creating a blended family smell. Now here's what makes cat communication so complex and why becoming fluent in it requires more than just memorizing what individual signals mean. Cats use all of these communication channels simultaneously. They're not just meowing at you. They're meowing at you while holding their tail in a specific position, with their ears oriented a certain way, after having just rubbed against your legs, in the context of it being their usual dinner time. Every signal modifies every other signal. A meow with a straight-up tail means something different than the same meow with a low, flicking tail. Slow blinking while approaching you means something different than slow blinking while walking away. The same body posture can indicate playfulness or genuine fear depending on the situation and what led up to that moment. This is why those quick guides that say, tail up equals happy, tail down equals scared, are oversimplified to the point of being misleading. Cat communication is contextual, nuanced, and multi-layered. It's a language where every word influences every other word, and the full meaning only becomes clear when you read the entire sentence. But here's the good news. Humans are actually really good at learning complex communication systems. You do it every day. You read tone of voice, body language, facial expressions, and context when you interact with other people. You know that "I'm fine" can mean 10 different things depending on how it's said and what's happening. You understand sarcasm, which requires reading meta-communication cues. You're already skilled at interpreting nuanced communication. You just need to learn the specific vocabulary and grammar of cat language. And unlike human language, which has thousands of words and incredibly complex grammar rules, cat communication has a more limited but very specific set of signals. There are somewhere between 150 to 200 distinct signals that cats use regularly. That might sound like a lot, but compared to the tens of thousands of words in the English language, it's actually quite manageable. The key is learning to observe. Most people look at their cats but don't really watch them. They see the cat is on the couch, but don't notice that the cat's ears are slightly rotated backward, that their tail is gently curled around their body, that their eyes are half closed, and that they're facing the door rather than the window. Each of those details is communicating something about the cat's current state of mind. Becoming fluent in cat communication is really about training yourself to notice the details and then learning what those details mean. It's about slowing down and paying attention. It's about watching your cat the way your cat watches you, with focused observation and genuine interest in understanding what's being communicated. There's one more crucial thing to understand about how cats communicate before we start diving into the specific signals. Cats are masters of subtlety. In the wild, being overtly expressive of pain, fear, or weakness could make them vulnerable to predators. So cats evolved to hide vulnerability and communicate in ways that are noticeable to other cats who know what to look for, but not blatantly obvious to potential threats. This means that by the time a cat's communication becomes obvious to most humans, the situation has usually already escalated. The cat has been sending subtle signals that were ignored, so they've had to escalate to more dramatic signals. A cat doesn't just suddenly start hissing out of nowhere. There were earlier signals: ear rotation, pupil dilation, tail twitching, body tension. But if those signals were missed or ignored, the cat has to escalate to hissing to get the message across. One of the most valuable things you'll learn from this masterclass is how to read those early, subtle signals. Because when you can recognize that your cat is starting to feel uncomfortable before they feel the need to hiss or swat, you can change your behavior and prevent the situation from escalating. You can respect their boundaries before they feel forced to defend them aggressively. This is particularly important for cats who live in homes with children or with people who aren't great at reading subtle cues. Many cats tolerate quite a bit of unwanted interaction before they react defensively. They give warning after warning through body language, ears going back, tail starting to flick, body becoming tense, pupils dilating. But if no one is reading those warnings, eventually the cat reaches their limit and lashes out. And then the cat gets labeled as aggressive or mean, when really they were communicating clearly. The humans just weren't listening. Your cat doesn't want to be aggressive. They don't enjoy conflict. What they want is to be understood and to have their communication respected. When you can read their signals and respond appropriately, your cat will feel safer, more relaxed, and more trusting. The relationship becomes collaborative rather than confusing. So as we move forward and start decoding specific signals, remember this foundational principle. Your cat is always communicating. Always. Even when they're sleeping, their body position and where they chose to sleep is telling you something about how safe they feel. Every behavior has meaning. Your job is to learn to read that meaning accurately. And here's something beautiful. Cats are excellent teachers if you're willing to be a good student. Your cat will give you immediate feedback on whether you understood their communication correctly. If you read their body language as saying they want to play and you initiate play and they enthusiastically engage, you read it right. If you read their signals as saying they need space and you back off and they visibly relax, you understood correctly. If you read their behavior as requesting food and you feed them and they purr and eat contentedly, you nailed it. Pay attention to your cat's responses to your actions. That's how you calibrate your understanding. Over time, you'll get better and better at reading your specific cat's communication patterns. Because just like cats customize their vocalizations to their humans, they also have individual variations in their communication style. Some cats are more expressive with their tails. Some rely more heavily on vocalization. Some are very tactile communicators who are always making physical contact. Learning the general language gives you the foundation. But becoming truly fluent with your specific cat comes from applying that foundation and paying attention to how your individual cat uses these signals. Chapter 3. Reading the whole picture. Context is everything. Look at your cat right now. I'm going to tell you something about what their position means that will blow your mind. But I need you to pay attention to more than just one thing. Don't just look at their tail. Don't just listen to the sound they're making. Take in the entire scene. Where are they positioned? What time of day is it? What just happened before this moment? Who else is in the room? What's their relationship with you? All of this matters. Let me tell you about Sarah and her cat, Whiskers. Sarah adopted Whiskers from a shelter 3 years ago. He was a sweet, calm adult cat, and for the first 2 years, everything was perfect. But then Sarah got a new job that required her to work from home. Suddenly, she was in the house all day, every day, and Whiskers started acting differently. He would sit on Sarah's desk while she was trying to work, knocking pens onto the floor. He would meow loudly during her Zoom meetings. He started waking her up at 5 a.m. every morning by pawing at her face. Sarah was frustrated. She thought Whiskers was being demanding and needy. She considered that maybe he was sick or developing behavioral problems. But when Sarah finally consulted with a cat behaviorist, the answer was surprisingly simple. Whiskers wasn't being difficult. He was communicating. And once Sarah learned to read the full picture of what he was saying, everything changed. Here's what was actually happening. Before Sarah started working from home, Whiskers had the house to himself all day. He could nap wherever he wanted, play when he felt like it, and had established routines for his alone time. When Sarah suddenly started being home all the time, Whiskers' entire territory and routine were disrupted. The desk knocking wasn't attention-seeking. It was Whiskers trying to engage Sarah in play because he was bored and overstimulated. The loud meowing during meetings wasn't neediness. It was Whiskers' feeding time, and he was communicating that his schedule was being ignored. The early morning face-pawing wasn't him being annoying. It was Whiskers trying to initiate the morning greeting ritual that they used to have when Sarah got up for work at that time. Once Sarah understood what Whiskers was actually communicating, she made simple changes. She created a dedicated play session before her workday started to burn off his energy. She maintained his feeding schedule even though she was home. She set up a comfortable cat bed in her office so he could be near her without disrupting her work. And she made sure to give him some space and quiet time in other parts of the house. Whiskers' behavior improved almost immediately, not because he stopped communicating, but because Sarah finally understood what he was trying to say and responded appropriately. The signals were always there. Sarah just hadn't known how to read them in context. This story illustrates something crucial about cat communication. Individual signals mean nothing without context. You can't just memorize that a flicking tail means annoyance or that purring means happiness and think you're done. You need to read the whole picture. And that picture includes environmental context, relationship context, and temporal context. Let's break down what I mean by context. Environmental context is everything happening in the physical space around your cat. Is there a strange noise? Is there a new object in the room? Is the window open so they can smell outdoor scents? Are there other pets nearby? Is the room bright or dim? All of these factors influence what your cat's communication means. For example, let's say your cat's tail is slightly puffed up. If you see this after a loud noise like a door slamming, it's probably indicating that your cat was startled and is experiencing a brief fear response. Their sympathetic nervous system kicked in, causing piloerection. If you see the same slightly puffed tail during play, especially if they're in a sideways stance with arched back, they're not scared. They're engaging in play behavior that mimics hunting or fighting, and the puffed tail is part of that display. Same signal, the puffed tail, but completely different meanings based on environmental context. If you only knew that a puffed tail can mean fear, you might misinterpret playful behavior as your cat being scared. Or worse, if you only knew that a puffed tail happens during play, you might miss genuine fear signals. Relationship context is about understanding your cat's history and your specific relationship with them. A cat who came from an abusive home will communicate differently than a cat who has been loved and well cared for their whole life. A cat who is bonded closely with you will use different signals than a cat who is still warming up to you, or a cat who is more independent by nature. Take eye contact as an example. For most cats, prolonged direct eye contact is mildly threatening. It's a staring contest, and in cat language, that can be confrontational. But in the context of a cat who deeply trusts you, that same prolonged eye contact might be followed by a slow blink, which completely changes the meaning. Now, it's not a stare down. It's your cat gazing at you lovingly and giving you the cat equivalent of a kiss. If you didn't know your relationship context with your cat, you might avoid eye contact entirely, thinking it's always threatening. Or you might make direct eye contact with a cat who doesn't trust you yet and accidentally create tension. Understanding where you are in your relationship journey with your cat helps you interpret their signals more accurately. Temporal context is about the timeline. What happened right before this moment? What typically happens at this time of day? Has anything changed recently in your cat's life or environment? Behavior that seems random often makes perfect sense when you understand the temporal context. Let's say your cat suddenly starts meowing at you urgently. If it's their regular feeding time and they're near their food bowl, the communication is pretty clear. They're telling you they're hungry and it's time to eat. But if that same urgent meowing happens at 2 a.m. and they're sitting by the bedroom door, it could mean something entirely different. Maybe they heard a noise that concerned them. Maybe they're not feeling well. Maybe there's another cat outside. Maybe they need access to the litter box and something is blocking it. Same vocalization, but the temporal context completely changes what it means and how you should respond. If you just thought, urgent meowing equals hungry, and you tried to feed your cat at 2 a.m., you'd be missing the actual communication. Now let's talk about reading combinations of signals, because this is where cat communication goes from basic to fluent. Cats rarely give you just one signal at a time. They're simultaneously communicating with their tail, their ears, their body posture, their vocalizations, and their behavior. Each signal modifies and clarifies the others. Think of it like grammar in human language. The word right can mean correct, as in, you're right. It can mean a direction, as in, turn right. It can mean entitlement, as in, my rights. It can even be used for emphasis, as in, right now. You only know which meaning applies based on the other words around it and the context of the sentence. Cat signals work the same way. An upright tail usually indicates confidence and friendliness. But an upright tail that's also puffed up, that's a different message. That's a cat who is feeling confident but also threatened or overstimulated. An upright tail while approaching you, that's a greeting. An upright tail while walking away from you, that might be a confident exit. Let's work through a real example of reading combined signals in context. Imagine your cat approaches you with their tail straight up, ears forward, eyes wide but not dilated. They make a short, chirping meow sound. They rub their cheek against your hand, then your leg. Then they walk a few steps away, look back at you, meow again, and move toward the hallway. What's your cat communicating? Let's decode it, signal by signal. Tail straight up is a friendly, confident approach. Ears forward means they're interested and focused on you. Wide eyes but not dilated means they're alert and engaged but not stressed. The chirping meow is a greeting and attention-getting sound. The cheek and leg rubbing is scent marking and affection. And then the walking away, looking back and meowing again? That's a clear, follow me signal. Put it all together and your cat is saying something like, hello, I'm happy to see you. I want to show you something. Come with me. If you've learned to read these combined signals, you know exactly what's being communicated. Maybe they want you to follow them to their food bowl because it's empty. Maybe they want to show you something they caught or found. Maybe they just want you to come sit with them in another room. Now contrast that with a different scenario. Your cat is sitting on the couch. Their tail is low and flicking rapidly at the tip. Their ears are rotated slightly backward. Their pupils are dilated despite the room being well lit. Their body is tense, muscles slightly contracted. They're not making any vocalizations. You approach to pet them. What's happening here? Tail low and flicking is a warning sign. indicating agitation or discomfort. Ears rotated back means they're monitoring potential threats or feeling defensive. Dilated pupils and bright light often signal fear, arousal, or preparing for action. Tense body is the readiness to move quickly if needed. No vocalization means this isn't a friendly interaction attempt. Combined, these signals are telling you that your cat is not in the mood for interaction right now. They're feeling defensive or uncomfortable about something. If you try to pet them at this moment, you're likely to get swatted or bitten, not because your cat is mean, but because you missed all the warning signals they were giving you. This is exactly the kind of scenario that creates misunderstandings between cats and their owners. A person who doesn't know how to read combined signals might just see their cat sitting on the couch and assume it's a good time for pets. They might not notice the tail flicking or the ear position or the body tension. Then, when the cat reacts defensively, the person thinks the cat just randomly attacked them. But it wasn't random. The cat was clearly communicating that they needed space. The communication just wasn't received. The more signals you can read simultaneously, the more accurately you'll understand what your cat is telling you. It's like the difference between reading individual words versus reading full sentences versus reading entire paragraphs. The individual signals are the words. The combinations are the sentences. And when you add context, you're reading the full paragraph with comprehension. Here's a practical exercise you can do to start training yourself to read the whole picture. Several times a day, pause and observe your cat for 30 seconds. Don't interact with them. Just watch. Mentally note everything you can see: tail position and movement, ear orientation, eye expression, body posture, location, any sounds they're making, what they're focused on. Then ask yourself, based on all of these signals together, what is my cat's current state of mind? Are they relaxed, alert, playful, anxious, content, focused on something? At first, you might not be sure. That's okay. The goal is just to start training yourself to observe multiple signals at once and think about what they might mean together. As you continue through this masterclass and learn what individual signals mean, you'll get better and better at interpreting the combined messages. Another important aspect of reading context is understanding your cat's baseline behavior. Every cat has normal patterns and typical ways of acting. Some cats are naturally more vocal than others. Some cats have tails that are in constant motion. Some cats are always on the alert, while others are perpetually relaxed. Knowing your cat's normal helps you recognize when something has changed. If you have a typically quiet cat who suddenly starts meowing constantly, that change is significant. If you have a cat whose tail is usually relaxed and suddenly it's puffed up and flicking all the time, something is wrong. If your affectionate cat who always greets you at the door starts hiding when you come home, that behavioral change is a communication that something has shifted. Changes in baseline behavior are often the first indicator that something is wrong, whether it's a health issue, an environmental stressor, or an emotional problem. Cats are creatures of habit. When those habits change without an obvious external reason, your cat is telling you something needs attention. Medical issues in particular often show up first as subtle changes in communication patterns before there are obvious physical symptoms. A cat who stops jumping up on furniture might be developing arthritis. A cat who starts eliminating outside the litter box might have a urinary tract infection. A cat who becomes suddenly aggressive might be in pain. A cat who hides more than usual might be feeling unwell. This is one of the most important reasons to become fluent in cat communication. It's not just about having a better relationship with your cat, though that's wonderful. It's also about being able to identify health issues early when they're much easier to treat. Your cat can't tell you in words that they're not feeling well, but they absolutely will tell you through changes in their behavior and communication patterns. You just have to know how to read those messages. Let's look at one more example that demonstrates why context and combined signals matter so much. Two cats, both purring. Same sound, right? Must mean the same thing. But watch what else is happening. Cat A is lying in a sunny spot on the floor, stretched out on their side, eyes half closed, body completely relaxed, kneading gently with their front paws, tail lying still behind them. They're purring. Cat B is at the veterinary clinic, crouched in the back of their carrier, body tense and compressed, ears flattened, pupils dilated, tail tucked tightly against their body. They're also purring. Both cats are purring, but those purrs mean completely different things. Cat A is purring because they're deeply content and relaxed. This is what most people think of when they think of purring. Cat B is purring as a self-soothing mechanism because they're terrified. Cats also purr when they're stressed, sick, or in pain. It's thought to have a calming effect and may even promote healing through the vibration frequencies. If you only knew that purring equals happiness, you'd completely misinterpret Cat B's communication. You might think they're calm when they're actually experiencing high stress. But when you read the purring in the context of all the other signals, body language, environment, and behavior, the meaning becomes clear. This is why becoming fluent in cat communication requires more than just learning a list of signals and their meanings. It requires developing the skill of holistic observation, taking in all the information available, and synthesizing it into an accurate understanding of what your cat is experiencing and communicating. The good news is that the more you practice this, the more automatic it becomes. Right now, it might feel overwhelming to try to notice the tail, and the ears, and the pupils, and the context, and the history, all at once. But with practice, you'll start to see the patterns. You'll develop an intuition for reading your cat that feels almost instinctual. You'll be able to glance at your cat and immediately understand their state of mind because you've trained your brain to process all those signals simultaneously. It's the same way you learn to read human facial expressions. As a child, you had to consciously learn what a smile meant, what a frown meant, what different tones of voice indicated. But now, as an adult, you read those signals instantaneously without conscious thought. You just know when someone is happy or upset or angry or nervous based on a complex combination of facial expressions, body language, tone of voice, and context. You're going to develop that same intuitive reading ability for cat communication. And when you do, everything changes. You'll move through your home differently because you'll be constantly aware of what your cat is communicating. You'll make decisions about when to engage and when to give space based on real information rather than guesses. You'll intervene before small problems become big ones. You'll deepen your bond because your cat will feel truly understood, perhaps for the first time in their life. This is the foundation we needed to establish before diving into specific signals. Understanding that cat communication is multimodal, contextual, and based on combined signals rather than isolated behaviors is essential. Now that you have that foundation, we're ready to start building your vocabulary. We're ready to learn exactly what each signal means, how to read combinations, and how to respond appropriately. Your cat has been waiting for this. They've been communicating with you every single day, hoping you'll finally understand. And now you're about to become the human your cat has always hoped you would be. Someone who truly speaks their language. Part 2, Vocalizations Chapter 4, Meowing, the Human Cat Language. You've probably heard that cats do meow because they're aloof. That's completely wrong. Here's what's actually happening. Adult cats in the wild almost never meow at each other. It's a communication tool they reserve almost exclusively for humans. Your cat has literally developed a language specifically to talk to you, and every meow is carefully calibrated to get a specific response. What you thought was random noise is actually your cat speaking a dialect they invented just for you. Think about that for a moment. Your cat doesn't meow at other cats. They don't meow when they're alone, unless they're calling out for a human they can't find. They only meow when you're present, or when they're trying to get your attention from another room. This vocalization exists because of you, because of the relationship between cats and humans. When kittens are born, they meow to their mothers. It's their primary form of communication in those early weeks. A kitten meows when they're cold, when they're hungry, when they're separated from their mother, when they're scared. The mother cat responds to those meows, and the kitten learns that vocalizing brings help and comfort. But here's what's fascinating. As kittens mature and become independent, they naturally stop meowing to their mother. By the time they reach adulthood, meowing between cats becomes rare. Adult cats communicate with each other through body language, scent marking, and occasionally through more intense vocalizations like hissing, growling, or yowling in confrontational or mating situations. But that everyday, conversational meow you hear from your cat, that doesn't happen between adult cats in the wild. Except domestic cats never stop meowing. They carried that kitten behavior into adulthood and redirected it toward humans. And there's a reason for that. It works. Humans are incredibly responsive to vocalization. We're a verbal species. We talk constantly, and we're hardwired to respond to sounds, especially sounds that resemble human babies. And here's where it gets really clever. Cat meows happen to fall within a similar frequency range to human infant cries. That's not a coincidence. Research by Dr. Karen McComb at the University of Sussex found that cats have learned to embed a high-frequency component in their purrs and meows that mimics the sound of a crying baby, which triggers a nurturing response in humans. Your cat has literally hacked your parental instincts. They figured out how to make sounds that you are biologically programmed to respond to. Every time you hear your cat meow and feel compelled to see what they need, you're experiencing a response that evolution designed to make you care for helpless infants. Your cat is exploiting that system. And it's brilliant. But it gets even more sophisticated than that. Cats don't just meow randomly. They customize their meows based on what works with their specific human. If you have multiple cats, you've probably noticed that they have different sounding meows. That's partially because of physical differences in their vocal cords, but it's also because each cat has learned a slightly different dialect that's effective with you. Let me tell you about my friend Rachel and her cat Oliver. Rachel is a morning person. She wakes up at 6 a.m. every day like clockwork. Oliver learned Rachel's schedule within the first week of living with her. For the first few mornings, Oliver tried different types of meows to get Rachel to wake up and feed him. High-pitched meows, low, drawn-out meows, short, rapid-fire meows. Rachel responded differently to each type. The high-pitched ones annoyed her, so she buried her head under the pillow. The low ones she barely noticed. But the short, rapid meows? Those made her sit up and pay attention. Oliver noticed. Within a week, those short, rapid meows became his morning vocabulary. He'd trained Rachel, and Rachel had inadvertently trained him, creating a custom communication system that worked perfectly for both of them. This is operant conditioning in action. Your cat performs a behavior, the meow. If that behavior results in something good, like getting fed or getting attention, your cat will repeat that behavior. If it doesn't work, they'll try something else. Over months and years, your cat builds a repertoire of meows that reliably produce the outcomes they want. And because you're the one providing the feedback through your responses, you're essentially teaching your cat which meows to use. Every cat-human pair develops their own unique acoustic communication system. Your cat's meows might sound completely different from your neighbor's cat's meows because they've learned different human languages. Now let's break down the different types of meows and what they typically communicate. I say typically because, remember, every cat customizes their vocalizations. But there are general patterns that most cats use as a starting point. The short meow, sometimes called a chirp or a brief may sound, is usually a greeting. Your cat walks into the room and gives you a quick meow. That's hello. That's acknowledgement. It's the feline equivalent of a head nod. This is a friendly, low-stakes vocalization. Your cat is simply noting your presence and being polite about it. The multiple short meows in succession, mew, 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 often indicates excitement or interest. Your cat sees something engaging. Maybe you're opening their favorite treats, or they spotted a bird out the window, or you just got home from work. These rapid meows communicate arousal in the psychological sense. Something has your cat's attention and they're excited about it. The mid-pitch, standard meow is the most common vocalization and tends to be a general request. Your cat wants something and they're politely asking for it. Food, access to a room, attention, playtime. This is your cat's all-purpose, human sound. The context will tell you what they're specifically requesting, but the meow itself is just opening the conversation. The drawn-out meow, sometimes almost a moan, meow, often indicates stronger demand or mild complaint. Your cat wants something, and they want it now. You've probably heard this one at feeding time if you're running late with their meal, or when they're on the wrong side of a closed door and want through. The longer the meow, the more emphatic the request. The high-pitched meow can indicate different things depending on volume and context. A soft, high-pitched meow is often affectionate or attention-seeking in a gentle way. But a loud, high-pitched meow can indicate pain, distress, or fear. If your normally low-voiced cat suddenly starts making high, piercing meows, something is wrong. They might be hurt, sick, or terrified. This is a sound you need to pay attention to immediately. The low-pitched meow down in the bass register can indicate complaint, dissatisfaction, or warning. Your cat is not happy about something. Maybe you picked them up when they didn't want to be held. Maybe you're late with dinner. Maybe they're warning you away from something. This is grumpier communication. Your cat is telling you they're displeased. Now, these are just the basic types, but within each category, there are infinite variations. The same short meow can sound different depending on your cat's mood, what they want, and how urgent they think it is. The tone, the pitch, the volume, the rhythm, all of these elements modify the meaning. This is why it's so important to pay attention to the patterns your specific cat uses. Keep track of what different meows mean for your cat. When your cat makes a particular sound, what happens next? What were they trying to communicate? When you figure out what a specific meow means and respond appropriately, your cat will use that meow more consistently for that purpose, because it works. Some cats are incredibly talkative. Certain breeds, particularly Siamese and related Asian breeds, are known for being vocal. These cats will have entire conversations with you, meowing back and forth, varying their tone and pitch like they're actually speaking in sentences. Other cats are naturally quieter, only vocalizing when they have something specific to communicate. Neither is better or worse. It's just personality and sometimes breed tendency. But even quiet cats are communicating all the time through body language and behavior. And even talkative cats aren't just making noise. Every vocalization has meaning and purpose. Here's something most people don't realize. Your responses to your cat's meows matter enormously. If your cat meows at you and you immediately respond, you're teaching them that meowing is effective. If your cat meows at you and you ignore them, you're teaching them that meowing doesn't work, and they'll either try a different vocalization or a different communication method entirely. This becomes important if your cat is meowing excessively and you want to reduce it. You can't just yell at your cat to be quiet. That doesn't teach them anything except that you also make loud noises sometimes. Instead, you need to figure out what your cat is trying to communicate with the meowing and address that need in a different way. For example, if your cat meows incessantly at 5 a.m. because they want breakfast, and you get up and feed them, you've just reinforced that 5 a.m. Meowing gets food, they'll do it again tomorrow. But if instead you ignore the 5 a.m. meowing and only feed your cat at 7 a.m. when you're actually ready, your cat will eventually learn that meowing at 5 a.m. doesn't work. It might take a few days or even a week or two, especially if you've been reinforcing the early morning meowing for a long time. But cats are smart. They'll adjust their behavior when the old pattern stops working. The key is being consistent. If you sometimes respond to a particular meow and sometimes don't, you're creating what behaviorists call an intermittent reinforcement schedule, and that actually makes the behavior stronger and harder to change. It's like gambling. If a slot machine paid out every single time, you'd get bored. But because it only pays out sometimes, you keep pulling the lever, hoping this will be the time. Your cat will keep meowing if it sometimes works, even if it doesn't work most of the time. So if you're trying to change a meowing pattern, commit to it. Decide what you want the new pattern to be and stick with it. Your cat will figure out the new rules as long as you're consistent about them. Now, let's talk about the emotional content of meows. Beyond just the type and pitch, you can often hear your cat's emotional state in their vocalization. A confident cat who knows they're about to get what they want sounds different from an anxious cat who isn't sure if they'll be understood. A relaxed cat makes softer, more musical sounds. A stressed cat's meows sound tighter, higher, more urgent. Listen to the quality of your cat's voice. Is it smooth and flowing or choppy and tense? Is it full-bodied or thin and strained? Just like human voices carry emotional information, cat voices do too. A meow isn't just the pitch and duration. It's also the texture, the resonance, the emotional vibration underneath the sound. With practice, you'll start to hear these subtleties. You'll be able to tell the difference between your cat's "I'm excited about dinner" meow and their "I'm anxious because something changed in my environment" meow, even if to an outsider they might sound similar. Because you're learning your cat's specific voice, the unique way they express themselves. There's also developmental changes in meowing. Kittens have higher-pitched, thinner voices. As cats age, their voices deepen and change in quality. Senior cats sometimes develop a different sounding meow, often described as more yowly or raspy. This can be a normal aging of the vocal cords, but sudden changes in vocalization in older cats can also indicate medical issues like hyperthyroidism or cognitive dysfunction. So if your senior cat's meow suddenly sounds different, mention it to your vet. Some medical conditions can affect vocalization too. Respiratory issues can make a cat's meow sound hoarse or strained. Neurological problems can affect their ability to vocalize normally. If your cat's meow changes significantly, especially if it becomes difficult for them to vocalize or if they seem to be trying to meow but no sound comes out, that's a veterinary concern. But in most cases, meowing is just your cat talking to you, using the language they developed specifically for human-cat communication. And the more you listen and respond appropriately, the better your cat gets at communicating clearly with you, and the better you get at understanding what they're saying. Here's a practice exercise. For the next week, every time your cat meows at you, pause for a second before responding. Really listen to the sound. Notice the pitch, the length, the intensity. Look at what your cat is doing. Where are they? What are they looking at? What time is it? What have you been doing? Take all that information and make your best guess about what they're trying to communicate. Then respond accordingly and see if your cat's reaction confirms that you understood. Keep a little mental or even actual note of patterns. When my cat makes this sound near the food bowl, they're hungry. When my cat makes this different sound near the food bowl, they want fresh water. When my cat makes this sound while I'm working, they want to play. When my cat makes this sound late at night, they're lonely and want company. You're building a translation dictionary for your specific cat's dialect. And as that dictionary gets more complete, communication between you and your cat becomes clearer, easier, more satisfying for both of you. Your cat feels understood. You feel more connected. The relationship deepens because you're finally speaking the same language. Chapter 5, Purring. More than just happiness. Let me tell you about Marcus and his cat, Shadow. What happened next changed everything he thought he knew about purring. Marcus brought Shadow home from a rescue when Shadow was about 2 years old. Shadow had been found as a stray, thin and scared, and had spent 6 months in the shelter before Marcus adopted him. For the first few weeks at home, Shadow hid under the bed almost constantly. Marcus would sit on the floor near the bed, not trying to touch Shadow or coax him out, just being present and speaking softly. One evening, Marcus heard it, a purr, coming from under the bed. Marcus felt his heart warm. Shadow was finally happy, finally feeling comfortable enough to purr. It was a breakthrough moment. Except when Marcus got down on the floor and looked under the bed with a flashlight, Shadow wasn't in a happy position. He was pressed into the far corner, body tense, eyes wide, ears back, but he was definitely purring. Marcus was confused. Everything he'd read said purring meant a cat was happy, but Shadow clearly wasn't happy. He was terrified. So why was he purring? Marcus called the rescue and talked to the cat behaviorist on staff. That's when he learned something that changed his entire understanding of cat communication. Cats don't just purr when they're happy. They also purr when they're stressed, scared, in pain, or sick. Purring is a self-soothing mechanism as much as it is an expression of contentment. Shadow was purring because he was trying to calm himself down. He was using the vibration and the rhythm of purring to regulate his nervous system, the same way a human might rock back and forth or hum to self-soothe in a scary situation. Once Marcus understood this, he adjusted his approach. He didn't take the purring as a sign that everything was fine. He recognized it as a sign that Shadow was stressed and needed more time, more space, more patience. It took another 3 weeks before Shadow started coming out from under the bed regularly. And eventually, Shadow did start purring in truly happy moments, when he was curled up on Marcus's lap in the evening, when he was eating his favorite food, when Marcus came home from work. But Marcus never forgot that first lesson. Purring is complex. Context matters. Shadow taught him that. So let's dive deep into purring because it's one of the most misunderstood vocalizations in the cat communication repertoire. Most people think purring equals happy, period. But the reality is so much more nuanced and actually more interesting. First, let's talk about how purring works mechanically, because it's fascinating. For a long time, scientists weren't entirely sure how cats produce the purring sound. The current understanding is that purring is created by the rapid contraction and relaxation of the muscles in the larynx, the voice box. As these muscles move, they dilate and constrict the glottis, the part of the larynx surrounding the vocal cords. As air passes through during breathing, it causes a vibration at a frequency of about 25 to 150 hertz. That frequency range is important, and we'll come back to it. But what's remarkable is that purring happens on both the inhale and the exhale, creating a continuous sound. Most vocalizations, human or animal, only happen on the exhale. Try humming. You can only do it when you breathe out, right? But cats can purr constantly, breathing in and breathing out, maintaining that vibration continuously. It's an impressive feat of coordination. Kittens start purring when they're only a few days old. Mother cats purr while nursing, and the kittens purr back. This creates a feedback loop of comfort and bonding. The mother's purr tells the kittens she's there and they're safe. The kittens' purrs tell the mother they're feeding successfully and they're okay. It's one of the first communication systems a kitten learns. And that association with comfort, safety, and nurturing is why adult cats still purr when they're content. It's tied to those early memories of being cared for by their mother. When your cat curls up on your lap and purrs, they're essentially regressing to that kitten state of feeling completely safe and cared for. You've become the mother cat in that moment, and they're communicating that they feel secure with you. But here's where it gets complicated. Cats also purr in veterinary clinics, even when they're clearly not happy to be there. They purr when they're in pain. They purr when they're giving birth, a definitely stressful and painful process. They purr when they're sick. They've even been documented purring in the minutes before death. So what's going on? Why would a cat purr in situations that are clearly not pleasant? The leading theory is that purring has a self-soothing, healing function beyond just expressing contentment. Remember that frequency range I mentioned, 25 to 150 hertz? Research has shown that vibrations at these frequencies can promote healing. Studies on bone density and fracture healing have found that mechanical stimulation at frequencies between 25 and 50 hertz can promote bone growth and repair. The same frequency range can reduce pain and swelling, improve healing of soft tissue, help with muscle repair, and ease breathing difficulties. Essentially, the vibration frequency of a purr is therapeutic. So when a cat purrs while stressed or injured, they may be doing the equivalent of self-medicating. They're creating a vibration that helps their body heal and helps them manage pain and stress. It's a brilliant evolutionary adaptation. Cats are vulnerable when they're injured or sick. Being able to promote their own healing through purring could have significant survival advantages. This also might explain why cat owners who live with purring cats report better cardiovascular health and lower stress levels. You're not just enjoying the sound, you're literally experiencing the physical effects of those healing frequencies. When your cat purrs on your chest, you're getting a dose of vibration therapy. Now, how do you tell the difference between a happy purr and a stress purr? Context and body language are everything. A happy purring cat looks relaxed. Their body is loose, maybe stretched out or curled up in a comfortable position. Their eyes are half closed or closed. Their facial muscles are relaxed. Their ears are in a neutral position, not back or swiveling around. Their tail is still or gently moving. They might be kneading with their paws. The purr itself sounds smooth, even, rhythmic. A stress-purring cat looks tense. Their body is compressed or rigid. Their eyes are wide open, possibly with dilated pupils. Their ears might be back or rotating. Their whiskers might be pulled back flat against their face. They might be in a crouch position or pressed against something. The purr might sound slightly different too, sometimes higher pitched or less even. Let's look at some specific scenarios. Your cat is lying in a sunny spot, stretched out on their side. Front paws extended, back legs relaxed. Their eyes are barely slits. Their face is smooth and relaxed. They're purring steadily. This is a content purr. Your cat is telling you they're comfortable, safe, and happy. Now, different scenario. You've just brought your cat home from the vet. They're in their carrier, pressed against the back. Their body is hunched. Their ears are flat, but they're purring. This is not a happy purr. This is a stress purr. Your cat is trying to self-soothe after an anxiety-inducing experience. Another scenario, your cat is sitting on your lap. You're petting them. They're purring. Their body is relaxed against you. Then suddenly, their body tenses slightly. The purr continues, but their tail starts to flick. Their ears rotate back a little. This is a purr that's transitioning. Your cat was content, but they're starting to feel overstimulated or uncomfortable. The purr hasn't stopped, but the body language is telling you they're no longer fully relaxed. This is your cue to stop petting and give them space before they have to escalate to more obvious signals like moving away or swatting. Some cats are big purrs, purring loudly and frequently at the slightest positive stimulus. Other cats are quiet purrers or rare purrers, only purring in specific circumstances or purring so softly you can barely hear it. Neither is better. It's just individual variation in how expressive a cat is vocally. Interestingly, some of the big cat species can't purr. Lions, tigers, leopards, and jaguars can't purr because of structural differences in their hyoid bone and larynx. But they can roar, something domestic cats can't do. Smaller wild cats like bobcats, lynxes, and cougars can purr. Cheetahs are the largest cats that can purr. There's actually a whole evolutionary biology debate about the relationship between purring and roaring and which trait is more primitive. But that's beyond our scope here. What matters for understanding your cat is recognizing that purring is a multi-purpose vocalization. Yes, it often means your cat is happy, but it can also mean they're trying to calm themselves, they're in pain, they're stressed, or they're trying to heal. You have to read the entire picture to know which meaning applies in any given moment. Here's another layer to purring that some people have noticed. There's something called a solicitation purr that sounds slightly different from a regular purr. Research by Dr. Karen McComb found that cats sometimes embed a high-frequency cry-like component into their purrs, particularly when they're asking for food. This modified purr is more urgent sounding and harder for humans to ignore. It triggers that same parental response we talked about with meowing. Not all cats do the solicitation purr, but many do, especially when they've learned that it gets faster results. If your cat has different sounding purrs for different situations, one when they're relaxed and cuddling, another when they're begging for dinner, you're hearing this variation. They figured out that a slightly modified purr gets your attention more effectively when they want something specific. Pay attention to your cat's purring patterns. When do they purr? What else is happening? How does their body look? Over time, you'll learn to distinguish between your cat's different types of purrs and what they mean. You'll know when to feel happy that your cat is content and when to be concerned that your cat is stressed or unwell. If your cat suddenly starts purring much more or much less than usual, that change is worth noting. Increased purring can indicate pain or illness if it's accompanied by other behavioral changes. Decreased purring can indicate depression or malaise. Any significant change in vocalization patterns should prompt a check-in with your vet to rule out health issues. But in most day-to-day situations, when your cat curls up next to you and starts that rumbling motor sound, they're telling you they feel safe with you. They're sharing that kitten state contentment with you. They're letting you know that in this moment, all is right in their world. And that's a beautiful communication to receive from a creature who spent thousands of years evolving to live alongside us while maintaining their independence and dignity. Cherish those content purrs. Respond to them by continuing to provide whatever is making your cat feel that way. Gentle pets if they're enjoying that. Quiet companionship if they just want you near. Warmth and comfort if they're snuggled up. You're getting direct feedback that you're doing something right in your cat's eyes. That purr is their way of saying, "Thank you, I'm happy, this is good, please continue." Chapter 6. Chirps, Trills, and Chatters. In the next 5 minutes, I'm going to show you one simple signal that will instantly improve your relationship with your cat. And it all starts with a sound most people don't even notice. It's called a trill, and it's one of the most positive vocalizations in your cat's entire communication repertoire. When you learn to recognize it and respond appropriately, you're tapping into a greeting behavior that tells you your cat is genuinely happy to see you. The trill is that chirping, rolling, burp, or purp sound that rises slightly in pitch at the end. It's short, usually less than a second, and it has a questioning, friendly quality to it. Mother cats use it constantly with their kittens, and it essentially means hello or follow me or I want to show you something nice. When your adult cat trills at you, they're using a communication they associate with positive social bonding from their earliest days. They're treating you like trusted family. It's one of the highest compliments a cat can give you. And the beautiful part is, once you start noticing trills, you'll realize your cat might be greeting you with them all the time, and you just weren't paying attention. Let's break down these less common but incredibly important vocalizations: chirps, trills, and chatters. They're often overlooked compared to meows and purrs, but they communicate very specific things, and recognizing them gives you deeper insight into your cat's emotional state and intentions. We'll start with the trill, since I already introduced it. Trills are primarily a friendly greeting or an invitation. Your cat makes this sound when they're happy to see you, when they want you to follow them somewhere, or when they're approaching something pleasant. Some cats are big trillers, greeting everyone and everything with a cheerful trill. Other cats reserve it for their favorite people and special occasions. If your cat trills at you when you come home from work, that's their way of saying, "I'm glad you're back." If your cat trills and then walks toward their food bowl, looking back at you, they're saying, "Come with me, it's dinner time." If your cat trills while approaching you for pets, they're announcing their intention to interact with you in a friendly way. The trill is an inherently non-threatening vocalization. It's soft, brief, and rising in tone, all qualities that signal friendliness in animal communication. You'll never hear a trill in an aggressive or fearful context. It's purely positive. Here's a fun thing you can do. Try trilling back at your cat. Make that same chirping, rising, burp sound. Many cats will respond, either with another trill or by coming over to you. You're speaking their language, using a sound they recognize as friendly greeting behavior. It's a simple way to reinforce your bond and show your cat you're trying to communicate in ways they understand. Now let's talk about chirps. Chirps are similar to trills, but usually a bit shorter and sharper. They're often repeated in quick succession, chirp, chirp, chirp. This vocalization is most commonly heard when a cat is watching prey, particularly birds or small mammals, through a window. That rapid chattering, chirping sound your cat makes while intensely watching a bird outside, that's an expression of their hunting instinct. The exact reason for this vocalization is still debated among animal behaviorists. Some theories suggest it's a sound of frustration because they can see prey but can't reach it. Other theories propose it might be an instinctive behavior meant to mimic bird calls, essentially luring prey closer, though this seems less likely for a domestic cat behind a window. The most recent research suggests that this chattering might be related to a cat's kill bite behavior. When cats hunt, they deliver a precise bite to the neck or spine of their prey. The rapid jaw movement needed for this bite might produce the chattering sound, and cats might be practicing or anticipating that movement when they see prey they can't reach. Essentially, their mouth is going through the motions of the kill bite in excitement and anticipation. Whatever the exact reason, what this chirping, chattering tells you is that your cat's hunting drive is activated. They're intensely focused on potential prey, and their predatory instincts are fully engaged. This is normal, healthy behavior for a cat. It shows that their natural instincts are intact even in a domestic setting. If your cat does this chirping, chattering at the window, it's actually a great opportunity for play. Their hunting instinct is already activated, so if you bring out a feather toy or a fishing rod style toy right after they've been window chattering, they're likely to engage enthusiastically. You're redirecting that hunting energy into appropriate play behavior. Some cats also chirp in other contexts. Short single chirps can be used similarly to trills as greetings or attention getters. Chirp, look at me. Chirp, hello. These friendly chirps are usually easy to distinguish from hunting chirps by context. If your cat is looking at you and chirps, that's social communication. If your cat is staring fixedly out the window and chirping, that's prey-focused behavior. There's also a sound called a chirrup, which is somewhere between a chirp and a trill. It's that little rising vocalization cats make when they're happy about something or excited. You might hear it when you're about to serve their favorite food, or when you pick up their favorite toy, or when they're about to jump up onto a favorite perch. It's an expression of pleasant anticipation. Something good is about to happen, and I'm happy about it. Now let's talk about some other vocalizations in this category. There's a sound often called a twitter, which is similar to a chirp but even faster and more rapid fire. This is usually heard in highly stimulating situations. Multiple birds outside, another cat in the yard, something that has your cat extremely focused and excited. The twitter is like chirping turned up to 11. Then there's a sound that some people call a murmur, which is a very soft, brief, almost questioning vocalization. It's quieter than a meow, softer than a trill, just a little M sound. This is often used as a gentle greeting between bonded cats or between a cat and a trusted human. It's a very subtle form of communication that says, "I acknowledge you," without any particular request or statement, just recognition and friendly acknowledgement. Mother cats use a whole range of these softer vocalizations with their kittens. The trill we talked about, but also chirps, murmurs, and soft little sounds that guide kitten behavior. Come here. Stay close. This is safe. Follow me. Kittens learn to understand these sounds and respond to them. When an adult cat uses these same sounds with you, they're falling back on that mother-kitten communication system, either treating you like a kitten they're caring for or treating you like a mother figure they trust. Some cats are very vocal with these softer sounds. They'll trill and chirp throughout the day, commenting on things they see, greeting you multiple times, chattering at birds and bugs, keeping up a running dialogue. Other cats use these sounds sparingly, reserving them for specific situations. Both types of cats are communicating normally. The vocal ones just have a more expressive personality or have learned that their human responds positively to these sounds, so they use them frequently. The quieter ones are more selective about when they vocalize, but the sounds still mean the same things when they do use them. One thing to note is that these softer vocalizations, the trills and chirps and murmurs, are generally higher frequency sounds that can be harder to hear as humans age and lose some high frequency hearing. If you live with an older person and a cat, the older person might not be hearing some of these vocalizations that are clearly audible to younger people. This can lead to misunderstandings where the cat feels like they're communicating, but the human isn't responding. If you're having trouble hearing your cat's softer sounds, pay extra attention to their body language and behavior. The trill usually comes with an approach and a raised tail. The chirp usually comes with intense focus on something. You can learn to read the physical signals that accompany these vocalizations so you're not missing the communication, even if you can't hear the sound as clearly. Let's practice recognizing these sounds. Over the next few days, really listen to your cat. Not just the obvious meows, but all the other little sounds they make. You might be surprised how much chirping, trilling, and murmurous communication has been happening that you weren't consciously noticing. When you hear a trill, note what's happening. Is your cat greeting you? Showing you something? Inviting interaction? Respond positively. Acknowledge the trill. Follow your cat if they seem to want you to. Pet them if they're approaching for affection. You're reinforcing that you understand this communication, and your cat will likely use it more often. When you hear chirping or chattering at the window, recognize it for what it is. Your cat's hunting instinct engaged. Consider it an invitation to play. Get out a toy. Give your cat an outlet for that predatory energy. This is especially important for indoor cats who don't have real hunting opportunities. That window chirping is your cat telling you they need some action. And when you hear those soft murmurs and chirrups during daily life, acknowledge them. Even just making eye contact and giving a slow blink in return tells your cat you heard them and you're responding. These little moments of back and forth communication build your relationship. They're small, but they add up to a sense of being understood and connected. One more note about these vocalizations. They're some of the most pleasant sounds in cat communication. Unlike hissing or growling, which we'll get to later, chirps and trills are inherently positive. When your cat is making these sounds, they're in a good emotional state. They feel safe enough and comfortable enough to engage in friendly communication. That's always a good sign. So tune your ears to these quieter, more musical vocalizations. They're windows into your cat's emotional state and intentions, and they're often the sounds of a cat who is content, engaged with their environment, and happy to share that engagement with you. Chapter 7. Warning sounds, hisses, growls, and yowls. If your cat is making this sound right now, you need to pay attention immediately because it could mean something serious is wrong, and ignoring these vocalizations can lead to dangerous situations for both you and your cat. We're talking about the warning vocalizations: hissing, growling, yowling, and screaming. These are the sounds a cat makes when they're upset, threatened, or in distress, and every cat owner needs to understand exactly what these sounds mean and how to respond appropriately. Let's start with the most recognizable warning sound: the hiss. A cat's hiss is an unmistakable sharp tss or f sound, often accompanied by an open mouth showing teeth and sometimes followed by a spitting motion. It's modeled after the sound of a snake, and that's not coincidental. The hiss is designed to startle and warn off a potential threat by mimicking one of nature's danger signals. When a cat hisses, they're saying very clearly, "Back off. I'm uncomfortable, I feel threatened, and if you don't give me space, I will escalate to physical defense." A hiss is not a sign of meanness or aggression in the sense of wanting to attack. It's a defensive warning. Your cat is trying to avoid a physical confrontation by making it clear that they're willing to fight if necessary. Hissing can happen in many contexts. A cat might hiss at another cat who's getting too close. They might hiss at a dog who's invading their space. They might hiss at a human who's trying to pick them up when they don't want to be held. They might hiss at the vet during an examination. They might even hiss at an unfamiliar object or sound that startles them. The key thing to understand is that a hiss is communication, not behavior. Your cat isn't being bad when they hiss. They're telling you that they're scared, uncomfortable, or feeling threatened. The appropriate response is not to punish the hiss, but to address the underlying situation. Give your cat space. Remove the threat if possible. Respect the boundary they're establishing. If your cat hisses at you specifically, resist the urge to feel hurt or angry. Your cat isn't rejecting you personally. They're communicating that something about what you're doing or what's happening is making them uncomfortable. Maybe you approached too quickly. Maybe you tried to touch them when they weren't in the mood. Maybe they're in pain and didn't want to be handled. Maybe they're just having a bad day and need space. The worst thing you can do when a cat hisses is to push past the warning. If you continue to approach or try to handle a hissing cat, they will escalate. They might swat with claws. They might bite. And then everyone involved has a bad experience. The cat feels like their communication was ignored and had to resort to violence. The human gets hurt. Trust is damaged. All of this can be avoided by respecting the hiss as the clear communication it is. If your normally friendly cat suddenly starts hissing in situations where they previously didn't, that's worth investigating. Sudden changes in warning vocalizations can indicate pain, illness, or a significant stressor in the environment. A cat who's developing arthritis might start hissing when touched in painful areas. A cat who's feeling unwell might hiss to keep everyone at a distance because they feel vulnerable. A cat dealing with a new stressor, like a new pet or household change, might be more reactive and defensive than usual. Now let's talk about growling. A cat's growl is a low, rumbling sound that comes from deep in the throat. It's sustained, unlike a hiss, which is quick. And it usually indicates a more intense level of threat or displeasure than a hiss. If a hiss is "back off," a growl is "back off now, I mean it." Growling often happens in situations where a cat feels trapped or cornered with no escape route. They might growl while being held if they want down and don't feel they can get away. They might growl at another pet who's blocking their path. They might growl during a vet visit when they're feeling particularly stressed and defensive. Mother cats will sometimes growl over their kittens if they perceive a threat to their babies. A growling cat is a cat who feels they may need to fight. Their warning system has escalated beyond the hiss. If you hear your cat growl, take it seriously. Create distance. Provide an escape route. Remove the stressor if possible. Do not try to soothe or comfort a growling cat by touching them. That will likely result in you getting scratched or bitten. Give space and let them calm down on their own terms. Some cats growl in very specific situations. Some cats growl while eating if they're food protective, especially if they had to compete for food earlier in life. This is called food aggression or resource guarding. If your cat does this, feed them in a private, quiet area, away from other pets and traffic. They're not being mean. They're communicating anxiety about their resources being taken. Other cats might growl over toys, particularly if they're possessive about a favorite toy or if they've just caught a toy mouse and are in full predator mode. This is normal hunting behavior. Let them have their victory. Don't try to take the toy away while they're in this state. Wait until they naturally disengage and calm down. Now we come to yowling, which is one of the most distinctive and sometimes unsettling cat vocalizations. A yowl is a long, drawn-out wail, usually low in pitch, that can sound truly mournful or angry. It's loud, it's attention-grabbing, and it communicates intense emotion. Yowling happens in several contexts. Unneutered male cats yowl when they detect a female in heat, essentially announcing their presence and interest. Female cats in heat yowl as part of their calling behavior, advertising their reproductive status. These mating-related yowls are some of the loudest vocalizations cats make, and they can be quite disturbing to hear if you're not expecting them. This is one of many good reasons to spay and neuter your cats. Those mating yowls will stop once the hormonal drive is removed. But cats also yowl in other situations. Senior cats sometimes yowl, particularly at night. This can be a sign of cognitive dysfunction, similar to dementia in humans. The cat might be confused, disoriented, or anxious. If your older cat starts yowling, especially if it's a new behavior, consult with your vet. There might be medical interventions that can help. Cats in pain might yowl. A cat with a urinary blockage, which is a medical emergency, will often yowl in distress. A cat who's injured will yowl. Any sudden onset of yowling, especially if accompanied by other changes in behavior, appetite, or litter box habits, warrants immediate veterinary attention. Some cats yowl out of frustration or boredom. An indoor cat who can see or smell outdoor cats might yowl at the window. A cat who's not getting enough enrichment or stimulation might yowl to express their frustration. A cat who wants attention might yowl to get it, especially if they've learned that yowling brings humans running. If your cat's yowling is behavioral rather than medical, you need to address the underlying cause. More playtime, more environmental enrichment, attention to their routine and needs, blocking access to windows where they can see things that frustrate them. Ignoring the yowling itself won't stop it. You have to figure out what need isn't being met and meet it in a different way. Then there's the scream. Cat screams are exactly what they sound like. High-pitched, loud, piercing shrieks that sound like a human scream. They're genuinely alarming to hear. Cats scream during fights with other cats, particularly at the moment of an attack or when they're genuinely frightened and fighting for their safety. Cats might also scream if they're suddenly hurt, like if someone accidentally steps on their tail or closes a door on them. If you hear your cat scream, something is wrong. They're either in a fight, in pain, or genuinely terrified. You need to assess the situation immediately and intervene appropriately. If it's a fight, separate the cats safely without putting yourself at risk of being bitten. If it's pain or injury, get to a vet. If it's fear, remove the fear trigger and give your cat space to calm down. One more warning sound that's important to mention is the spit. This is closely related to the hiss and often accompanies it. It's a sharp, explosive PT sound that sometimes includes actual saliva projection. It's a punctuation mark on the hiss, an emphatic, "I mean it." It serves to startle whatever is threatening the cat, hopefully making it back off without the need for physical contact. All of these warning vocalizations serve the same basic purpose: to communicate distress, discomfort, or threat perception without having to resort to physical aggression. They're distance-increasing behaviors. The cat is trying to make whatever is bothering them go away by making it clear that they're prepared to defend themselves if necessary. Understanding these sounds and respecting them is crucial for safety and for maintaining trust with your cat. If your cat hisses at you and you back off, your cat learns that you respect their communication. They don't need to escalate to biting because you listen to the warning. But if your cat hisses and you ignore it, they learn that they have to use more forceful methods to protect themselves. You're actually creating a more aggressive cat by not listening to their less aggressive communication. Here's an important principle. Warning vocalizations are always justified from the cat's perspective. Even if you think your cat shouldn't be upset, even if you think they're overreacting, from their point of view, the threat is real. Maybe they're scared of something that wouldn't actually hurt them, but they don't know that. Maybe they're in pain from a condition you haven't diagnosed yet, so their reaction seems to come out of nowhere. Maybe they're stressed by something in the environment that you're not even aware of. Rather than dismissing or punishing warning vocalizations, treat them as valuable information. Your cat is telling you something is wrong. Listen. Investigate. Make changes if needed. Your cat's emotional and physical safety is what matters, not whether you think their reaction is reasonable. If you have a cat who frequently uses warning vocalizations, work on identifying triggers and addressing them. Is your cat hissing at other pets in the home? They might need better separation, more resources, or a reintroduction process. Is your cat growling when handled? They might have pain that needs veterinary attention, or they might not have been properly socialized to handling and need gentle, gradual desensitization. Is your cat yowling frequently? They might need more enrichment, or there might be a medical issue. Sometimes working with a cat behaviorist or a veterinarian specializing in behavior can help identify the root causes of frequent warning vocalizations and develop a plan to address them. These sounds shouldn't be happening constantly in a healthy, well-adjusted cat in an appropriate environment. If they are, something needs to change. But occasional warning vocalizations are completely normal. Every cat will hiss sometimes. They'll growl at situations they don't like. They might yowl in certain circumstances. That's healthy communication. It only becomes a problem when it's frequent, intense, or seemingly unprovoked, because those patterns suggest underlying issues that need attention. Remember, these warning sounds are your cat trying to avoid conflict. They're saying, I don't want to fight, but I will if I have to. By respecting those warnings and giving your cat what they need, space, distance, removal of the threat, you're actually preventing aggression. You're maintaining a relationship where communication works and violence isn't necessary. Part 3. Tail Language. Chapter 8. Tail Positions. The emotional barometer let me tell you about Jennifer and her cat Bella. What happened next completely changed how Jennifer understood her cat's emotions. Jennifer had lived with Bella for 5 years, and she thought she knew her cat pretty well. Bella was sweet, affectionate, and usually very easygoing. But there was one recurring problem. Every few days, seemingly out of nowhere, Bella would suddenly swat at Jennifer's hand when she was petting her. Jennifer couldn't figure out the pattern. Sometimes Bella loved being petted for 20 minutes straight. Other times, she'd tolerate maybe 2 minutes before lashing out. Jennifer mentioned this to a friend who worked at an animal shelter, and the friend asked a simple question. What's Bella's tail doing right before she swats at you? Jennifer had no idea. She'd never paid attention to Bella's tail during petting sessions, so her friend gave her homework. Watch the tail. Really watch it. Notice what it's doing at the start of petting, during petting, and right before Bella gets upset. The next time Jennifer sat down with Bella, she did exactly that. At first, Bella's tail was relaxed, lying still beside her body. After a few minutes of petting, the tail started to move slightly. Just the tip, making small twitching movements. Jennifer kept petting. The twitching increased. The tail started to sway gently from side to side. Jennifer kept petting because Bella was still purring. Then the swaying became more pronounced, almost like a slow whip motion, and that's when Bella swatted. Jennifer immediately stopped petting and pulled her hand back. She watched as Bella's tail gradually stopped swaying and returned to a relaxed position. Bella didn't leave. She just needed the petting to stop. The next time they had a petting session, Jennifer watched the tail from the beginning, and sure enough, the same progression happened. Relaxed tail at first, then tip twitching, then swaying, then the swat. But this time, Jennifer did something different. As soon as the tail started swaying, she stopped petting, and Bella didn't swat. She just sat there, calm, tail gradually settling. After a minute or two, Jennifer tried petting again, gently, and Bella's tail stayed relaxed. They had a pleasant interaction with no swatting because Jennifer had learned to read the warning signs Bella's tail was giving her. This was a breakthrough moment for Jennifer. She realized that Bella had been communicating clearly all along through her tail. The escalating tail movements were saying, "I'm starting to feel overstimulated, getting close to my limit. Okay, that's enough now." But Jennifer hadn't been reading those signals, so Bella had to use her paw to enforce the boundary. Once Jennifer learned the tail language, everything changed. The swatting stopped almost completely because Jennifer was respecting the earlier, gentler warnings. This is the power of understanding tail communication. Your cat's tail is constantly broadcasting information about their emotional state. It's one of the most expressive parts of their body, and learning to read it gives you real-time feedback about how your cat is feeling in any given moment. Let's start with the basics of tail anatomy, because understanding how the tail works helps you appreciate the communication that's happening. A cat's tail is an extension of their spine. It contains 19 to 23 vertebrae, about 10% of all the bones in a cat's body. It's filled with muscles, nerves, and blood vessels. Cats have incredible control over their tails, able to move them in numerous positions and patterns. The tail serves several practical purposes beyond communication. It helps with balance, particularly when a cat is walking on narrow surfaces or making quick turns while running. It acts as a counterweight when jumping. Some cats even use their tails as a blanket, wrapping it around themselves when they're sleeping to conserve heat. But the communication function is equally important, if not more so, in domestic settings. Now let's decode tail positions from the most positive to the most concerning. We'll start with the vertical tail, straight up in the air like a flagpole. This is what many people call the happy tail, and that's generally accurate. A tail held high is a sign of confidence, friendliness, and contentment. When your cat approaches you with their tail straight up, they're saying, "Hello, I'm happy to see you, I feel good, everything is great." The vertical tail often comes with other friendly signals: forward-facing ears, relaxed body, perhaps a trill or chirp vocalization, and sometimes the tail will have a little hook or question mark curve at the very tip. That slight curve at the end is extra emphasis on the friendly greeting. It's like adding an exclamation point. "Hello, I'm so happy to see you." Kittens naturally hold their tails up when approaching their mother. It makes them more visible and keeps their rear end accessible for the mother cat to clean them, which is necessary in those early weeks. Adult cats maintain this upright tail as a greeting behavior, particularly with humans and cats they're bonded with. If your cat greets you at the door with a vertical tail, you're getting the feline equivalent of a warm hug. Now, a vertical tail can mean slightly different things depending on context and what the rest of the body is doing. A vertical tail while approaching is a greeting. A vertical tail while walking away might mean your cat is confidently going about their business, feeling secure in their environment. A vertical tail while eating suggests they're content and comfortable with their meal. In all cases, vertical generally means positive emotions and confidence. But, and this is important, a vertical tail that's also puffed up is a different signal entirely. We'll get to that when we talk about piloerection. The combination matters. For now, just know that a sleek vertical tail is your green light. Your cat is in a good mood and open to positive interaction. Moving down from vertical, we have the tail held at about a 45-degree angle, or slightly lowered but not all the way down. This is a neutral position. Your cat is calm and relaxed, but not particularly excited or greeting. They're just existing comfortably in their space. This is the tail position you might see when your cat is lounging around, not particularly focused on anything, just being a cat in their territory. A relaxed, slightly lowered tail is totally normal and nothing to be concerned about. It doesn't mean your cat is unhappy. It just means they're in a neutral, peaceful state, not actively seeking interaction, but not avoiding it either. If you approach a cat with a tail in this position, check their other body language to gauge whether they're open to interaction or prefer to be left alone. Then we have the tail held low, either straight out behind the cat at about level with their body, or angled somewhat downward. This can indicate several things depending on context. If the rest of the cat's body language is relaxed, this low tail might just be a resting position or a sign that the cat is in hunting mode, stalking something with a low profile. But a low tail combined with other signs of tension, like flattened ears or a crouched body, indicates discomfort, uncertainty, or mild fear. The cat is feeling less confident than they would with a raised tail. Something in the environment is making them cautious. It's not full-on fear yet, but they're on alert. If your cat's tail suddenly drops from a neutral or raised position to a low position, something changed. What just happened? Was there a loud noise? Did someone new enter the room? Did another pet appear? Understanding what triggered the tail drop helps you identify what's making your cat uncomfortable. Now we get to the tail tucked between the legs or wrapped tightly around the body. This is a clear sign of fear, submission, or extreme discomfort. When a cat's tail is tucked, they're trying to make themselves as small and non-threatening as possible. They're saying, "I'm scared, I'm not a threat. Please don't hurt me." You might see this tail position in several scenarios. A cat at the vet clinic will often have a tucked tail because they're in an unfamiliar, scary environment with strange smells and sounds. A cat who's being bullied by another pet in the home might have a tucked tail around that other animal. A cat who's been scolded or startled might tuck their tail in fear. A cat in pain might also tuck their tail as they're feeling vulnerable. A tucked tail should always prompt concern and compassion. Your cat is not having a good experience. They need help, whether that's removing them from a scary situation, providing a safe space, addressing whatever is causing fear, or getting medical attention if pain is suspected. Some cats naturally carry their tails lower than others due to breed characteristics or individual variation. Persian cats and other similar breeds tend to carry their tails lower than, say, an Oriental Shorthair, who might have their tail almost constantly vertical. Get to know your cat's baseline tail carriage so you can recognize when it changes significantly. Let's talk about the curved tail, wrapped around the cat's body, or around another cat, or around your leg. This is generally a positive, affiliative behavior. When your cat wraps their tail around your leg as they rub against you, they're including you in their social sphere. They're marking you with scent from glands at the base of their tail and essentially saying, "You're mine, you're part of my family." When a cat wraps their tail around their own body while sitting or lying down, it can mean several things. In cold weather, it's a heat conservation technique. The cat is keeping warm by tucking in their extremities, but it can also indicate a cat who's feeling somewhat reserved or self-contained, not necessarily scared, but not completely relaxed and open either. A cat who's uncertain about their environment might sit with their tail wrapped around themselves, creating a neat, compact package. Very relaxed, confident cats often sit or lie with their tail stretched out behind them or off to the side, not wrapped. The wrapped tail isn't always a concern, but it's worth noting as part of the overall picture of your cat's comfort level. There's also the tail held straight back, parallel to the ground, while the cat is in a crouch position. This is often a stalking or hunting posture. The cat is focused on prey or a toy, their body is lowered, their tail is straight out for balance, and they're about to pounce. If you see this during play, it's perfectly healthy hunting behavior. Your cat is engaging their natural instincts, and it's actually good for their mental and physical well-being. But if you see this posture directed at another pet or person in the house, it might indicate predatory aggression or play that's about to cross into being too rough. Watch carefully. Is this actual play, or is one animal uncomfortable? Context and the reaction of the other animal will tell you if intervention is needed. Another important tail position is the tail held straight out behind the cat while they're standing normally, not in a crouch. This is often a signal of alertness or beginning arousal. Something has caught the cat's attention, and they're assessing it. The tail might be very still, almost frozen, as the cat focuses intently on whatever has interested them. This isn't necessarily negative. They might be watching a bird, or they might have heard an interesting sound, but it's a signal that your cat's attention is fully engaged on something. If that straight-out tail starts to puff up, bristle, or begin thrashing movements, arousal is escalating toward fear or aggression. But a calm, still, straight-out tail is just focused attention. Now let's talk about the tail wrapped around another cat. In multi-cat households, you might see bonded cats sleeping or sitting with their tails intertwined or draped over each other. This is a sign of social bonding and affection between the cats. They're comfortable enough with each other to be in physical contact, and they're using their tails to maintain that connection even while resting. If you have cats who do this, they have a positive relationship, which is wonderful to see. One more position worth mentioning is the tail held at an odd angle or appearing stiff and immobile. If your cat's tail is held in an unusual position, bent at a strange angle, or if they seem unable to move it normally, that could indicate injury or neurological issues. Tails can be broken, dislocated, or damaged. If your cat's tail position suddenly seems abnormal and they can't move it properly, get to a vet. Understanding these basic tail positions gives you a foundation for reading your cat's emotional state at any given moment. But tail positions are just the starting point. The real communication happens when you combine the position with movement, which is what we'll dive into next. And when you add in body language and context, you'll have a complete picture of what your cat is telling you through their tail. For now, start practicing observing your cat's tail positions throughout the day. When your cat is relaxed and happy, what position is their tail in? When they're playing, when they're eating, when they first wake up from a nap, when they hear a strange sound. Building this awareness of how your cat's tail responds to different situations and emotional states is the first step in becoming fluent in tail language. And remember Jennifer's lesson. If your cat's tail position changes during an interaction, that's real-time feedback. They're telling you something about how they're feeling in that moment. Learn to read those signals and adjust your behavior accordingly. Your cat will appreciate being understood, and your relationship will deepen because communication is flowing both ways. Chapter 9. Tail Movements, the Mood Indicator. A study of 2,000 cats by researchers at the University of Lincoln found something nobody expected. Tail movement patterns are more predictive of a cat's next behavior than tail position alone. The way a cat's tail moves, the speed, the rhythm, the intensity, tells you exactly what's about to happen next. Whether your cat is about to play, attack, run away, or relax completely can be predicted with over 90% accuracy just by watching how their tail is moving. This is the piece of tail language most cat owners completely miss, and it's the most important one. Let's start with the slow, gentle swaying tail. Your cat's tail is moving from side to side in a relaxed, fluid motion, like a slow pendulum. This is generally a sign of mild interest or mild contentment. Your cat is engaged with something, but in a relaxed way. You might see this when your cat is watching birds through a window from a comfortable position, or when they're lying near you, not particularly focused on anything specific, just contentedly existing in your presence. This gentle swaying is not a warning sign. It's not aggressive or fearful. It's just a cat who's mildly stimulated but comfortable. If you see this tail movement during petting, it usually means your cat is enjoying the interaction, but is mildly aware and engaged rather than completely zoned out in pleasure. Now contrast that with a more pronounced swishing or thrashing tail. The tail is moving from side to side with more force, more speed, more emphasis. This is a completely different signal. This is a cat who's becoming agitated, overstimulated, or annoyed. The faster and harder the swish, the more intense the emotion. Jennifer's cat Bella from the last chapter was showing this escalating swishing before she swatted. That was Bella communicating increasing overstimulation. This is getting to be too much. Okay, seriously, enough now. I mean it, stop. And finally, when the tail swishing was ignored, the swat. A thrashing tail is a warning, period. Whether your cat is being petted, whether they're watching another animal, whether they're in a situation they don't like, that hardtail swishing is saying, I'm upset and something needs to change. Do not ignore a thrashing tail. If you're the source of stimulation, stop. If another animal is the source, separate them. If it's an environmental trigger, remove it or remove your cat from it. The intensity of the swish correlates directly with the intensity of the emotion. A mild swish means mild irritation. A hard thrash means significant agitation. Some cats will escalate gradually, giving you plenty of warning. Others go from 0 to thrashing quickly. Know your cat's patterns. Then we have the tail flick. This is a quick, small movement, usually just at the tip of the tail. Flick, flick, flick. This can mean several different things depending on context, which is why tail movements always need to be read with other body language and situation awareness. A tail flick during hunting or play often indicates intense focus and excitement. Your cat is locked onto their target. Their body is tense in anticipation, and that tail tip is flicking with the excitement of the impending pounce. This is normal predatory behavior. The flicking tail is part of the build-up to action. But a tail flick during petting or interaction can indicate the beginning of irritation or overstimulation. It's the early warning sign before the swishing starts. Jennifer saw this with Bella. First, the tip started twitching, then it escalated to swishing, then to swatting. That initial tip flicking was the earliest signal that stimulation levels were rising. A tail flick when your cat is resting and suddenly hears or sees something of mild interest is just acknowledgement. I noticed that, but I'm not concerned enough to move. It's like a human glancing toward a sound without turning their full attention to it. The key to interpreting tail flicks is looking at everything else. Is the body tense or relaxed? Are the ears focused forward or rotated back? Are the eyes dilated or normal? Context gives you the meaning. Now let's talk about the quivering or vibrating tail. This is when the tail is held upright but shaking or vibrating rapidly. It looks almost like a rattlesnake's rattle, but at the top of the tail instead of the bottom. This is most commonly seen in two contexts: greeting and marking. When a cat approaches you with a vertical, quivering tail, they're expressing intense happiness and excitement at seeing you. This is an extremely positive signal. It's like they're so happy, they're vibrating with joy. If your cat does this when you come home from work or when you first wake up in the morning, you've got a cat who's genuinely thrilled to see you. Respond positively. Pet them. Greet them back. Give them the attention they're asking for. The other context for a quivering vertical tail is marking behavior, specifically urine spraying. An unneutered cat who's about to spray will back up to a surface, raise their tail vertically, and the tail will quiver as they spray a small amount of urine on the surface. This is territorial marking behavior. It looks similar to the greeting quiver, but the context is completely different. The cat is backing up to something rather than approaching you, and they're often in an environment where they feel the need to mark territory. If your neutered cat suddenly starts showing this marking behavior, it could indicate a medical issue like a urinary tract infection or a behavioral issue like stress. It warrants a vet visit. Let's discuss the lashing or whipping tail. This is an intense, rapid back-and-forth movement with significant force. The tail might actually make a whipping sound as it hits the floor or furniture. This is a cat who's highly agitated, possibly aggressive, possibly very frightened. This is beyond irritation. This is, I'm about to explode into action. A lashing tail is often seen right before a cat fight. Both cats might have lashing tails as they face off, building up to the physical confrontation. Or you might see it in a cat who's cornered and terrified, about to fight their way out. Or in a cat who's playing so roughly that they're actually getting overstimulated and aggressive. Never ignore a lashing tail. This is a cat on the edge of losing control. Create distance. Remove triggers. Give the cat space to calm down. Do not try to handle or soothe a cat with a lashing tail. You will likely get bitten or severely scratched. The time to intervene is before the lashing starts. If you see tail swishing escalating in intensity, that's when you act. Don't wait until it becomes a full lash. Prevent the escalation by addressing the situation early. There's also a tail movement called the elevator tail. The cat's tail starts at a lower position and slowly rises up. You might see this when you're preparing food and your cat realizes they're about to be fed. The tail elevator up indicates rising excitement and anticipation. Something good is about to happen and I'm getting more excited about it. Conversely, a tail that starts up and slowly lowers can indicate deflating interest or rising discomfort. I was interested, but now I'm less sure. I was comfortable, but now something is making me uneasy. The direction of tail movement over time tells you whether your cat's emotional state is improving or declining. Another movement pattern is the tail curl and uncurl. The cat's tail curls up into a question mark shape and then straightens, then curls again. This is often seen during friendly approaches and greetings. It's a playful, friendly movement. Your cat is in a good mood, approaching you or another cat in a social way, and that curling tail is part of the friendly body language. Some cats have very expressive, constantly moving tails. Their tail is always doing something, swaying, flicking, curling, like a constant mood broadcast. Other cats have quieter tails that only move in more intense situations. Neither is wrong. It's personality variation. But even quiet-tailed cats will show tail movements when their emotions intensify, so those movements become especially important to notice. One pattern that concerns many cat owners is the tuck tail run. Your cat suddenly tucks their tail and runs away at full speed. Sometimes this is from fear. Someone scared them and they're fleeing. But sometimes cats do what's called a zoomies run, where they tear around the house with a slightly tucked tail. And this is actually just energy release and play behavior. The difference is in the context and what happens after. A fear run usually ends with hiding. A zoomies run usually ends with the cat stopping, looking around like, that was fun, and going about their business normally. Let's talk about some specific scenarios and what the tail movements mean in context. Scenario 1. You're petting your cat. Their tail is lying still beside them. After a few minutes, the tip starts to twitch. Then it starts to sway slightly. You continue petting. The swaying increases. What's happening? Your cat is telling you they're reaching their petting threshold. The twitching was the first signal. The swaying is the escalation. If you don't stop soon, you'll likely get the swish-swat progression we talked about with Jennifer and Bella. Scenario 2. Your cat is lying in a sunny spot. Their tail is still and relaxed. Suddenly, their tail tip flicks once. Their ears rotate slightly. Another tail flick. They heard something interesting. It's not concerning them enough to move. but they're aware of it. This is just passive monitoring of their environment. Scenario 3. Your cat sees another cat outside the window. Their tail is straight out behind them, very still and stiff. Then it starts to puff up and the tip begins to twitch. Then the whole tail starts swishing. Your cat is becoming aroused and agitated by the sight of this other cat. If you don't redirect their attention or block their view, this arousal might escalate to redirected aggression, where they attack the nearest available target, which might be you or another pet in the home. This is why it's important to intervene when you see these escalating tail signals. Scenario 4. Your cat approaches you with tail held high and quivering. They're meowing. They rub against your legs. This is pure happiness. They're greeting you enthusiastically. This is a beautiful moment of clear, positive communication. Respond with affection and attention. Scenario 5. Your cat is playing with a toy mouse. Their body is in a crouch. Their tail is straight out behind them, very still. Then the tip starts to twitch. Then their whole rear end wiggles. Then they pounce. This is normal hunting behavior. The tail stillness was focus, the twitching was building excitement, the wiggle pounce was the attack. This is healthy, appropriate play. Learning to read these movement patterns takes practice, but it's incredibly valuable. Your cat is giving you real-time feedback about their emotional state through their tail. Are they getting more comfortable or less? More excited or less? More agitated or calming down? The tail tells you the trajectory, not just the current state. Here's a practice exercise. Watch your cat's tail for 1 full minute several times today. Don't do anything, just observe. What movements do you see? Now try to correlate those movements with what your cat is experiencing. What are they looking at? What just happened? What's their body doing? Over time, you'll start to see patterns specific to your cat. You'll learn that a certain tail movement always precedes play behavior, or that a different movement always means they're about to leave the room, or that another movement means they want something from you. The more you practice reading tail movements in combination with everything else, the better you'll get at predicting your cat's next action and understanding their current emotional state. And that understanding is what allows you to interact with your cat in ways that feel good to them, respect their boundaries, and strengthen your bond. Remember, tail movements are dynamic. They change moment to moment as your cat's emotional state changes. A cat whose tail is swishing in agitation can calm down and the swishing will stop. A cat whose tail is relaxed can become interested in something and the tail will start moving. Read the tail in the moment, respond appropriately, and watch how it changes in response to your actions. That's the conversation happening through tail language. Chapter 10. Tail plus body combos. Reading the complete message. Look at your cat's tail right now. I'm going to tell you something about what that position means that will blow your mind, but only if you're also looking at their ears, their posture, their eyes, and understanding what just happened in the last 30 seconds. Because here's what most people don't realize. A tail signal by itself is just one word, but when you combine it with body language, it becomes a full sentence. And when you add context, it's a paragraph. Let me show you exactly what I mean. Let's take a puffed up tail as an example. Most people know that a puffed tail means something, but do you know exactly what it means in different situations? Piloerection, the technical term for fur standing on end, is caused by the sympathetic nervous system activating during heightened emotional states. But that heightened state can be fear or aggression, or extreme excitement during play. The tail puffing alone doesn't tell you which one. You need the rest of the picture. Scenario 1. Your cat's tail is fully puffed up like a bottle brush. Their back is arched. They're standing sideways to a perceived threat. Their ears are flattened back. Their pupils are fully dilated. Their mouth might be open, perhaps hissing. What's this combination telling you? This is the classic Halloween cat pose. This is fear-based defensive aggression. Your cat is terrified and trying to make themselves look bigger and more threatening to ward off whatever is scaring them. They will fight if necessary, but they'd really prefer if the threat just went away. Scenario 2. Your cat's tail is puffed up and curved into an upside-down U shape. Their back is slightly arched. They're in a sideways stance with their legs stiff and straight, doing a little sideways hop. Their ears are forward. Their pupils are enlarged but not completely dilated. They might be making chirping or chattering sounds. What's happening here? This is play behavior. Your cat is engaging in mock fighting or hunting behavior, probably with another cat or with you. The puffed tail is part of the display, making them look bigger and more impressive in play. This isn't fear. This is excitement and fun. Same signal, the puffed tail, but completely different meanings based on the body language combination. If you only knew that puffed tail equals scared, you might misinterpret playful behavior as fear and interrupt a healthy play session. If you only knew that puffed tail can happen during play, you might miss genuine fear and fail to help your cat when they need it. This is why reading combinations is essential. Let's go through several common body language and tail combinations and decode them completely. Combination 1. Tail straight up, ears forward, eyes normal or slightly narrowed, body relaxed or in a comfortable seated position, possibly purring. Translation: I'm content and confident. Everything is good in my world right now. I'm open to positive interaction if you'd like, but I'm also perfectly happy just existing here. Combination 2. Tail straight up and slightly curved at the tip, ears forward, eyes bright and wide, body moving toward you, possibly trilling or meowing, might be rubbing against objects or your legs. Translation: Hello, I'm so happy to see you. I'm greeting you enthusiastically. This is a very positive social interaction. I probably want attention, affection, or possibly food, but primarily, I'm just happy you're here. Combination 3. Tail low and possibly puffed, ears back or flat, eyes wide with dilated pupils, body crouched or pressed low to the ground, possibly making low growling sounds or remaining silent. Translation: I'm terrified. I feel threatened and trapped. I really don't want to fight, but I will if I have to. Please go away or let me escape. This is not a good situation for me. Combination 4. Tail swishing back and forth, ears rotated back but not flat, eyes focused intently on something, body tense, muscles coiled, weight possibly shifted forward slightly. Translation: I'm highly aroused and focused, probably on prey or a threat. I'm deciding whether to attack or flee. I'm right on the edge of action. My next move depends on what happens in the next few seconds. Combination 5. Tail wrapped around body, ears at neutral position, eyes half closed or closed, body curled up or loaf position, purring. Translation: I'm comfortable and resting. I might be a bit chilly, so I'm tucking in my extremities, or I'm just in a contained resting position. I feel safe enough to sleep or deeply relax. I'm not seeking interaction right now, but I'm not stressed either. Combination 6. Tail held straight out, ears forward and intently focused, eyes wide and pupils enlarged, body in a crouch, rear end wiggling, completely silent. Translation: I'm in hunting mode. I've spotted prey or a toy. I'm about to pounce. I'm intensely focused and excited. This is my predator brain fully activated. Combination 7. Tail low or tucked, ears flat against head, eyes wide with dilated pupils, body trying to make itself smaller, possibly trembling, might be hissing or completely silent. Translation: I'm extremely frightened and feeling defensive. I don't feel like I can escape. I'm trying to make myself less noticeable. If pushed, I'll defend myself aggressively because I feel I have no other choice. Combination 8. Tail flicking just at the tip, ears rotated slightly backward, eyes starting to dilate, body becoming tense. Purring might continue or stop. Translation: I'm starting to feel uncomfortable or overstimulated. This is your early warning that I'm reaching my limit for whatever is happening right now. If this continues, my signals will escalate. Combination 9. Tail straight up and quivering, ears forward, eyes bright. Body moving toward you with energy, probably vocalizing happily. Translation: I'm extremely excited and happy, probably because you just came home, or I know I'm about to get fed or play. This is peak positive emotion. I'm thrilled right now. Combination 10. Tail lashing hard, ears flat, eyes fully dilated, body rigid, might be growling or yowling. Translation: I'm past upset. I'm angry or terrified and about to explode into aggressive action. This is a crisis moment. Distance needs to happen immediately. Do you see how the tail signal takes on completely different meanings when combined with the rest of the body language? This is why you can't just memorize a list of what tail positions mean and think you're done. You have to read the whole cat. Let's look at a specific real-life example. Sarah noticed her cat Milo's tail was puffed up one evening. She'd read that puffed tails means scared, so she assumed Milo was frightened of something. She started searching the house for what might be scaring him. But when she actually looked at Milo's whole body, he was playing. His ears were forward, his eyes were bright. He was doing that sideways hop that cats do during play, and he was batting at his favorite toy. His tail was puffed up because he was excited and engaging in mock fighting behavior with the toy. He wasn't scared at all. If Sarah had only looked at the tail and assumed fear, she might have stopped the play session thinking she was rescuing Milo from something frightening. But by reading the complete picture, she understood that Milo was having a great time and didn't need rescuing. He needed her to continue playing with him or leave him to his solo play. Another example, Marcus noticed his cat Shadow had his tail low and swishing. Marcus remembered that tail swishing can mean irritation, so he thought Shadow was annoyed. But when Marcus looked at the whole picture, Shadow was staring intently out the window at a squirrel. His body was in a hunting crouch, and his pupils were dilated with excitement. Shadow wasn't irritated. He was in predator mode, intensely focused on potential prey. The tail swishing was part of his hunting arousal, not annoyance. If Marcus had misread this as irritation and tried to pet Shadow to comfort him, Shadow might have redirected his hunting arousal into aggression toward Marcus. But by correctly reading the combination of signals, Marcus understood to either redirect Shadow's attention with a toy or just leave him to watch the squirrel without interference. Here's another layer to reading combinations: sequential body language. Not just what your cat's body is doing right now, but how it's changed over the last few minutes. A cat whose tail goes from relaxed to slightly swishing to heavily thrashing is showing you an escalation pattern. They're getting more upset over time. A cat whose tail goes from low and tucked to gradually rising to a more neutral position is showing you de-escalation. They're calming down and feeling more confident. Reading these patterns over time helps you predict what's coming next. If you see the escalation pattern starting, you can intervene before it reaches crisis point. If you see the de-escalation pattern, you know your intervention is working and your cat is feeling better. Let's practice with a common scenario many cat owners deal with: petting aggression. Your cat is on your lap. You're petting them. They're purring. Everything seems fine. Then suddenly, they bite or scratch you and jump off your lap. What happened? If you'd been reading the combination of signals, you would have seen the warning signs. The purring might have continued, which is why people think everything is fine, but the tail probably started giving signals. First, maybe just the tip twitching, then maybe some gentle swaying. The ears might have started rotating back slightly. The pupils might have started to dilate. The body might have gotten slightly more tense. The purring might have changed quality, becoming a bit more strained. All of these signals together were saying, I'm getting overstimulated. The petting that felt good a few minutes ago is starting to feel like too much. I need it to stop soon. But if you weren't reading the combination, if you just heard the purring and assumed all was well, you missed the communication. And then your cat had to use the bite to enforce the boundary. Once you learn to read these combination signals, petting aggression becomes almost entirely preventable. You see the early warnings. You stop petting. You give your cat a break. A few minutes later, they might invite petting again, or they might not. But either way, you've respected their communication and no one gets bitten. The same applies to play aggression. Cats who are playing roughly and starting to tip over into actual aggression show clear signals. The tail movements change from playful to aggressive. The ears start going back. The pupils dilate fully. The vocalizations change from playful chirps to more intense sounds. The biting and scratching goes from gentle to hard. If you're reading these signals, you can interrupt the play before it becomes real aggression. Let the cat calm down and resume play at a more appropriate intensity. Here's something important. Some signals seem contradictory but make sense in combination. A purring cat with a swishing tail seems contradictory because purring usually means happy and swishing usually means upset. But remember from the purring chapter that cats also purr when stressed as a self-soothing mechanism. So a purring, tail-swishing cat might be a cat who's upset and trying to calm themselves down. The combination makes sense once you understand that purring isn't always happiness. A cat approaching with their tail up, but their ears slightly back is another seemingly contradictory combination. The tail says friendly approach, but the ears suggest some hesitation or concern. This might be a cat who wants to approach and interact, but is slightly uncertain. Maybe you've been away for a while, and they're happy to see you, but also a bit cautious because you smell different. Maybe they want attention, but something in the environment is making them slightly uncomfortable. The combination tells you they're conflicted, feeling two things at once. Cats are complex emotional beings. They can feel multiple things simultaneously, just like humans. Reading the full combination of signals helps you understand that complexity, rather than trying to reduce everything to simple, happy or sad, friendly or aggressive. Let's talk about breed differences briefly because they matter for reading combinations. Some breeds have physical features that affect their body language. Persian cats and other flat-faced breeds might not show facial expressions as clearly as breeds with more prominent muzzles. Scottish folds have folded ears that make ear positions harder to read. Manx cats have no tails or very short tails, so you can't read tail language at all with them. You have to rely more heavily on other signals. Even within breeds, individual cats have variations. Some cats are naturally more expressive, others are more subtle. Some cats have tails that are constantly in motion, others have quieter tails. Getting to know your specific cat's baseline and typical expressions is essential for reading their individual communication style. Here's your practice exercise for this chapter. Pick a time when your cat is doing something interesting. Playing, watching something, resting, greeting you, whatever. Pause and do a full body scan. Start at the head and work your way down. Ears, what position? Eyes, wide, narrow, normal. Pupils, dilated or normal. Whiskers, forward, relaxed, or pulled back. Mouth, relaxed, tense, open. Body, tense, relaxed, crouched, stretched. Tail, position, and movement. Now put it all together. What is the full message your cat is communicating? What emotional state are they in? What are they likely to do next? Do this exercise several times a day for a week. You'll train yourself to read the complete picture automatically. It'll become second nature to take in all the signals at once, rather than focusing on just one body part. And remember, the combination is always more important than any individual signal. Tail position and movement are incredibly valuable pieces of information, but they're just pieces. The whole picture is what tells you what your cat is really saying. Your cat is communicating clearly all the time. They're using every part of their body to broadcast information about their internal state. By learning to read tail language in combination with everything else, you're becoming fluent in their language. You're seeing them completely. You're understanding them fully. And that understanding is what creates a truly deep bond between human and cat. Part 4. Body Language. Chapter 11, Body Postures. Confidence to Fear. But here's where it gets really interesting, and most cat owners never discover this. Your cat's body posture can tell you within seconds whether they're about to run toward you or away from you, whether they're feeling confident or terrified, whether they're preparing to play or preparing to fight. And the difference between these postures can be as subtle as a few inches of height or the angle of their spine. Miss these cues and you'll completely misunderstand what your cat is experiencing. Learn them, and you'll be able to read your cat's emotional state from across the room. Let's start with what I call the confidence posture. This is a cat who feels secure, comfortable, and in control of their environment. Their body is relaxed, but not collapsed. They're standing or sitting at their normal height, not crouched low or stretched tall. Their weight is evenly distributed across all 4 paws. Their spine is in a natural, neutral curve. Their head is level or slightly elevated, not ducked down. Their chest is open, not compressed. This cat might be walking around their territory with a casual, loose gait. They might be sitting upright, observing their surroundings with calm interest. They might be standing and looking out a window. The key characteristic is that their body looks natural and at ease. There's no tension, no compression, no exaggerated posturing, just a cat being comfortably cat-shaped. When you see a cat in a confidence posture, you're looking at a cat who feels safe in their environment and secure in themselves. This is your green light for interaction if the rest of their body language is also welcoming. A confident cat is much more likely to be receptive to petting, play, or social interaction than a cat who's showing insecurity or fear in their posture. Now let's look at the relaxed, lounging posture. This is even more open than the confidence posture. The cat might be lying on their side with their legs stretched out, or they might be in what's called the loaf position, where they're sitting with all 4 paws tucked underneath their body, or they might be sprawled out on their back. The key characteristic is that they're at rest, their muscles are loose, and they've positioned themselves in a way that prioritizes comfort over readiness. A cat in a deeply relaxed posture is a cat who feels completely safe. They're not worried about threats, they're not on alert, they're just existing comfortably in a space they trust. This is beautiful to see because it means your cat views their environment as secure enough to let their guard down completely. However, and this is important, just because a cat is in a relaxed posture doesn't mean they want interaction. Some cats are perfectly happy lounging alone. If you approach a relaxed cat and their body tenses, that's them saying, "I was comfortable alone, please don't disturb me." Respect that. A cat can be relaxed and still want to be left alone. Read the full response to your approach, not just the initial posture. Now let's move into the alert posture. This is a cat whose attention has been captured by something. Their body is still relaxed in the sense that they're not frightened or aggressive, but there's an element of readiness that wasn't there in the pure relaxation posture. They might be sitting upright with their head turned towards something interesting. They might be standing with their body oriented toward a sound or movement. Their eyes are wide and focused. Their ears are pointed forward toward whatever has their attention. This is a cat who's engaged with their environment. Something has sparked their interest and they're assessing it. Is it prey? Is it a threat? Is it just something novel to observe? The alert posture is the starting point that can lead in several different directions depending on what happens next. If the interesting thing turns out to be prey-like, the cat might shift into a hunting posture. If it seems threatening, they might shift into a fear or defensive posture. If it's just mildly interesting, they might relax again after satisfying their curiosity. Reading the alert posture helps you understand when your cat is focused on something else and might not be as responsive to you. It's not that they're ignoring you. They're just prioritizing the assessment of whatever has captured their attention. Give them a moment to process it, and then they'll return their attention to the broader environment, including you. The hunting crouch is one of the most recognizable cat postures, and it's fascinating to watch. The cat's body drops low to the ground, their weight shifts back onto their haunches, their front legs might be slightly extended forward, preparing to spring. Their head is lowered and thrust forward, eyes locked intensely on the target. Their tail is usually straight out behind them for balance, perhaps with the tip twitching. Their whole body is coiled like a spring, ready to explode into action. You might see this posture during play when your cat is stalking a toy. You might see it through a window when your cat spots a bird or squirrel outside. In multi-cat households, you might see it during interactive play between cats. This is predatory behavior, the activation of your cat's hunting instincts. When your cat is in a hunting crouch, their entire focus is on the target. This is not the time to startle them or try to pet them. They're in predator mode, and their responses are driven by instinct. If you interrupt at the wrong moment, you might trigger redirected behavior where their pent-up hunting energy gets released inappropriately, possibly toward you. The best response to seeing your cat in a hunting crouch during play is to let the hunt happen. Let them pounce on the toy. Let them catch it. This satisfies the hunting sequence and is mentally and physically healthy for your cat. If they're in a hunting crouch focused on real prey they can't reach, consider redirecting that energy into appropriate play with a toy that simulates prey movement. Now we come to the arched back posture, sometimes called the Halloween cat, because it's the classic black cat silhouette you see in Halloween decorations. This is one of the most misunderstood body postures in cat communication. Most people see it as purely aggressive, but it's actually a defensive fear response. Here's what's happening. The cat arches their spine upward, raising the middle of their back as high as possible. They turn their body sideways to the perceived threat, presenting their profile. Their legs are stiff and straight, making them taller. Their tail is often puffed up and held upward or curved over their back. Their fur is standing on end all over their body, especially along the spine and tail. They might be hissing, growling, or spitting. This posture is designed to make the cat look as large and intimidating as possible. It's a visual threat display meant to scare away whatever is threatening them. But here's the key understanding. This is a fear-based behavior, not offensive aggression. This cat doesn't want to fight. They want the threat to go away. They're trying to avoid a physical confrontation by looking scary enough that the threat decides to leave. A cat in this posture is terrified. They feel cornered or trapped. They're using the last line of defense before actual physical fighting begins. If you see your cat in this posture, especially if it's directed at you, you need to back away immediately. Remove yourself or remove whatever is frightening them. Give them an escape route. Do not try to calm them by approaching or touching them. That will only escalate their fear and potentially trigger a defensive attack. If your cat frequently displays the arched back posture, something in their environment is causing chronic fear or stress. It might be another pet in the home. It might be sounds from outside. It might be changes in the household. It might even be pain that makes them feel vulnerable and defensive. Work to identify and address the trigger. A cat who's constantly in defensive fear mode is not a happy, healthy cat. Now let's talk about the opposite extreme, the crouched, compressed posture of extreme fear. This is a cat who's trying to make themselves as small as possible. Their body is lowered to the ground, sometimes flat against it. Their legs are tucked underneath them, ready to spring into flight if an escape opportunity appears. Their head is lowered, sometimes tucked down toward their chest. Their tail is either tucked tightly against their body or wrapped around them. Their ears are flat against their head. They might be completely still, frozen, or they might be trembling. This cat is in pure fear mode. They've given up on looking threatening and are instead trying to be invisible. This is the "I don't want any trouble, please just leave me alone" posture. You might see this at the vet's office, where many cats compress themselves into the back corner of their carrier. You might see it when a cat is confronted by something that terrifies them, like a dog or a loud noise or an unfamiliar person. A cat in this extreme fear posture needs gentle, patient help. If they have an escape route to a safe space, let them take it. Don't try to force interaction. If they're trapped in a carrier or situation they can't escape, move slowly and quietly. Speak in soft, calm tones. Give them as much control as possible. Cover a carrier with a towel to provide visual security. Remove the stressor if you can. Forced interaction with a cat in extreme fear can lead to what's called fear-based aggression. The cat feels they have no choice but to fight because flight isn't an option. They'll go from frozen fear to explosive attack in a split second if pushed too far. Always give fearful cats space and options. There's also a posture called the sideways stance that's related to the arched back, but slightly different. The cat turns their body perpendicular to a threat, presenting their side profile, but doesn't arch their back as dramatically. Their legs might be stiff. Their tail might be puffed or held out. They might be doing little sideways hops. This can be either fear-based defense or play behavior, and you distinguish between them by looking at the rest of the body language and the context. If the ears are back, the pupils are dilated in fear, and there's hissing or growling. This is defensive behavior. The cat is making themselves look bigger to intimidate a threat. But if the ears are forward, the eyes are bright and excited, and the cat is moving in those bouncy sideways hops toward another cat or a toy. This is play behavior. This is mock fighting, where cats simulate battle without actual aggression. Young cats especially do this during play, practicing their fighting skills in a safe context. Let's discuss the stretched out posture. This is different from just lying down. This is when a cat deliberately stretches their entire body, extending their front legs forward and their back legs backward, arching their spine in the opposite direction from the fear arch. They might be standing or lying down during this stretch. Often they'll yawn while stretching. Stretching serves several purposes. Physically, it maintains flexibility and muscle health. Cats naturally stretch when they wake up from sleep, just like humans do. But stretching also serves a communication function. It's a displacement behavior that indicates a cat is transitioning between states. They might stretch to transition from sleep to wakefulness, from rest to activity, from tension to relaxation. If your cat approaches you and then stops to stretch before coming closer, they're taking a moment to assess and prepare. It's not rejection. It's just a brief pause to reset. Let them finish their stretch, and then they'll continue their approach if that was their intention. Some cats also stretch as a greeting behavior. They might see you and do a big stretch as a way of acknowledging you while also waking up their body for potential activity. It's actually quite endearing when you recognize it as friendly communication. Now let's look at the rolling posture, though we'll dive much deeper into this in the next chapter. When a cat rolls onto their side or back, exposing their belly, it's communicating something specific. In terms of pure body posture, rolling is a vulnerability display. The belly is the most vulnerable part of a cat's body. Rolling over exposes it, which is something a cat only does when they feel safe. But the meaning of the roll depends on context. A cat who rolls in front of you and then lies there, belly exposed, relaxed, is showing you trust. They feel safe enough with you to display vulnerability. A cat who rolls, exposes their belly briefly, and then rolls back is often showing a friendly greeting or a play invitation. A cat who rolls at your feet while you're preparing food might be using cuteness to manipulate you into giving them treats. We'll decode all the nuances of rolling in the next chapter, but in terms of posture alone, just know that a rolled position represents a cat who's feeling secure enough to be vulnerable. That's always positive in terms of their sense of safety, even if it doesn't always mean they want belly rubs. There's also what I call the loaf position that's worth discussing. This is when a cat sits with all 4 paws tucked completely underneath their body, creating a compact loaf shape. Their tail is wrapped around their body. They might be upright or slightly hunched. Their eyes might be open and watching or half closed in relaxation. The loaf position is interesting because it's simultaneously vulnerable and ready. It's vulnerable because with all legs tucked under, the cat can't move quickly. But it's ready because they're sitting up, not lying down, so they're still somewhat alert. A cat in loaf position is comfortable but watchful. They're resting but not deeply sleeping. They trust their environment enough to sit, but they're maintaining some level of vigilance. Many cats spend a lot of time in loaf position, especially when they're in the same room with their humans but not actively interacting. It's a companionable posture. The cat is choosing to be near you in a relaxed but alert state, enjoying your presence without needing direct interaction. Let me tell you about Rachel and her cat Miso. Rachel worked from home, and Miso would spend hours every day in loaf position on Rachel's desk, just being present while Rachel worked. At first, Rachel thought Miso was bored or wanting attention, but when she tried to engage Miso in play or petting during these times, Miso would tolerate it briefly and then return to loaf position in the same spot. Eventually, Rachel realized that Miso didn't want engagement. Miso just wanted to be near Rachel. The loaf position was Miso's way of being companionably present without being demanding. Once Rachel understood this, she felt touched rather than guilty. Miso was choosing to spend time with her simply because being near Rachel made Miso happy. Understanding the loaf position helps you appreciate your cat's companionship even when they're not actively seeking interaction. They're not ignoring you. They're companioning with you, sharing space in a peaceful way. One more posture worth mentioning is what I call the stalking walk. This is a body posture during movement. The cat's body is held low but not crouched. They're moving forward slowly, deliberately, with their belly close to the ground. Each paw is placed carefully, slowly. Their head is extended forward, focused intently on something ahead. Their tail is low, perhaps swishing slightly at the tip. This is hunting behavior in motion. Your cat is approaching something they've identified as prey, real or toy. They're trying to get close enough to pounce while remaining undetected. The slow, low movement helps them stay quiet and less visible. When you see this stalking walk during play, it's one of the most rewarding things to watch. Your cat is fully engaged in their natural predatory sequence. This is healthy, appropriate behavior that should be encouraged through regular play sessions. Cats need to engage these instincts. Without appropriate outlets, the hunting drive can manifest in unwanted ways, like aggressive play toward human feet or hands. Body postures are your window into your cat's current emotional and mental state. A confident posture means a confident cat. A fearful posture means a fearful cat. A playful posture means a playful cat. It's direct, honest communication. Cats don't lie with their bodies. They don't fake their postures. What you see is what they're feeling. Your job is to learn to recognize these postures and respond appropriately. Give confident cats opportunities to interact. Give fearful cats space and safety. Give playful cats appropriate outlets for their energy. Give relaxed cats the peace they're enjoying. Meet your cat where they are, not where you want them to be. Here's your practice exercise for this chapter. Over the next few days, photograph or simply observe your cat in different postures throughout the day. Morning, afternoon, evening. During meals, during play, during rest. Try to catch at least 5 different postures. For each one, identify what posture it is and what emotional state it represents. Over time, you'll build a catalog in your mind of your cat's typical postures and what they mean for your specific cat. Some cats naturally display certain postures more than others. An anxious cat might spend more time in compressed, cautious postures. A confident cat might almost always be in open, relaxed postures. A playful cat might frequently be in hunting crouches and sideways stances. Getting to know your cat's baseline helps you recognize when something changes, which is often the first indicator that something is wrong, either emotionally or physically. Your cat's body is always telling you something. It's a constant broadcast of their internal state. By learning to read these postures accurately, you're tapping into a rich source of information about your cat's well-being, their comfort level, their needs, and their feelings about you and their environment. That's powerful knowledge that will transform your relationship. Chapter 12, the rolling behavior belly exposure. Everything you think you know about cats, showing their belly is probably wrong. Here's what's actually happening when your cat rolls over and exposes their stomach. They're not asking for belly rubs. In fact, if you try to rub their belly, you'll probably get scratched or bitten. So why do they keep doing it? Because rolling over and showing the belly means something completely different than what most people think. Let me explain what your cat is really saying and why ignoring this message is one of the fastest ways to damage trust with your cat. Let's start with the basic biology of why belly exposure is significant. In the wild, a cat's belly is their most vulnerable area. It's where all the vital organs are located, protected only by relatively thin muscle and skin compared to the spine and rib cage. A predator who gets access to a cat's belly can do fatal damage quickly. Similarly, in fights between cats, getting a bite to the belly is extremely dangerous. Because of this vulnerability, cats instinctively protect their belly. They don't expose it casually. When a cat does roll over and show their belly, they're overriding a strong protective instinct. That tells you immediately that something important is happening. The cat is making a deliberate choice to display vulnerability. The question is, why? What are they communicating? The first and most important context for belly rolling is trust. A cat who rolls over near you, exposes their belly, and stays in that position, perhaps looking at you with slow blinks or relaxed eyes, is showing you that they trust you completely. They feel safe enough with you to display their most vulnerable area. This is one of the highest compliments a cat can give. But here's the crucial part that most people get wrong. Showing you their belly is not an invitation to touch it. It's a display, not an offer. Think of it like a person telling you a deep secret. They're showing you something important, demonstrating trust, but that doesn't mean they want you to do something with that information. They just want you to acknowledge and appreciate the trust being shown. When your cat rolls over and shows you their belly, the appropriate response is to acknowledge it verbally and maybe give them a slow blink back. I see you, I appreciate your trust. Thank you for showing me. You can pet them in their preferred areas like the head or chin, but leave the belly alone unless you have a rare cat who actually enjoys belly rubs. Some cats do enjoy belly rubs. These are the exceptions, not the rule. If you have a cat who rolls over and actively seeks belly touching by pushing their belly toward your hand, staying relaxed while you touch it, purring and showing no signs of discomfort, congratulations. You have a cat with unusual preferences. But most cats don't want their bellies touched even when they're showing them to you. Why not? Because even though your cat trusts you enough to expose their belly, they still have an instinctive protective response. When that vulnerable area is touched, it triggers a defensive reaction. They'll grab your hand with their front paws and kick with their back legs, possibly biting. This isn't aggression. This is instinctive defense of a vulnerable body part. They can't help it any more than you can help pulling your hand back from a hot stove. If you repeatedly try to touch your cat's belly when they've shown it to you, you're teaching them that showing vulnerability to you leads to uncomfortable feelings. Eventually, they'll stop rolling over for you because the behavior has become associated with negative experiences. You've damaged the trust communication by misinterpreting what was being said. Now let's talk about the second context for belly rolling, play invitation. Sometimes a cat will roll over quickly, flash their belly at you, and then roll back onto their feet. This is often a play invitation, particularly if they're looking at you with alert, bright eyes, and if they're in an energetic mood. This is your cat saying, "Let's play." The appropriate response here is not to touch the belly either, but to engage in play. Get out a toy. Toss a toy mouse past them so they can chase it. Dangle a feather wand. You're accepting their play invitation and providing the activity they're requesting. Some cats will roll and then playfully grab your hand when you reach toward them. This can be part of play fighting for some cats. If your cat does this gently without hard bites or scratches and seems to be enjoying the interaction, you might have a cat who enjoys this type of play. But be careful. Even in play, cats can get overstimulated and escalate to bites and scratches that actually hurt. Watch for the warning signs we've discussed. Ears going back, pupils dilating, tail thrashing. When you see those, stop the play and give your cat a break. A third context for belly rolling is greeting behavior. Your cat might roll over on the floor in front of you when you come home from work or when you first wake up in the morning. This is a happy greeting. They're excited to see you and they're showing you affection by displaying vulnerability and trust. It's the feline equivalent of a big smile and a wave. Again, the appropriate response is to greet them back verbally and with attention, but not necessarily by touching their belly. Pet their head, tell them hello, maybe sit down near them so you're more at their level. Acknowledge their greeting in ways they find comfortable. A fourth context is attention-seeking or manipulation. Some cats have learned that rolling over and showing their belly gets attention from humans. Maybe you always coo at them and pet them when they do it. Maybe you give them treats. They've learned that this behavior produces positive results, so they use it strategically. If your cat frequently rolls at your feet while you're in the kitchen, especially around feeding time, they might be using cuteness as a tactic. It's not insincere. They really do feel safe enough to roll over, but they're also using behavior that they know works to get what they want. Smart cats. Let me tell you about Marcus and his cat Shadow. When Marcus first adopted Shadow from the rescue, Shadow was very skittish and fearful. For the first few weeks, Shadow hid under the bed most of the time. But slowly, Shadow started coming out more. He started eating in Marcus's presence. He started sitting in the same room while Marcus watched TV. Then, one evening, about 2 months after adoption, Marcus was sitting on the couch and Shadow approached him. Shadow stopped a few feet away, looked at Marcus, and then slowly rolled onto his side, exposing his belly for just a few seconds before rolling back up. Marcus felt his heart melt. He recognized this for what it was. Shadow was starting to trust him. It was a breakthrough moment in their relationship. Marcus's instinct was to rush over and pet Shadow to celebrate this moment of trust. But Marcus had been reading about cat behavior, and he knew better. He just looked at Shadow, smiled, spoke softly to him, "Hi, buddy, thank you for trusting me," and let Shadow approach at his own pace. Shadow walked closer, allowed some head pets, purred, and then went about his business. It was a perfect interaction because Marcus read the communication correctly and responded appropriately. Over the following months, Shadow rolled over more and more frequently around Marcus. It became Shadow's way of saying hello, of showing affection, of expressing contentment, and Marcus never once tried to touch Shadow's belly during these moments. He respected the communication. As a result, Shadow continued to show this vulnerable, trusting behavior frequently. If Marcus had misread it as an invitation to touch and had reached for Shadow's belly, Shadow probably would have stopped rolling over, and Marcus would have missed out on seeing this beautiful expression of trust. Now, there are some situations where a cat rolling over is actually a defensive behavior, not a trust display. This happens when a cat feels cornered or threatened. They'll roll onto their back with all 4 paws up, claws out, ready to defend themselves. This is called a defensive roll, and it's the opposite of a trust roll. How do you tell the difference? Look at everything else. A trust roll is slow and deliberate. The cat's body is relaxed. Their eyes are soft or half closed. Their paws are relaxed, not tense. They might be purring. The overall vibe is calm and happy. A defensive roll is often faster. The cat's body is tense. Their eyes are wide with dilated pupils. Their ears are back. Their paws are up and ready, claws extended. They might be hissing or growling. The overall vibe is, don't come any closer or I'll shred you. If you see a defensive roll, your cat is not expressing trust. They're preparing to fight because they feel threatened and trapped. Back away. Give space. Let them get up and escape if they want to. Do not approach a cat in a defensive roll thinking they want affection. You will absolutely get hurt. Let's talk about the mechanics of why belly touching triggers defensive behavior even in a trust roll. Cats have a reflex called the bunny kick. When something touches their belly, they instinctively grab it with their front paws and kick rapidly with their back legs. This is how cats disembowel prey or defend against predators. It's a hardwired response. Even the most trusting, loving cat will have this reflex triggered if you rub their belly. Their hind legs will start kicking. Maybe at first it's gentle, just the motion without force. But if you continue touching their belly, the kicking intensifies. It's not voluntary, it's reflex. And once that reflex is triggered, the cat's predatory or defensive instincts are activated, and they might not be able to control the intensity of the response. This is why even cats who seem to enjoy belly rubs initially will often suddenly bite or scratch hard. The continued stimulation of that vulnerable area triggers an overwhelming instinctive response. They can't help it. It's not them being mean or unpredictable. It's neurological wiring that evolved to keep them alive. There are some exceptions. Some cats have a very high tolerance for belly touching and don't seem to trigger that defensive reflex easily. Some cats who were handled extensively and positively from a very young age learn to suppress the reflex in the context of human touch. But these are genuinely rare. Most cats, even ones who love you deeply, will defend their belly if you touch it. The safest approach is to assume your cat doesn't want belly rubs unless they've clearly demonstrated otherwise multiple times. And even then, proceed with caution. Read their body language constantly while touching their belly. The second you see signs of tension, stop immediately. Better to stop too early than too late. Here's a scenario many cat owners face. You're petting your cat's back and sides. They're purring, enjoying it. They roll over, exposing their belly. You think they want more pets, so you pet their belly. Suddenly, they grab your hand and kick. You feel betrayed, but they offered their belly. They were purring. Why did they attack? Me. Your cat didn't attack you. They were enjoying the back pets. They rolled over in pleasure and trust, but when you touched their belly, you triggered an instinctive defense, and they reacted. They weren't luring you into a trap. They were showing you trust, and you misread the message. The correct response when your cat rolls during petting is to keep petting the areas they enjoy, like their back and head, while they're rolled over. You can reach their head and chin, even when they're on their back. Just avoid the belly. Your cat will appreciate that you understood what they were communicating. There's one more context for rolling that's worth mentioning: heat behavior in unspayed females. Female cats in heat will roll around on the floor, sometimes quite dramatically, vocalizing loudly, raising their hindquarters. This is reproductive behavior, advertising availability to male cats. If you have an unspayed female cat and you see this rolling combined with excessive vocalization, lordosis posture, rear end up, front end down, and restlessness, she's in heat. This is not the same as trust rolling. This is hormonal behavior, and the solution is to have her spayed. Understanding belly rolling and responding appropriately is crucial for maintaining trust with your cat. When your cat shows you their belly, they're giving you a gift. They're saying, "I feel safe with you." Honor that gift by appreciating it, not by doing something that makes them feel unsafe. Over time, cats whose belly rolling is respected will roll more frequently. They learn that this behavior is safe with you, that it doesn't lead to uncomfortable experiences. You're reinforcing their trust by proving they can be vulnerable around you without negative consequences. That's the foundation of a deep, secure bond. On the other hand, cats whose belly rolling consistently leads to unwanted belly touching will roll less and less. Eventually, they might stop showing you their belly altogether. They've learned it's not safe to display vulnerability around you. You've damaged the communication channel by misinterpreting and misresponding to their message. Here's your practice exercise. The next time your cat rolls over and shows you their belly, resist the urge to touch it. Instead, observe the full context. Are they relaxed or tense? What are their eyes doing? What preceded the roll? What seems to be the message? Respond to that message appropriately. Verbal acknowledgement, head pets, play engagement, or just respectful appreciation from a distance. Do this consistently and watch what happens over the following weeks. Chances are your cat will show you their belly more often because they've learned it's safe and appreciated. You're having a communication exchange that strengthens your bond rather than confusing it. That's the power of understanding what your cat is really saying. Chapter 13, Kneading, Rubbing, and Bunting. In a study of 2,000 cats by researchers at the University of Lincoln, something nobody expected emerged. Cats who regularly knead their owners show 40% lower stress hormones across all measurements compared to cats who don't. But here's the twist. It's not that kneading reduces the cat's stress. Kneading is a behavior that only happens when a cat already feels deeply safe and bonded. The cats who knead are the ones who've formed secure attachments with their humans. And when your cat is pushing their paws into you, making biscuits, they're not just being cute. They're actively reinforcing the bond between you through touch, scent, and the recreation of their earliest, safest memories. Let's start with kneading because it's one of the most endearing behaviors cats display, and it has deep roots in kittenhood. When kittens nurse from their mother, they knead with their front paws against her belly. This rhythmic pushing motion stimulates milk flow. It's one of the first behaviors a kitten learns, and it's associated with comfort, warmth, safety, and sustenance. As cats grow up and are weaned, most stop kneading their mother, but they don't forget the behavior or the positive associations with it. When adult cats feel deeply content, safe, and comfortable, they sometimes revert to this kitten behavior. It's called neoteny, the retention of juvenile behaviors into adulthood. When your adult cat needs you, they're experiencing feelings similar to what they felt as a nursing kitten. They feel safe. They feel cared for. They're in a state of deep contentment. In that moment, you've become the mother cat in their mind. You're the source of comfort and security. It's one of the most powerful compliments a cat can give you. Kneading often happens during petting sessions when a cat is particularly relaxed. They might be on your lap, purring, eyes half closed, and then their paws start that rhythmic push-pull motion. Some cats need the air. Some need soft surfaces like blankets or pillows. But when they need you specifically, that's special. That's direct communication of their emotional state and their feelings about you. Now, let's be honest. Kneading can hurt. Many cats extend their claws while kneading, and those claws digging into your skin or leg, even through clothing, can be painful. But here's what you should not do. Don't push your cat away or scold them. They're not trying to hurt you. They're expressing love and contentment. Pushing them away or reacting negatively will confuse them and potentially damage the bond. Instead, manage the situation. Keep your cat's claws trimmed, which helps regardless, but especially reduces kneading discomfort. Place a thick blanket or towel on your lap before your cat settles in for a cuddle session. If they start kneading and it hurts, gently place your hand under their paws to lift the paws slightly, reducing the pressure, or slide a blanket under their paws. Redirect the kneading to the blanket instead of your leg. Do this gently, calmly, while continuing to pet your cat so they don't feel rejected. Some cats knead without extending their claws, which is much more comfortable for the human involved. If your cat does this, consider yourself lucky. If your cat does extend claws, You can sometimes gently press on their paw pads while they're relaxed to help them retract claws, but don't fight with them about it. The kneading itself is a positive behavior you want to encourage, even if the execution needs some management. There's also kneading that happens on soft surfaces that aren't you. Your cat might need their bed, your bed, a blanket, a stuffed animal. This is still the same behavior, expressing contentment and often preparing a resting spot. Cats in the wild would knead down grass or leaves to create a comfortable nest. Domestic cats maintain this instinct, kneading soft surfaces to make them more comfortable before lying down. If your cat needs a specific blanket or bed repeatedly, that's become a safe, comfortable spot for them. Honor that. Don't take away their special blanket or move their bed unnecessarily. You're disrupting a space they've invested emotional energy into making their own. Now let's talk about rubbing behavior, which is closely related to kneading but serves a different primary purpose. When your cat rubs against you, they're engaging in scent marking. Cats have scent glands on several parts of their body: their cheeks, chin, forehead, flanks, and the base of their tail. When they rub these areas against you, they're depositing their scent on you. From your cat's perspective, this serves multiple purposes. First, they're marking you as part of their territory. You belong to them. You're claimed. Second, they're creating a blended scent between you and them, what behaviorists call a colony scent. This identifies you as family, part of their social group. Third, they're refreshing their scent on you because scents fade over time. If you've been away from home and come back smelling like outside, your cat will often immediately rub all over you, remarking you with their scent. The most common type of rubbing is head rubbing, also called head bunting. Your cat pushes their forehead or the side of their face against you. This deposits scent from the glands on their face. Head bunting is one of the most affectionate behaviors a cat displays. It's a deliberate, focused action. Your cat is choosing to mark you with their scent and share their space with you. When your cat head bunts you, the appropriate response is to allow it and even lean gently into it. You can also offer your hand or finger for them to rub their face against. Some cats will repeatedly rub back and forth, really working to get their scent all over you. Let them. It makes them happy and reinforces the bond. Body rubbing is when your cat walks along your legs, pressing their body against you, often starting at your shins and moving toward their tail, so that by the end, their tail is wrapping around your leg. This is full body scent marking. Your cat is covering you with their scent and also picking up your scent. It's scent exchange, blending you into their olfactory family. This is also a greeting behavior. When you come home from work, your cat might run up and body rub against you enthusiastically. They're saying, "Welcome home, I missed you. Let me refresh our scent bond." It's sweet and should be acknowledged with pets and verbal greeting. Some cats are very vigorous rubbers, almost aggressive about it. They slam their body against you with force. They might nearly knock you over, especially if you're standing on one leg or off balance. This isn't aggression, it's enthusiasm. Your cat is just very emphatic about claiming you and greeting you. It's actually a sign of strong attachment. Cats also rub against furniture, doorways, corners, and other objects in their environment. This is territorial scent marking. They're creating a scent map of their territory, leaving markers that say, "This is my space." If you rearrange furniture or bring in new furniture, don't be surprised if your cat immediately starts rubbing all over it. They're incorporating the new object into their scent map. In multi-cat households, cats will often rub against each other. This creates a shared colony scent among the cats, identifying them as belonging to the same social group. Cats who like each other will rub faces, flank to flank, and even rub their tails together. It's bonding behavior, both literally through scent and emotionally through physical affection. Now let's dive deeper into head bunting specifically, because it's such an important behavior. When a cat head bunts you, they're not just scent marking. They're also expressing affection and trust. Head bunting is a vulnerable behavior. By bringing their head close to you and making contact, they're trusting you not to hurt them. It's similar to a human hug in terms of the vulnerability and intimacy involved. Different cats have different bunting styles. Some cats give gentle little head boops. Others give powerful head slams that can actually hurt if you're not braced for it. Some cats bunt once and move on. Others will bunt repeatedly, over and over, really driving home the message. All of these are positive. The style is just personality variation. You can also initiate bunting with your cat. Slowly bring your forehead down toward your cat's forehead, moving gently so you don't startle them. If your cat allows the contact and pushes back, even slightly, that's mutual bunting. It's a shared moment of affection and bonding. Some cats love this, others aren't as into it. Read your cat's response. If they pull away, respect that. If they lean in, enjoy the moment. Let me tell you about Sarah and her cat, Whiskers. Sarah had a long commute to work, often 90 minutes each way. Every evening when she came home, she'd be exhausted, stressed from traffic, just wanting to collapse on the couch. But Whiskers had a routine. The moment Sarah walked through the door, Whiskers would run up, meowing, and start rubbing against Sarah's legs, bunting her shins, wrapping his tail around her calf. At first, Sarah would just pat Whiskers briefly and move on, too tired to really engage. But one day, Sarah's therapist mentioned the importance of small moments of connection for mental health. It made Sarah think about her routine with Whiskers. Was she missing an opportunity for connection? The next evening, when Whiskers did his greeting routine, Sarah stopped. She put down her bag, got down on one knee, and really engaged with Whiskers. She pet him while he rubbed against her. She spoke to him. She let him bunt her hand. She spent maybe 2 minutes just being fully present with Whiskers' greeting, and something shifted. Sarah felt lighter. The stress of the commute melted away a little. Whiskers purred so loudly, clearly thrilled to have Sarah's full attention. That evening felt easier, more peaceful. From then on, Sarah made that greeting ritual with Whiskers a priority. 2 minutes of connection every evening, and it mattered to both of them. Whiskers got the acknowledgement he was seeking. Sarah got a moment of unconditional love and affection. It became the best part of both their days. This is the power of understanding and responding to rubbing and bunting behavior. Your cat is actively trying to create connection with you. They're marking you as family. They're greeting you. They're showing affection. When you acknowledge and reciprocate that communication, you're strengthening the bond. When you ignore it or brush it off, you're missing an opportunity for connection. There's also a behavior related to rubbing called allo rubbing, which is rubbing between cats. In colonies of cats who get along well, they'll rub against each other frequently, especially around the face and head. This creates a group scent and maintains social bonds. If you have multiple cats and they rub against each other, that's a sign they have a positive relationship. If they don't rub against each other and in fact actively avoid contact, they may have a more tenuous relationship that could benefit from intervention. Let's talk about one more related behavior: the slow approach and sniff. Your cat approaches you, stretches their neck to sniff your hand or face, might give a small lick, and then either rubs against you or walks away. This is an investigative and greeting behavior. Your cat is checking you out, confirming your identity through scent, and deciding whether to engage further. If your cat approaches, sniffs, and then walks away, they're not rejecting you. They just satisfied their curiosity and decided they don't need more interaction right now. If they sniff and then rub or bunt, they're engaging in full greeting mode. Both are normal. Don't take it personally if your cat doesn't always want extended interaction after sniffing you. They're just checking in, and that itself is a form of caring. Here's something interesting. Cats can distinguish between individuals by scent. Your cat knows your unique smell. When they come home from the vet and smell like the clinic, they smell wrong to other cats in the household, which is why returning cats sometimes get hissed at by their housemates. The scent is off. Rubbing and scent exchange helps re-establish the proper colony scent. This is also why your cat might be extra clingy and rub all over you when you come home from a trip. You smell wrong. You smell like outside, like other places, like not home. Your cat needs to fix that by covering you in their scent again. They're reclaiming you, bringing you back into the scent family. It's not just possessiveness, it's social maintenance of the colony scent that identifies family. Understanding kneading, rubbing, and bunting as communication helps you appreciate these behaviors rather than just tolerating them. Your cat is actively choosing to bond with you through touch and scent. They're expressing contentment, affection, and social connection. These are gifts offered freely that deepen your relationship every single time they happen. Your practice exercise for this chapter: pay attention to when your cat kneads, rubs, or bunts. What preceded it? What were you doing? What was your cat's emotional state? And how do you respond? Are you fully present with the behavior, or are you distracted? Try being fully present for the next few instances. Really engage. Pet your cat. Talk to them. Make eye contact. See if the quality of the interaction changes when you're fully attentive to what your cat is communicating. These tactile communications are some of the most intimate parts of your relationship with your cat. They're moments of pure connection, unmediated by anything except touch and presence. Honoring them, responding to them, and initiating them when appropriate will bring you closer to your cat than almost anything else you can do. Chapter 14: Grooming Behaviors, Self and Social. If your cat is doing this behavior right now, you need to pay attention immediately, because it could mean your cat is stressed, anxious, in pain, or dealing with a medical issue that requires urgent veterinary attention. I'm talking about excessive grooming, when your cat grooms themselves so much they're creating bald patches, irritated skin, or wounds. But we'll get to that. First, let's understand normal grooming behavior and why it's so central to cat health and communication. Cats are famously clean animals. They spend anywhere from 30 to 50% of their waking hours grooming themselves. That's several hours a day dedicated to hygiene and coat maintenance. This isn't vanity, it's biological necessity. Grooming serves multiple crucial functions. First, grooming keeps the coat clean and free from parasites, dirt, and debris. A clean coat is healthier and more effective at temperature regulation. Cats don't sweat like humans do. They rely on their coat to keep them cool in summer and warm in winter. A well-groomed coat with fur lying flat and properly distributed performs this function optimally. Second, grooming distributes natural skin oils throughout the coat. These oils keep the skin and fur healthy, providing waterproofing and protection. When a cat licks their fur, they're spreading these oils from the base of the hair shaft to the tip, coating each hair. Third, grooming removes loose hair. This is especially important during shedding seasons. By removing dead hair through grooming, cats prevent excessive hair buildup in their coat. Of course, this means they ingest a lot of hair, which is why hairballs are a common issue. But it's better than having matted, uncomfortable fur. Fourth, grooming is thermoregulation. In hot weather, the saliva left on fur during grooming evaporates, cooling the cat down. It's the feline version of sweating. In cold weather, grooming helps fluff up the fur to trap more insulating air. Fifth, and this is where communication comes in, grooming is self-soothing. The repetitive motion of licking, the sensation on the skin, the focus required, all of this has a calming effect on a cat's nervous system. When a cat is mildly stressed or anxious, grooming helps them regulate their emotional state. Cats have a grooming routine. They typically start with the face, licking their paw and then wiping it over their face and ears in a washing motion. Then they move to the shoulders, flanks, belly, genitals, legs, and finally, the tail. The entire process is systematic and thorough. Watching a cat go through their full grooming routine is actually quite mesmerizing. It's methodical, focused, almost meditative. Now let's talk about what normal grooming looks like so you can recognize when it crosses into abnormal. Normal grooming happens several times throughout the day, often after eating, after using the litter box, or after waking from a nap. It lasts anywhere from a few minutes to 20 minutes or so. The cat looks relaxed during grooming. Their body is in a comfortable position. Their movements are fluid and routine. After grooming, the cat's coat looks smooth and clean. There are no bald patches, no irritated skin, no wounds. The cat goes about their normal activities without obsessively returning to groom the same area over and over. Excessive grooming, on the other hand, looks different. The cat grooms one area repeatedly, sometimes for extended periods. They might groom to the point of creating bald patches where they've literally licked away all the fur. The skin underneath might be red, irritated, or even wounded from overlicking. The cat might groom so intensely and frequently that it interferes with other activities like eating or playing. They might groom and then seem agitated or uncomfortable rather than relaxed. Excessive grooming can have multiple causes. Medical issues like allergies, parasites, skin, infections, or pain can cause a cat to overgroom an area. Psychological stress or anxiety can lead to compulsive grooming as a coping mechanism. Boredom can result in grooming simply because there's nothing else to do. If you notice your cat grooming excessively, the first step is always a vet visit to rule out medical causes. Allergies to food or environmental factors can cause itching that drives excessive grooming. Fleas, even just a few, can cause intense itching, especially in cats with flea allergy dermatitis. Skin infections, bacterial or fungal, need treatment. Pain in a specific area, like arthritis in a joint, can cause a cat to lick that area excessively trying to soothe it. Once medical causes are ruled out or treated, if the grooming continues, you're likely dealing with psychological grooming, often called psychogenic alopecia. This is grooming driven by stress, anxiety, or compulsive behavior. It's the cat equivalent of nervous habits, like nail biting in humans. Common stressors that can trigger psychological over-grooming include changes in the household, like moving, new people or pets, rearranged furniture, changes in routine, especially feeding or litter box routines, loud noises or construction, conflict with other pets in the home, boredom and lack of enrichment, and separation anxiety. Addressing psychological over-grooming requires identifying and reducing stressors, increasing environmental enrichment with more play, toys, vertical space, and mental stimulation, establishing consistent routines, sometimes medication prescribed by a vet to help manage anxiety, and behavior modification techniques. Now let's talk about social grooming, also called allo-grooming, which is when one cat grooms another. This is a bonding behavior seen in cats who have positive relationships. Mother cats groom their kittens extensively, not just for hygiene, but also for bonding and comfort. Adult cats who are bonded will groom each other, usually focusing on areas that are hard for a cat to reach themselves, like the top of the head, neck, and ears. Social grooming serves multiple purposes. Obviously, it helps with hygiene, especially for hard-to-reach areas. But more importantly, it's a social bonding activity. It releases endorphins and creates positive associations between the cats. It also establishes and maintains social hierarchies in subtle ways. Often, the more dominant cat in a pair will groom the other, but not always. Social grooming can go both ways in balanced relationships. If you have multiple cats and they groom each other, that's a strong indicator of positive social bonds. Cats who don't like each other won't engage in social grooming. So allo-grooming is one way to assess the quality of relationships in a multi-cat household. Now here's something special. Some cats extend social grooming to their humans. If your cat licks you, they're engaging in grooming behavior. They're treating you as part of their social group. It's affectionate and bonding behavior. Cat tongues are rough, covered in tiny backward-facing barbs called papillae. This texture helps them groom effectively, catching loose hair and distributing oils. But it also means cat licks can feel like sandpaper, and if your cat licks you repeatedly in one spot, it can actually hurt or irritate your skin. When your cat licks you, the appropriate response is to allow it briefly, acknowledging their affection, but you can gently redirect if it becomes uncomfortable. Offer them your hand instead of a more sensitive area, or gently move away after a moment, perhaps offering pets in return. You're acknowledging their grooming attempt without allowing it to go on so long it becomes unpleasant for you. Some cats are big lickers. They'll lick your hand, your arm, your face, your hair. It can feel like a lot. But remember, this is affectionate behavior. Your cat is showing love. Don't push them away harshly or scold them. Just manage it gently so everyone's comfortable. There's also a behavior where a cat will groom your hair. This is especially common if you have long hair. Your cat might lick your hair or even gently bite at it, as if grooming another cat. This is incredibly intimate bonding behavior. Your cat is treating you like a family member who needs grooming. It's sweet, even if it makes your hair wet and slightly gross. Let me tell you about Jennifer and her cat Luna. Luna had always been affectionate, but she wasn't a particularly licky cat. Then Jennifer went through a difficult period. She lost her job, was stressed about finances, and was honestly a bit depressed. She spent a lot of time on the couch, not doing much. Luna started spending more time with Jennifer during this period. And one day, as Jennifer was lying on the couch, feeling particularly low, Luna climbed onto her chest and started licking her hand. At first, Jennifer barely noticed, but Luna kept going. Lick, 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 methodically grooming Jennifer's hand. Jennifer started crying, partly from stress, but partly from being moved by Luna's behavior. Luna was comforting her the only way a cat knows how, through grooming. It was an act of care, of trying to help, and it did help. Jennifer felt seen and cared for by this small creature who was doing her best to make Jennifer feel better. From then on, whenever Jennifer was upset, Luna would come and lick her hand. It became their special communication. Luna was saying, "I'm here, I care, let me help." And Jennifer learned to receive that comfort, to let Luna's grooming be the soothing gesture it was meant to be. This is the power of understanding grooming as communication. It's not just hygiene, it's emotional regulation, social bonding, caregiving, and comfort. When cats groom themselves, they're maintaining physical and emotional health. When they groom each other, they're strengthening social bonds. When they groom you, they're including you in their family circle and offering care. There's one more aspect of grooming worth discussing: grooming displacement. This is when a cat suddenly stops what they're doing and starts grooming, seemingly randomly. For example, your cat is walking across the room, pauses, grooms their leg for a few seconds, then continues walking. Or your cat is watching something intently, then suddenly turns and grooms their side briefly, then goes back to watching. This is called displacement grooming, and it serves a psychological function. When a cat is conflicted, uncertain, or mildly stressed, they might engage in a brief grooming session as a way to cope with those feelings. It's a self-soothing behavior, and also a way to reset mentally. Displacement grooming is normal and not a concern. It's just your cat managing their emotional state. You might see it when your cat is trying to decide between two options, like whether to jump onto a high surface or not. The brief grooming session helps them think, reduces slight anxiety about the decision, and then they proceed with their choice. However, if displacement grooming becomes frequent or obsessive, it can tip into excessive grooming territory. The difference is in frequency and intensity. Occasional displacement grooming is healthy. Constant grooming that dominates the cat's day is not. Your practice exercise for this chapter is to observe your cat's grooming routine. When do they groom? How long does it take? What areas do they focus on? Is it consistent or does it vary? Are there times when they groom more or less than usual? What triggers grooming sessions? Also pay attention to their coat condition. Is it shiny and smooth? Are there any bald patches or irritated areas? Is your cat scratching more than usual? Any changes in grooming behavior or coat condition should prompt a check-in with your vet to make sure there's no underlying medical issue. If you have multiple cats, observe their social grooming. Do they groom each other? Who initiates it? Is it reciprocal, or does one cat do most of the grooming? These observations tell you about their relationship quality and social dynamics. And if your cat licks you, consider it the compliment it is. They're treating you as family, offering comfort and care in the way cats do. Receive that gift graciously, even if you need to manage the intensity for your own comfort. Grooming is such a central part of cat behavior that understanding it gives you deep insight into your cat's physical health, emotional state, and social relationships. It's not just something cats do, it's communication, self-care, social bonding, and emotional regulation, all wrapped into one behavior. Respecting that and responding appropriately when grooming behavior changes is part of being a good cat guardian. Part 5, Face and Head Signals. Chapter 15, Ear Positions. The Mood Radar. You've probably heard that cats' ears rotating backward means they're angry. That's only half the story. What nobody tells you is that your cat's ears are actually rotating constantly. Micro adjustments happening every few seconds, tracking sounds you can't even hear. And each position, each rotation, each tiny movement is broadcasting real-time information about your cat's emotional state and what they're focused on. Miss these signals, and you'll completely misread situations where your cat is going from comfortable to uncomfortable, from curious to fearful, from playful to genuinely aggressive. Let me show you how to decode the most mobile, expressive part of your cat's anatomy. Let's start with the anatomy of cat ears, because understanding how they work helps you appreciate what you're seeing. Cats have 32 muscles in each ear. For comparison, humans have only 6. These muscles allow cats to rotate each ear independently up to 180 degrees. This means a cat can have one ear pointed forward listening to something in front of them, while the other ear is rotated backward listening to something behind them. They're essentially stereo receivers, constantly scanning their environment in all directions. Cats can also move both ears together in coordinated ways to express emotion and communicate with other animals and humans. The position of the ears is partly about sound collection, where's that noise coming from, but it's also very much about emotional expression and social signaling. The neutral, relaxed ear position is what you'll see when your cat is calm and comfortable. The ears are upright, facing forward or slightly to the sides, moving gently to track sounds in the environment. The cat looks alert but not tense. This is your baseline. When your cat is in a good mood, feeling safe, just existing peacefully in their space, this is what their ears look like. From this neutral position, ear movements in different directions tell you different things about your cat's changing emotional state. Let's work through the various positions and what they mean. Forward-facing ears that are pricked up and focused indicate intense interest or attention. Your cat has heard or seen something that has captured their full focus. The ears are acting like satellite dishes, both pointed at the same target to gather maximum information. You might see this when your cat spots a bird through the window, when they hear the can opener at feeding time, when you pull out their favorite toy, or when they hear an unfamiliar sound they're trying to identify. Forward ears combined with dilated pupils and a tense body usually indicate hunting focus. Your cat is locked onto prey, real or toy. Forward ears with relaxed body and normal pupils usually indicate friendly interest. Your cat is paying attention to something pleasant, like you coming home or the sound of treats being shaken. When the ears start rotating backward, you're seeing the beginning of discomfort, irritation, or defensive feelings. The ears aren't flat yet, just rotated back so they're more to the sides of the head than forward. This is an early warning signal. Your cat is starting to feel uneasy about something. You might see this during petting when your cat is approaching their tolerance limit. The ears rotate back before the tail starts swishing. This is your first warning to ease up. You might see it when your cat is watching another cat and starting to feel territorial or threatened. You might see it when there's a sound your cat doesn't like or trusts. Ears rotated backward but not flat is the yellow light of cat ear positions. It's not crisis yet, but attention is needed. Something should change. If you're the source of the discomfort, like petting that's gone on too long, stop. If an external trigger is the problem, identify and address it if possible. When the ears go fully flat against the head, often called airplane ears, because they look like wings from above, you're looking at a cat who's either very scared or very angry and about to become aggressive. Flattened ears are a defensive posture. The cat is protecting their ears from potential damage in a fight while also expressing their emotional state clearly to any observers. Flat ears with a crouched body and wide eyes usually indicate fear. The cat feels threatened and is preparing to either flee or fight defensively if cornered. Flat ears with a tense body, dilated pupils, and possibly hissing or growling indicates defensive aggression. The cat is past uncomfortable and is ready to fight. Never ignore flattened ears. This is a cat in crisis mode. They need space immediately. Whether it's fear or anger driving the response, the solution is the same: distance. Remove the threat, remove the cat from the situation, or remove yourself. Do not try to comfort a cat with flattened ears. You'll likely get scratched or bitten because they're in defense mode and might see any approach as a threat. There's a position called ears out to the sides, or helicopter ears, where the ears are rotated outward, almost perpendicular to the head. This can indicate uncertainty or conflict. The cat isn't sure how to feel about something. They're not quite comfortable enough for forward ears, but not uncomfortable enough for back ears. They're in a middle state, assessing. You might see helicopter ears when you're introducing your cat to something new. A new person, a new object, a new sound. The cat is interested but cautious. They're gathering information to decide if this new thing is safe or threatening. Give them time to assess. Don't force interaction. Let them approach on their own terms if they decide to. Now let's talk about asymmetrical ear positions, where each ear is doing something different. This is actually quite common and very informative. If your cat has one ear pointed forward and one rotated back, they're listening to two different things simultaneously. Cats are capable of processing different auditory inputs from each ear independently. You might see this when your cat is sitting with you, but also monitoring the environment. One ear might be angled toward you, tracking your movements or voice, while the other is rotated toward a window or door, listening for sounds from outside. This doesn't mean your cat is ignoring you. They're just multitasking, maintaining awareness of multiple things at once. Asymmetrical ears can also indicate mild confusion or conflict. One part of the cat's brain is saying, "This is interesting," while another part is saying, "I'm not sure about this." The ears reflect this internal conflict by pointing in different directions. Let's talk about ear flicking or twitching. This is rapid, small movements of the ears, usually just at the tips. Ear twitching while the cat is relaxed often indicates mild annoyance or a minor irritant. Maybe there's a fly buzzing around. Maybe there's a sound that's slightly bothersome but not threatening. The cat is acknowledging the irritant but not concerned enough to take action. Ear twitching during petting can be an early signal of building overstimulation, similar to tail tip twitching. It's subtle, but if you're paying attention, you'll catch it before it escalates to ears back and tail swishing. Ear twitching in a tense cat, one who's already showing signs of stress in other parts of their body, indicates rising agitation. The cat is on edge, and small stimuli are triggering reactions. This is a cat who might explode into action suddenly if the stimulation continues. One more position worth noting: ears that are pinned forward but also slightly downward. This is often seen during play aggression or in cats who are about to pounce. The ears are still forward, indicating focus on a target but slightly flattened, indicating the intensity of the upcoming action. You might see this right before your cat pounces on a toy during an especially vigorous play session. Let me tell you about Lisa and her cat Oliver. Lisa had adopted Oliver from a shelter where he'd been surrendered by his previous family for being aggressive. They said he would attack without warning. Lisa was skeptical. In her experience, cats always give warnings. People just don't always read them. Sure enough, within the first week, Lisa noticed a pattern. When Oliver's ears rotated backward, even slightly, he was approaching his limit for whatever was happening. If Lisa or anyone else continued petting him, playing too roughly, or even just talking too loudly when his ears were back, he would escalate to swatting or biting. But here's the thing. Oliver wasn't attacking without warning. He was giving a clear warning through his ears. His previous family just hadn't been reading it. They probably thought backward ears meant he was being playful or didn't mean anything. When they ignored the warning, Oliver escalated to the only communication they couldn't ignore: physical action. Lisa started respecting Oliver's ear signals religiously. The moment his ears rotated back during any interaction, she stopped, whatever she was doing. She gave him space, and Oliver's aggressive behavior virtually disappeared. He wasn't aggressive. He was just a cat whose early warnings were being ignored, forcing him to use more emphatic methods to protect his boundaries. Lisa also started teaching visitors about Oliver's ear signals. If his ears go back, stop petting him immediately and give him space. If you respect that signal, he'll never bite or scratch you. But if you ignore it, he will defend himself. Once people understood and respected Oliver's communication, everyone got along fine. Oliver was adopted again, this time by someone who understood his language. Problem solved. This is why learning to read ear positions is so crucial. It's often your earliest warning that your cat's emotional state is changing, earlier than tail signals in many cases. If you catch the ear rotation and respond appropriately, you can prevent escalation to negative behaviors entirely. Here's a practical scenario many cat owners face. You're petting your cat. They're purring. Everything seems great. But if you're watching their ears, you notice they start rotating backwards slightly. This is your signal. Your cat is telling you they're approaching their petting limit. You have a choice. Stop now, and your cat will remain calm and comfortable. Continue petting, and you'll see the signals escalate. Ears go further back, tail starts swishing, body tenses, and eventually a swat or bite. Most people only notice the swat or bite. They think their cat suddenly turned aggressive. But the cat gave clear warnings, starting with the ears. If you learn to read those early signals and respond to them, you'll virtually eliminate sudden aggression because you're preventing it before it starts. Another scenario. You're in a room with your cat and a loud noise happens outside. Your cat's ears immediately swivel toward the noise, pointing in that direction, fully erect and focused. Then they slowly rotate backward as the cat assesses the sound. If the ears return to forward or neutral, the cat has decided the sound isn't a threat. If the ears stay back or flatten, the cat is frightened and needs reassurance or space. Reading these ear movements in real time tells you how your cat is processing experiences. You're watching their emotional assessment happen through their ear positions. In multi-cat households, ear positions become even more important. When two cats are interacting, watch their ears. Ears forward usually means friendly or playful intent. Ears rotating back indicates one cat is becoming uncomfortable. Ears flat means one or both cats are about to fight. If you see ears going flat during cat-to-cat interaction, intervene immediately. Redirect their attention with a toy or sound. Separate them briefly. Don't let it escalate to violence. You can often predict and prevent cat fights by reading ear signals early. The cats are telling you, and each other, how they feel through their ears. If both cats have forward or neutral ears, the interaction is positive. If one cat's ears start rotating back, that cat is unhappy with the interaction. Interrupt before it becomes a problem. There's also an ear position related to illness or pain that's worth knowing. Cats who don't feel well sometimes hold their ears in a slightly flattened, droopy position. The ears aren't flat against the head in fear or anger, but they're not upright and alert either. They're just sad-looking. Combined with other signs like lethargy, poor appetite, or changes in behavior, droopy ears can indicate your cat isn't feeling well. It's worth a vet check. Here's your practice exercise for this chapter. For the next few days, make a point of really watching your cat's ears. Don't just glance at them. Really observe. How often do they move? What triggers movement? What position are they in most of the time? How do they change during different activities? Eating, playing, resting, interacting with you. Try to catch the moment when your cat's ears change position. What caused it? What happened right before the change? If the ears rotated back, why? If they pricked forward, what caught their attention? You're training yourself to read real-time emotional changes through ear signals. Also, practice predicting your cat's next action based on ear position. If the ears are forward and focused during play, you can predict a pounce is coming. If the ears rotate back during petting, you can predict your cat is about to ask for space. If the ears flatten, you can predict defensive behavior. See how often your predictions are accurate. The more you practice, the better you'll get at reading and predicting based on ear signals. One more note. Some cat breeds have different ear structures that affect how readable their ears are. Scottish Folds have folded ears that don't move as expressively as normal ears. Some breeds have very large ears that look more dramatic in their movements. Some have small ears that are subtler. Get to know your specific cat's ears and how they express emotion within the constraints of their particular ear structure. But for most cats, the ears are incredibly expressive and give you constant information about emotional state, focus, and comfort level. Learn to read them, respond to what they're telling you, and you'll have a much clearer picture of what your cat is thinking and feeling at any given moment. Your cat's ears are literally pointing you toward understanding them better. Pay attention to where they're pointing. Chapter 16, Eyes and Pupils, the Window to Emotion. Scientists just discovered something shocking. Your cat's pupil dilation isn't just about light adjustment. Research from the University of California found that pupil size in cats correlates directly with emotional arousal, independent of ambient light levels. When your cat looks at you with those big, dilated pupils, they're not just seeing better in dim light. Their nervous system is activated. They're experiencing intense emotion, excitement, fear, aggression, or arousal. And the difference between those emotions? You can't tell from the pupils alone. You need to read everything else, which is why so many people completely misinterpret what their cat's eyes are telling them. Let's start with the basics of cat eyes, because they're remarkable organs. Cats have much better night vision than humans. They have a high concentration of rod cells in their retinas, which detect light and motion, though they sacrifice some color perception in exchange. They also have a reflective layer behind the retina called the tapetum lucidum, which reflects light back through the retina, giving the photoreceptors a second chance to detect it. This is why cat eyes glow in the dark when light shines on them. The pupils in cats can change size dramatically, from narrow vertical slits in bright light to huge, round, fully dilated circles in darkness. This extreme range of adjustment allows cats to function in both bright sunlight and near darkness. But as I mentioned, pupil size isn't just about light. It's also about emotion and arousal level. Let's talk about neutral, relaxed eye expression first, so you have a baseline. A cat who's calm and comfortable will have pupils that are appropriately sized for the ambient light. In bright light, there'll be vertical slits. In dim light, they'll be more open. The eyes themselves will be partially closed or in a soft, relaxed expression. The cat might gaze at you lazily, not staring hard. just peacefully acknowledging your presence. This relaxed eye expression often comes with slow blinking, which we'll talk about in more detail shortly, but the overall impression is soft, gentle, peaceful. There's no tension in the eyes or the surrounding facial muscles. This is a cat who feels safe and content. Now let's talk about the famous slow blink. This is one of the most beautiful communications a cat can give you. A slow blink is when your cat looks at you and slowly closes their eyes, holds them closed for a moment, and then slowly opens them again. Sometimes they'll do this multiple times in succession. It's often called a cat kiss because it's a gesture of affection and trust. When a cat slow blinks at you, they're telling you they feel safe with you. In the wild, closing your eyes near another animal is incredibly vulnerable. You can't see threats when your eyes are closed. A cat only does this around individuals they trust completely. So a slow blink is your cat saying, "I trust you so much that I'm comfortable closing my eyes in your presence. You make me feel safe." The appropriate response to a slow blink is to slow blink back. Look at your cat, slowly close your eyes, hold for a moment, and slowly open them. Many cats will respond with another slow blink. You've just had a nonverbal conversation about mutual trust and affection. It's actually quite moving when you understand what's happening. You can also initiate slow blinks with your cat. If you want to communicate friendliness and calm to your cat, especially a cat who's not fully comfortable with you yet, slow blinking is an excellent tool. It's non-threatening. It communicates peaceful intent, and many cats will respond positively even if they're not ready for physical interaction yet. I've used slow blinking with scared shelter cats who wouldn't let me near them. I'd sit in the room with them, not trying to touch them, just existing peacefully in their space. Periodically, I'd catch their eye and slow blink at them. Over time, many of these cats would start slow blinking back, and eventually, they'd become comfortable enough to approach. The slow blink built trust before physical contact ever happened. Now let's talk about hard staring, which is the opposite of the slow blink. A hard stare is when a cat looks at another cat or animal directly, with wide eyes without blinking, for an extended period. This is a challenging behavior. In cat language, staring is confrontational. It's how cats assert dominance or challenge each other. If a cat stares hard at you, they're not being affectionate. They might be challenging you, they might be intensely focused on you for some reason, or they might be waiting to see what you're going to do next. If you stare back, you're accepting the challenge, which can escalate tension. If your cat is staring at you and you're not sure why, try slow blinking or looking away. These are de-escalating behaviors. They tell your cat you're not threatening them and you're not interested in a confrontation. Often, this will relax the situation. However, cats will also stare intently when they want something. A cat who wants dinner might stare at you, then glance at their bowl, then stare at you again. This isn't a challenge, it's communication. I want food, and I'm making sure you know it. Context matters enormously. Let's dive deep into pupil dilation because this is where many people get confused. Pupils dilate for several reasons. Obviously, they dilate in low light to let in more light, but they also dilate in response to emotional arousal, regardless of light levels. The sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight system, triggers pupil dilation, so any intense emotion can cause dilation. Pupils dilate when a cat is excited in a positive way. Playtime, hunting behavior, anticipation of food, all of these can cause dilation. Pupils dilate when a cat is scared or anxious. Fear activates the fight or flight system, which dilates pupils. Pupils dilate when a cat is aggressive or preparing to fight. Again, arousal of the sympathetic nervous system. Pupils dilate when a cat is in pain or unwell. Discomfort and distress cause arousal and dilation. So if you see your cat with fully dilated pupils, you know they're experiencing some kind of intense emotion or arousal, but you can't know which emotion just from the pupils. You have to look at everything else: body posture, ear position, tail, vocalizations, context. Let me give you examples. Your cat is playing with a toy mouse. They're in a crouch, wiggling their rear, tail swishing excitedly. Their pupils are fully dilated. This is positive arousal. They're excited about the hunt. The dilation is part of their predatory response. Your cat is at the vet. They're pressed into the back of their carrier. Their body is tense. Their ears are flat. Their pupils are fully dilated. This is fear arousal. They're terrified, and their fight or flight system is activated. The dilation is part of the fear response. Your cat is facing another cat. Their body is tense. Their back might be arched. Their tail is puffed. Their pupils are fully dilated. This is aggressive arousal. They're preparing for potential combat. The dilation is part of the fighting response, widening the field of vision to track threats. Same signal, dilated pupils, but three completely different emotional states. This is why you can't rely on any single signal. You have to read the complete picture. Conversely, pupils that are constricted into narrow slits in dim light, where they should be more open, can indicate a very relaxed, possibly sleepy cat. They're so comfortable, they're not maintaining high alertness. Or it can indicate a cat who's feeling quite content and not particularly aroused by anything. Again, context matters. Let's talk about eye shape and what it communicates. A cat's eyes can appear rounded or narrowed depending on how wide they open their eyelids. Wide eyes with visible white around the iris often indicate fear or surprise. The cat is trying to take in maximum visual information because they're dealing with something unexpected or threatening. Narrowed eyes where the eyelids are partially closed usually indicate relaxation or sometimes aggression. A relaxed cat will have soft, partially closed eyes, the look of contentment. An aggressive cat might narrow their eyes in a hard stare, which is different from the relaxed narrowing. The relaxed version is soft and gentle. The aggressive version is hard and focused. There's also what I call the whale eye in cats, though it's more common in dogs. This is when you can see the white of the eye, usually because the cat is looking sideways at something while keeping their head still. In cats, this sometimes indicates discomfort or that the cat is tracking something they're uncertain about. It's not as clear a signal in cats as in dogs, but worth noting. Let's talk about eye contact duration and what it means. Brief eye contact followed by looking away is neutral or friendly. Your cat glances at you, acknowledges you, looks away. This is normal social awareness. Extended eye contact without staring hard, where the cat looks at you for several seconds with soft eyes, possibly slow blinking, is affectionate. They're gazing at you lovingly. Extended hard eye contact without blinking, as we discussed, is confrontational or challenging. If your cat avoids eye contact entirely, turning their head away when you look at them, they're being submissive or uncomfortable. They're trying not to challenge or engage. This might happen with a shy cat, a fearful cat, or a cat who's in trouble and knows it. Actually, that's an interesting point. Cats seem to know when they've done something wrong, and one common behavior is avoiding eye contact with their human afterward. They knocked something off the counter, they scratched furniture they know they shouldn't, whatever the infraction. And then when you come home or discover it, they avoid looking at you. They're not feeling guilty exactly. Cats don't experience guilt the way humans do, but they've learned that certain behaviors result in negative attention from you, and they're displaying submissive body language, including eye avoidance, to avoid confrontation. Let me tell you about David and his cat, Smokey. David worked long hours, and when he came home tired and stressed, he sometimes didn't pay much attention to Smokey's communication. One evening, David came home and immediately started petting Smokey, who was lying on the couch. Smokey's pupils dilated. David thought this meant Smokey was excited to see him. He kept petting enthusiastically. But if David had been reading the full picture, he would have noticed Smokey's ears were rotating backward. His tail was starting to swish. His body was getting tense. The dilated pupils weren't excitement. They were rising arousal and discomfort. Smokey had been sleeping when David came home and wasn't ready for intense interaction. The petting was overstimulating him. David didn't notice any of this until Smokey bit his hand. Not hard, but a definite bite. David was shocked. Smokey had seemed fine, but Smokey hadn't been fine. He'd been giving clear signals that David wasn't reading. The dilated pupils, combined with the other signals, were saying, "I'm becoming overstimulated and uncomfortable." David just fixated on the pupils and interpreted them incorrectly. After that incident, David learned to read the complete picture. He learned that dilated pupils meant arousal, but the type of arousal depended on context. He learned to check ears, tail, body tension, everything together. And he never got bitten again because he started reading Smokey's communication accurately. This is the lesson with eye signals. They're incredibly valuable, but they're not standalone messages. They're part of a sentence, and you need all the words to understand the meaning. Let's talk about some specific eye-related behaviors. Head turning with eyes following is when your cat turns their head to look at something, but then their eyes continue moving in that direction while their head stays still. This indicates tracking something interesting. Your cat is following movement, possibly prey outside a window, possibly a toy, possibly even just a dust. Mote floating in a sunbeam. Eyes darting rapidly indicates high alertness or anxiety. Your cat is trying to track multiple things at once or is on high alert for threats. You might see this in a scared cat in a new environment. Half-closed eyes during petting usually mean contentment. Your cat is relaxed and enjoying the interaction. But if the eyes start opening wider and the pupils dilate during petting, arousal is increasing. Monitor other signals to determine if it's positive arousal, excitement, or negative arousal, overstimulation. There's a medical condition worth mentioning, anisocoria, which is when one pupil is dilated and the other is not. This is not normal and can indicate serious health issues like injury, neurological problems, or eye disease. If you ever see your cat with mismatched pupil sizes in the same lighting conditions, get to a vet immediately. Similarly, if your cat's pupils are always dilated or always constricted regardless of lighting, that's a medical concern. Normal pupils should adjust to light levels. If they don't, something is wrong. Another medical note. Senior cats sometimes develop a slightly cloudy look in their eyes due to nuclear sclerosis, a normal aging change in the lens. This doesn't significantly affect vision, but actual cloudiness or bluishness can indicate cataracts or other eye problems that do need treatment. If your cat's eyes look different, not just in pupil size, but in the clarity or color of the eye itself, vet check. Okay. Let's talk about eye position in the head, which might sound weird, but hear me out. When a cat is relaxed, their eyes sit normally in the sockets. When a cat is terrified, their eyes can actually bulge out slightly as the muscles around the eye socket tense. It's subtle, but noticeable once you know to look for it. Wide, bulging eyes combined with huge pupils, flat ears, and crouched body equals a terrified cat. Conversely, when a cat is deeply relaxed or sleepy, their eyes might appear slightly sunken or smaller because all the facial muscles are relaxed. Combined with half-closed lids, this creates the sleepy, happy cat expression that's universally recognizable. Here's your practice exercise for this chapter. Spend time just looking at your cat's eyes, not in a creepy, staring way, but in an observant way. Notice the pupil size in different lighting and different situations. Watch for slow blinks and try slow blinking back. See if your cat responds. Observe how your cat's eyes change during different activities. Playing, resting, eating, being startled by a sound. Try to catch the moment when pupil size changes. What triggered it? Was it a change in light or was it emotional? If emotional, what emotion? Practice distinguishing between dilation caused by dim light versus dilation caused by arousal. Also, practice eye contact with your cat. Try the slow blink exchange. See how your cat responds to different types of eye contact from you. Does hard eye contact make them uncomfortable? Does soft, brief eye contact get positive responses? Learn what types of eye engagement your specific cat prefers. Your cat's eyes are telling you so much. They're expressing emotion, focus, comfort level, arousal state, trust, and affection. They're also indicating health issues if something is abnormal. Learning to read eyes accurately in combination with all the other signals we've discussed gives you a remarkably complete picture of your cat's internal state. And remember the slow blink. It's such a simple thing, but it's powerful. It's a way to tell your cat you love them in their language. It's a way to build trust with cats who aren't comfortable with you yet. It's a moment of pure connection that transcends species barriers. Use it. Your cat will appreciate it. Chapter 17. Whiskers and Facial Expressions. The subtle signals. Look at your cat right now. I'm going to tell you something about what their whiskers are doing that will blow your mind, but only if you're actually looking at the whiskers and not just the cute face. Because here's what most people don't realize. Your cat's whiskers are sensory organs so sensitive they can detect changes in air currents around objects, allowing cats to navigate in complete darkness. But they're also communication tools. When your cat's whiskers point forward, backward, or lie flat, they're broadcasting information about mood and intention. And there's one whisker position that tells you, without any doubt, that your cat is about to do something important. Let me show you how to decode the signals hiding in plain sight on your cat's face. First, let's understand what whiskers are and how they work, because they're extraordinary. Whiskers, technically called vibrissae, are specialized tactile hairs that are much thicker and more deeply embedded in the skin than regular fur. Each whisker follicle is packed with nerve endings and blood vessels. When a whisker is touched or moved, it sends information directly to the cat's brain. Cats have whiskers on several parts of their face. The most obvious ones are the moustachial whiskers, the long whiskers on either side of the nose, usually 12 on each side arranged in 4 rows. But cats also have whiskers above the eyes, superciliary whiskers, on the chin, mandibular whiskers, and on the back of the front legs, carpal whiskers. Each set of whiskers serves both sensory and communicative functions. The moustachial whiskers, the ones on the sides of the nose, are approximately as wide as the cat's body. This allows them to gauge whether openings are wide enough to fit through. When a cat approaches a narrow space, they extend their whiskers forward, feeling the boundaries. If their whiskers fit, their body will fit. It's a built-in measuring system. But whiskers also detect air currents and vibrations, which helps cats navigate in darkness and detect prey or predators. When air moves around an object, the whiskers detect that movement, essentially giving the cat a 3D map of their immediate surroundings, even without seeing it. This is how cats can move confidently in complete darkness. Now let's talk about whisker communication, which is what we're really here for. Whisker position changes with mood, and learning to read these changes gives you additional information about your cat's emotional state. Forward-pointing whiskers indicate interest, curiosity, or hunting focus. When a cat is engaged with something, whether it's prey, a toy, or just something interesting to investigate, their whiskers point forward. This extends their sensory reach toward whatever they're focused on. It's like they're reaching out with their whiskers to gather more information. You'll often see forward whiskers during play. When your cat is stalking a toy, preparing to pounce, their whiskers will be extended forward. When they're investigating a new object or smell, whiskers forward. When they're greeting you and sniffing your hand, whiskers forward. This is an active, engaged whisker position. Relaxed whiskers point slightly forward and to the sides, but not as extended as when actively investigating. This is the neutral position. The cat is calm and comfortable. They're not particularly focused on anything, just existing peacefully. This is your baseline for whisker position in a content, relaxed cat. Whiskers pulled back flat against the face indicate fear or aggression. When a cat is frightened or preparing to fight, they pull their whiskers back out of the way to protect them from damage. Whiskers are sensitive and important, so protecting them during a confrontation makes sense. But the pulled back position also communicates to other cats that this cat is feeling defensive or aggressive. If you see whiskers flat against the face, combined with ears back and a tense body, your cat is not in a good emotional state. They're either scared or angry, and they're preparing for conflict. This is not a time for interaction. This is a time for space and removing whatever is causing the distress. The degree of whisker pullback can indicate intensity. Slightly back might mean mild discomfort. Fully flattened against the face means high distress or imminent aggression. Like all cat communication, it's a gradient, and reading the degree of the signal tells you how urgent the situation is. Let's talk about whisker twitching or vibrating. Sometimes you'll see a cat's whiskers moving slightly, twitching or vibrating. This can indicate several things. During hunting or play, whisker twitching is part of the intense focus and excitement. The cat is so locked onto the target that even their whiskers are vibrating with anticipation. But whisker twitching can also indicate irritation or discomfort. A cat who's annoyed might show slight whisker twitches before other signals become obvious. It's subtle, but if you're watching closely, it can be an early warning. Now let's move beyond just whiskers and talk about the overall facial expression of cats. Yes, cats have facial expressions. They're more subtle than dog or human expressions, but they're definitely there. And learning to read them gives you even more insight into your cat's emotional state. A relaxed, happy cat has a soft face. The muscles around the eyes, mouth, and cheeks are all relaxed. The eyes are partially closed or have that soft, gentle look. The mouth is closed, but not tight. The whiskers are in neutral position. The overall impression is peaceful and content. Some people describe it as the cat looking like they're smiling slightly, though cats don't smile in the way humans do. An alert, interested cat has a more focused face. The eyes are wide and bright. The whiskers might be slightly forward. The ears are up and focused. The mouth is usually closed. The overall impression is, I'm paying attention to something interesting. This isn't negative, just engaged. A fearful cat has a tight face. The muscles are tense. The eyes are wide, possibly with dilated pupils. The whiskers are pulled back. The ears are back or flat. The mouth might be closed tightly or slightly open if they're panting from stress. Some cats will also show what looks like a grimace, where you can see tension around the mouth and cheeks. This is a face that says, I'm scared and stressed. An aggressive cat has a hard face. The eyes are wide and staring or narrowed in a threat display. The whiskers are pulled back. The ears are flat. The mouth is often open, showing teeth, possibly hissing or growling. The overall facial expression is intense and threatening. This is a face you don't want directed at you. A cat in pain might have what I call a squinty face. The eyes are more closed than usual, like they're squinting. The face looks tight and uncomfortable. The whiskers might be pulled back or in a neutral position. The ears might be rotated back or droopy. If your cat's face suddenly looks different, more squinty or uncomfortable, and there's no obvious external reason, like bright light causing squinting, consider pain as a possibility. This warrants a vet check. Senior cats sometimes develop a softer, more saggy look to their face as the muscles and skin age. This is normal and not concerning, but sudden changes in facial expression or chronic expressions of discomfort should always be investigated. Let's talk about mouth expressions specifically. A closed, relaxed mouth is neutral. The cat is calm. A slightly open mouth with relaxed jaw is also calm, possibly just breathing with their mouth slightly open, especially if they're warm or have been active. A tightly closed mouth where you can see tension in the jaw indicates stress or discomfort. The cat is clenching. An open mouth showing teeth, especially accompanied by hissing, growling, or yowling, indicates aggression or extreme fear. This is threat display. There's also the Feline response, which we've mentioned before. This is when a cat curls back their upper lip, opens their mouth slightly, and holds that position for a few seconds. It looks like they're grimacing or sneering. This is actually the cat drawing air over the Vomeronasal organ in the roof of their mouth to analyze scents, particularly pheromones. It's not an emotional expression, it's a sensory behavior. If you see it, your cat is investigating a particularly interesting smell. The Feline response is most commonly seen in male cats responding to the scent of a female in heat, but any cat might do it when they encounter intriguing smells. It looks odd, but it's completely normal behavior. Let's talk about the chin and how it communicates. Some cats have very expressive chins. A relaxed chin sits naturally. A tucked chin, where the cat pulls their chin down toward their chest, can indicate fear or submission. The cat is making themselves smaller and protecting their throat. A chin thrust forward, especially with whiskers forward and ears alert, indicates confidence or challenge. The cat is extending themselves forward, the opposite of tucking in. In cat-to-cat interactions, this can be part of posturing. In cat-to-human interactions, it might be investigative or greeting behavior, especially if combined with friendly signals like a raised tail and relaxed body. Now let's integrate everything we've learned about facial signals. Imagine this. Your cat is sitting across the room from you. Their whiskers are in neutral position. Their eyes are partially closed in that soft, relaxed expression. Their ears are upright and casually oriented. Their mouth is closed and relaxed. Their whole face looks peaceful. What is your cat feeling? Content and comfortable. They're not particularly focused on anything, just existing in a state of calm. Now the scenario changes. Your cat hears a noise outside. Their face transforms. Eyes go wide, pupils dilate, whiskers point forward toward the source of the sound, ears swivel and focus in that direction. Their mouth stays closed, but their jaw might be slightly tense. The face has gone from relaxed to alert. Your cat is now intensely focused on identifying and assessing the sound. They're not scared, just very interested and slightly aroused. Another scenario. A dog appears outside your window. Your cat sees it. Their face transforms again. Eyes go very wide, pupils fully dilated, whiskers pull back flat against the face, ears go back and then flatten against the head, mouth opens slightly, maybe a hiss. The face shows clear fear and defensive aggression. Your cat is terrified and prepared to defend themselves if the dog somehow gets inside. Same cat, 3 different facial expressions in response to 3 different situations. And each expression told you exactly what your cat was feeling in that moment. This is the power of reading facial signals. Let me tell you about Rachel and her cat Miso. Rachel had always thought she understood Miso pretty well, but one day, Rachel noticed something about Miso's face that concerned her. Miso's facial expression looked off. She couldn't quite identify what was different, but something was wrong. The eyes looked slightly squinty. The face seemed tenser than usual. The whiskers were in a weird position, not quite back, but not quite neutral either. Rachel's instinct said something was wrong even though Miso was eating normally and acting mostly normal. Rachel took Miso to the vet, and it turned out Miso had dental disease that was causing pain. The vet said cats are excellent at hiding pain, but often the face will show subtle signs, even when behavior doesn't change much. Once Miso's teeth were treated, her facial expression changed. The tension Rachel had been noticing disappeared. Miso's face returned to looking soft and relaxed. Rachel felt validated that she'd caught the problem early by noticing the facial change, and she learned to trust her instincts about reading Miso's face. When something looks off, it's worth investigating. This is why learning to read your cat's face is so valuable. You'll notice changes, even subtle ones, that indicate problems. You'll be able to read emotional states more accurately. You'll understand what your cat is focused on and how they're feeling about it. Here's your practice exercise for this chapter, and this is a big one. Spend time every day just looking at your cat's face. Really look. Notice the position of the whiskers. Notice the expression in the eyes. Notice the set of the ears. Notice the mouth, the chin, the overall facial expression. Take mental snapshots. Then notice how the face changes in response to different stimuli. What does your cat's face look like when they're about to be fed? When they're playing? When they're startled by a sound? When they're falling asleep? When they first wake up? When they're annoyed? Each situation will create a different facial expression, and learning to recognize them helps you understand your cat better. Also, take actual photos of your cat's face in different situations. Build a little album. Not just cute photos, but photos that capture different expressions. Looking back at these photos, you'll start to see patterns. Oh, that's the face Miso makes when she's uncomfortable. That's the face she makes when she's about to pounce on a toy. You're building a visual library of your cat's expressions. And here's a fun one. Try making facial expressions at your cat. I'm serious. Try slow blinking, which we know cats respond to. But also try looking surprised with wide eyes and raised eyebrows. Try looking relaxed with soft eyes and a slight smile. See if your cat notices or responds. Some cats are very tuned into human facial expressions. Others aren't. But it's an interesting experiment in cross-species communication. The face is where so many communication signals converge. Ears, eyes, whiskers, mouth, overall expression, all happening simultaneously on one small, furry canvas. Learning to read that canvas gives you incredible insight into your cat's moment-to-moment experience of the world. You'll see things other people miss. You'll understand your cat on a level that creates true fluency in feline communication. And remember, every cat is an individual. Your cat's facial expressions might be slightly different from another cat's. Some cats are more expressive. Some are subtler. Learn your specific cat's face. Become an expert in reading your cat, not cats in general. That specificity, that deep knowledge of your individual companion is what creates the strongest bond. Your cat's face is talking to you all the time. Every whisker movement, every eye expression, every tiny facial muscle shift is communication. Now you know how to listen with your eyes. Use that knowledge. Watch your cat's face. Respond to what you see. And your relationship will deepen in ways you might not have thought possible. Part 6. Scent Communication. Chapter 18, Invisible Messages, Pheromones and Scent Marking. But here's where it gets really interesting, and most cat owners never discover this. While you've been watching your cat's tail and reading their ear positions, your cat has been having entire conversations you can't hear, see, or smell. They've been leaving chemical messages all over your house, on your furniture, on you, even in the air itself. These messages tell other cats who was here, when they were here, their emotional state, their reproductive status, and whether this territory is claimed. You're living in a house covered with invisible cat graffiti, and every time your cat rubs against something or scratches the couch, they're updating their messages. This is scent communication, and it's arguably more important to your cat than any of the visual or vocal signals we've discussed so far. Let's start with the fundamental truth about cats. They experience the world primarily through scent. While humans are visual creatures and dogs are smell-oriented, but also very visual, cats live in a world where smell is the dominant sense for communication and environmental assessment. A cat's sense of smell is about 14 times stronger than a human's. They have approximately 200 million scent receptors in their nasal cavity compared to our measly 5 million. This means cats are detecting and processing scent information constantly, at a level we literally cannot comprehend. When your cat walks into a room, they're not just seeing the room. They're smelling every person who's been there recently, every other animal, every food item, every cleaning product, every trace of outside air that came in through the door. They're reading the room through scent in ways that are completely invisible and unknowable to us. And because scent is so important to cats, they've evolved multiple ways to produce and deposit scents for communication. Let's talk about the scent glands first, because understanding where they are and how they work is key to understanding cat behavior. Cats have scent glands in several locations on their body. The most active ones are on the face, on the cheeks, chin, forehead, and around the lips. When your cat rubs their face against you, furniture, doorways, or other objects, they're depositing scent from these facial glands. This is called bunting, and we've talked about it before as a bonding behavior, but it's also very much a scent-marking behavior. The facial pheromones that cats deposit when bunting are called feline facial pheromones, and there are actually 5 different types that have been identified, labeled F1 through F5. Each one communicates something slightly different. F3, for example, is associated with marking familiar, safe objects and territory. It creates a sense of security and calm. This is why when you bring new furniture into your home, your cat will often immediately start rubbing their face all over it. They're not just being affectionate with the couch, they're marking it with F3 pheromones, incorporating it into their safe, familiar territory map. F4 pheromones are involved in social bonding and allo-grooming behavior between cats. When bonded cats rub their faces against each other, they're exchanging F4 pheromones, strengthening their social bond through scent. When your cat rubs their face on you, they're marking you with these social bonding pheromones. You're being chemically claimed as family. There are also scent glands on the paw pads. These are called interdigital glands. When a cat scratches an object, they're not just sharpening their claws or stretching their muscles. They're also depositing scent from their paw glands onto the surface. This is why cats often return to scratch the same spots repeatedly. They're refreshing their scent mark. Scratching serves multiple communication purposes. The visual mark, the scratches themselves, are a visible signal that a cat has been here. The scent mark from the paw glands is the chemical signature, identifying which specific cat made these marks. It's like signing a painting. The scratches are the art, and the scent is the signature. Cats also have scent glands at the base of their tail, along their flanks, and around their anus. When a cat rubs their body along objects, they're depositing scent from the flank glands. When cats greet each other nose to tail, with one cat sniffing the rear end of the other, they're gathering information from the anal glands. This might seem gross to humans, but to cats, it's like reading a name tag that also includes information about diet, health, stress levels, and reproductive status. The tail-based glands are particularly active during marking behavior. When your cat walks along furniture or your legs with their tail raised and slightly quivering, they might be depositing scent from these glands, claiming the object or person as part of their territory. Now let's talk about urine marking, which is different from normal. Urination for litter box purposes. When a cat urinates in the litter box, they're simply eliminating waste. They typically squat, urinate, and then bury it. This is not communication, it's just bathroom behavior. But urine marking, also called spraying, is entirely different. During spraying, a cat backs up to a vertical surface, raises their tail vertically, and sprays a small amount of urine onto the surface. The tail usually quivers during this behavior. This is deliberate scent marking for communication purposes, not elimination. Urine contains all kinds of information. Pheromones in urine tell other cats about the sprayer's sex, reproductive status, health, stress levels, and even diet. Urine marks are like detailed bulletin board posts. Fluffy was here on Tuesday, she's female, she's not spayed, she's currently in heat, and she's been eating fish-flavored food. All of that information is encoded chemically in the urine. Intact male cats spray most frequently, especially when they detect female cats in heat nearby. But spayed and neutered cats can also spray, particularly when they're stressed, anxious, or dealing with territorial conflicts. If a neutered cat suddenly starts spraying, it's a communication that something is wrong in their environment. They're marking territory because they feel their territory is threatened or unstable. Spraying is more common in multi-cat households where there's competition or conflict over territory. It's also triggered by outdoor cats visible through windows, major household changes like moving or renovations, new people or animals in the home, or significant stress. If your cat is spraying, the first step is a vet visit to rule out medical issues like urinary tract infections, which can cause inappropriate elimination. Once medical issues are ruled out, you're looking at a behavioral and environmental problem. The cat is stressed or feels territorial pressure. Addressing the underlying cause, reducing stress, increasing resources like litter boxes and feeding stations in multi-cat homes, and sometimes using synthetic pheromones to create a sense of security can reduce or eliminate spraying behavior. Let's talk about fecal marking, which is less common than urine marking, but does happen. Most cats bury their feces, which is an instinctive behavior to avoid attracting predators. But dominant or confident cats sometimes leave feces uncovered as a territorial marker. This is the cat equivalent of "I'm so confident in my territory that I don't need to hide my presence. In fact, I want everyone to know I'm here." If your cat suddenly stops burying their feces, it could indicate a shift in their confidence level or territorial behavior. In multi-cat households, it might indicate one cat asserting dominance. It's worth noting, but not necessarily a problem unless it's accompanied by other behavioral issues. Now let's talk about the fascinating world of pheromones beyond just the facial ones. Pheromones are chemical signals that trigger specific behavioral or physiological responses in other members of the same species. They're detected primarily through the Vomeronasal organ, which we'll dive deep into in the next chapter. But the important thing to understand is that pheromones are incredibly powerful communication tools. There are several categories of cat pheromones. Territorial pheromones mark boundaries and claim space. Sexual pheromones advertise reproductive availability and attract mates. Alarm pheromones signal danger and can trigger fear or avoidance behavior in other cats. Appeasing or calming pheromones, like the facial pheromones, create a sense of security and reduce stress. The discovery and synthesis of cat pheromones has actually created a whole industry of pheromone-based products for managing cat behavior. Synthetic versions of feline facial pheromones, particularly F3, are available in diffusers, sprays, and collars. These products, like Feline, can help reduce stress-related behaviors, ease transitions during moves or household changes, reduce conflict in multi-cat homes, and create a sense of security for anxious cats. The science behind these products is solid. Studies have shown that synthetic facial pheromones can reduce urine marking, scratching in unwanted areas, stress-related behaviors, and conflict between cats. They won't solve severe behavioral problems on their own, but they can be a helpful tool as part of a comprehensive approach to managing stress or anxiety in cats. Let me tell you about Marcus and his two cats, Shadow and Luna. Marcus had adopted Shadow first, and they had a great relationship. Shadow was confident, relaxed, and well-adjusted. A year later, Marcus adopted Luna from a shelter. Luna had been found as a stray and was quite fearful and anxious. The introduction between Shadow and Luna did not go well. Shadow felt his territory was being invaded. Luna was terrified of everything. Shadow started spraying around the house, marking his territory aggressively. Luna hid under the bed and refused to come out. The house reeked of cat urine, and Marcus was at his wit's end. Marcus's vet recommended a multi-pronged approach, including separating the cats and doing a gradual reintroduction, but also suggested using pheromone diffusers throughout the house. Marcus was skeptical. How could a scent he couldn't even smell change anything? But he was desperate, so he tried it. He plugged in diffusers in the main rooms of the house, releasing synthetic F3 facial pheromones. And slowly, things started to change. Shadow became less aggressive in his marking behavior. The pheromones were creating a sense of, this territory is already claimed and safe, reducing his need to spray. Luna started venturing out from under the bed more. The pheromones were signaling, this is a safe space, helping her feel more secure. Combined with the proper reintroduction protocol, the pheromones made a significant difference. It took several weeks, but eventually Shadow and Luna reached a détente. They weren't best friends, but they could coexist peacefully in the same space, and the spraying stopped. Marcus was amazed that something so simple, a plug-in device releasing invisible chemicals, could have such a profound effect. This is the power of scent communication in cats. It operates at a level beneath our awareness, but is profoundly important to their emotional state and behavior. Now let's talk about how scent marking changes in different contexts. Cats mark more frequently when they're stressed or anxious. Increased marking is a coping mechanism, an attempt to create a sense of security by saturating the environment with familiar scents. Cats also mark more when their environment changes. New furniture, renovations, moving to a new house, all of these trigger increased marking behavior as the cat works to incorporate the changes into their scent map. In multi-cat households, scent marking becomes a complex dance of territory negotiation. Cats will mark their preferred areas, their important resources like food bowls and favorite sleeping spots, and boundaries between territories if cats are sharing space but not fully bonded. Watching who marks where in a multi-cat household can tell you a lot about the social dynamics and territorial boundaries. Cats also engage in scent exchange, which is when bonded cats rub against each other, mingling their scents. This creates a colony scent, a blended smell that identifies the group. In stable bonded cat groups, all the cats smell somewhat similar because they've been constantly exchanging scents through rubbing and grooming. This colony scent is comforting. It says, we're all part of the same family. When you introduce a new cat to a household, one helpful technique is scent exchange. Before the cats ever meet face to face, you can rub a towel on one cat and place it with the other cat and vice versa. This allows them to get used to each other's scents in a non-threatening way. You're starting to blend their scents before their actual introduction, making the eventual meeting less jarring. You can also use your own scent to help cats bond. If you pet one cat and then pet another, you're transferring scent between them, with your scent as a blending agent. This can help create that colony scent over time. Here's something interesting about scent and memory in cats. Scents trigger strong emotional memories. A cat who had a traumatic experience at the vet might become stressed when they smell the specific cleaning products used at that clinic, even if they're in a completely different environment. The scent triggers the memory and the associated emotions. Conversely, positive scent associations can be created. If you always use a particular calming essential oil, cat-safe ones like lavender, used in very dilute amounts and never applied directly to the cat, during calm, happy times, your cat may eventually associate that scent with positive experiences. Scent can be used intentionally to create positive associations, but be very careful with essential oils around cats. Many are toxic to them. Cats lack certain liver enzymes needed to metabolize many compounds in essential oils, so what's safe for humans or dogs can be dangerous for cats. Never use essential oils on or around cats without specific veterinary guidance. Let's talk about how you, as a human, interact with your cat's scent world. Every time you come home, you smell different. You've picked up scents from everywhere you've been. Your cat will often immediately rub against you when you come home, remarking you with their scent. They're not just greeting you. They're covering up all those foreign scents and bringing you back into the family scent profile. If you pet another cat or dog while you're out, your cat will absolutely smell it when you come home. You might notice them sniffing you more intently, possibly with some agitation. You smell like another animal, which can be distressing. Some cats react with increased marking behavior, rubbing extra hard against you to cover up the foreign scent. Others might be curious and investigative. When you travel and come back after several days, your cat might seem aloof or even hiss at you initially. You smell completely wrong. All your familiar scent has faded and been replaced with travel smells. Hotels, airports, other places. Your cat needs time to re-familiarize with your scent and re-establish the scent bond. Don't take it personally. Give them time to sniff you thoroughly, and soon they'll recognize you fully and be back to their normal, affectionate self. Grooming products you use, perfumes, lotions, all of these affect how you smell to your cat. Cats generally prefer their humans to smell like their normal selves. Heavy perfumes or significantly different scents can be confusing or even aversive to some cats. If your cat suddenly seems less interested in cuddling or is avoiding you after you've changed your personal care products, the new scent might be the issue. Cleaning products in your home also affect your cat's scent environment. Strong-smelling cleaners, especially those with ammonia, which smells like urine to cats and might actually encourage marking, citrus scents, which many cats find aversive, or overwhelming artificial fragrances can stress cats. When you clean your cat's areas, like around their bed or feeding station, you're erasing their scent marks, which can be unsettling. This doesn't mean you shouldn't clean. Hygiene is important, but understanding that cleaning removes your cat's scent signatures helps you understand why your cat might immediately remark areas after you've cleaned them. They're not being spiteful, they're just restoring their comfortable scent environment. Here's your practice exercise for this chapter, and it's going to require some observation and imagination since you can't actually smell what your cat is smelling. Watch when your cat engages in scent-marking behaviors. Face rubbing, scratching specific spots, body rubbing along furniture or your legs. Note where these behaviors happen most frequently. These are important locations in your cat's territory map. Notice when your cat marks more. After you've been away, after cleaning, when there are visitors, these are times when your cat feels their scent environment has been disrupted and needs to be refreshed. If you have multiple cats, watch their scent exchange behaviors. Do they rub against each other? Do they seem to have preferred marking spots that overlap or are separate? This tells you about their territory sharing and social bonding. Also pay attention to your cat's reaction when you come home. Do they immediately rub against you? Do they sniff you first, especially if you've been somewhere unusual? This is your cat engaging with your scent, processing where you've been and re-establishing scent bonds. You can't fully enter your cat's scent world because you lack the sensory equipment to detect what they're detecting. But you can become aware of the behaviors that indicate scent communication is happening. And that awareness helps you understand that your cat is constantly engaging in a communication system that's completely invisible to you, but vitally important to them. Scent is the foundation of how cats understand their world. Visual and auditory signals are important, but scent is primary. Every object in your home has been scent marked by your cat. Your entire house is a complex scent map that your cat maintains and updates constantly. You're living in their chemical communication network, and now you at least understand it exists, even if you can't fully perceive it. Chapter 19. The Vomeronasal organ, chemical communication. Let me tell you about Jennifer and her cat Bella. What happened next completely changed Jennifer's understanding of how cats perceive the world. Jennifer had been watching Bella sniff around the apartment, which was normal. But then Bella did something Jennifer had never seen before. Bella approached a spot on the carpet where another cat had visited the previous day. She sniffed intensely, then opened her mouth slightly, curled back her upper lip, and just froze. She held this weird, grimacing expression for several seconds, mouth open, eyes slightly unfocused, looking completely ridiculous. Jennifer's first thought was that Bella was having some kind of medical episode. She almost called the vet, but then Bella snapped out of it, shook her head slightly, and went about her business as if nothing had happened. Jennifer was baffled. What on earth had just happened? What Jennifer had witnessed was the Feline response, a behavior that allows cats to deeply analyze scents using a specialized organ that most people don't even know exists. This organ, the Vomeronasal organ, is the key to understanding how cats perceive chemical communications in a way that's completely alien to human experience. Let's start with the anatomy because it's fascinating. The Vomeronasal organ, also called Jacobson's organ, is a specialized scent-detecting structure located in the roof of a cat's mouth, right behind the front teeth. It's a separate system from the regular olfactory system that processes scents through the nose. The Vomeronasal organ has its own set of receptor cells and its own direct neural pathway to the brain, specifically to areas involved in processing pheromones and triggering behavioral and hormonal responses. This organ is specifically tuned to detect pheromones and other chemical signals that indicate reproductive status, identity, emotional state, and social information. Here's how it works. When a cat encounters a particularly interesting or important scent, they perform the Feline response to direct that scent to the Vomeronasal organ. They open their mouth slightly, curl back their upper lip, draw air into their mouth, and hold this position. This draws scent molecules and air over the openings to the Vomeronasal organ, which are located just behind the front teeth in the roof of the mouth. The scent molecules are then analyzed by the specialized receptors in the Vomeronasal organ, and information is sent directly to the brain areas that process social and reproductive information. It's like the difference between tasting food, regular smell through the nose, and analyzing the exact chemical composition of the food in a lab. Vomeronasal organ analysis. The depth and specificity of information obtained is completely different. The Feline response looks strange, almost like the cat is grimacing or disgusted. The mouth is open but not in a threatening way. The upper lip is curled back, exposing the teeth and gums. The cat looks completely focused inward, processing the scent data they're receiving. Often, they'll seem to zone out for several seconds during this process. Cats most commonly use the Feline response when investigating urine marks from other cats, particularly from cats of the opposite sex. Male cats will Feline extensively when they detect urine from a female in heat, but cats will also use this response for other intriguing scents, pheromones left by other cats on objects, unusual or novel scents they want to analyze more deeply, or scents that trigger strong interest or curiosity. If you see your cat doing the Feline response, you now know they're deeply analyzing a scent using specialized equipment you don't have. They're gathering information that's completely unavailable to you. It's a reminder that cats live in a sensory world that's very different from ours. Now let's talk about what kinds of information cats are gathering through their Vomeronasal organ. When a cat analyzes another cat's urine or scent marks, they can determine sex, reproductive status, whether a female is in heat or a male is intact or neutered, approximate age and health status, individual identity, who this specific cat is if they've encountered them before, emotional state when the mark was left, stressed, calm, aggressive, and how recently the mark was left. That's an incredible amount of information encoded in scent. It's like reading a detailed profile of another cat without ever seeing them. This is why cats are so obsessed with sniffing things in their environment. They're reading messages and gathering intelligence. The Vomeronasal organ is also involved in reproductive behavior. When male cats detect pheromones from females in heat, the Vomeronasal organ triggers hormonal and behavioral responses. This is part of why intact male cats become so agitated when there are females in heat nearby. They're receiving chemical signals that are designed to trigger mating behavior. In females, the vomeronasal organ also plays a role in processing male pheromones, though the response is different. Females in heat produce pheromones that advertise their reproductive status, and males use their vomeronasal organ to detect these signals. Even in spayed and neutered cats, the vomeronasal organ remains functional. While they're not responding to reproductive pheromones in the same way intact cats do, they're still using this organ to gather social and territorial information from scent marks. Let's talk about how the vomeronasal organ interacts with the regular olfactory system. Cats actually have a dual scent processing system. Regular scents, food smells, environmental odors, general information are processed through the nose and the regular olfactory epithelium. This information goes to the olfactory bulb in the brain. Pheromones and other chemical communication signals are processed through the vomeronasal organ and go to different brain areas, primarily the amygdala and hypothalamus, which are involved in emotional responses and hormonal regulation. These two systems work together, but process different types of information. The regular olfactory system tells the cat there's food in the kitchen, or it's raining outside, or a dog walked by here. The vomeronasal organ tells the cat another cat was here, a male, he's intact, he's healthy. He was here within the last 6 hours, and he's probably the same cat who was here last week. The depth and specificity of social information from the vomeronasal organ is what makes scent marking such a powerful communication tool for cats. Every mark left behind is a detailed message that other cats can read using their vomeronasal organ. Now let's talk about how cats use this information behaviorally. When a cat detects another cat's scent marks, the information gathered influences their behavior. If the marks indicate a potential rival, the cat might countermark, leaving their own scents to assert their presence. If the marks indicate a potential mate, reproductive behaviors might be triggered in intact cats. If the marks indicate a familiar, friendly cat, the cat might feel more relaxed and comfortable. If the marks indicate an unknown cat, the cat might become more alert and vigilant. In multi-cat households, cats are constantly reading each other's scent marks through their vomeronasal organs. This is how they maintain social hierarchies, territorial boundaries, and relationships, even when they're not in direct contact with each other. The scent communication is happening continuously, invisibly, managing the social dynamics of the household. This is also why introducing cats slowly, using scent exchange, is so important. You're allowing them to learn about each other through scent, using their vomeronasal organs to process information about this new cat before they ever meet face to face. By the time they see each other, they've already gathered a lot of information about who this other cat is, reducing the stress and surprise of the initial meeting. Let me tell you about Lisa and her 3 cats, Oliver, Milo, and Luna. Lisa had Oliver first, then added Milo, and finally Luna. Each integration had gone reasonably well, but Lisa noticed interesting patterns in how her cats used different areas of the house. Oliver, the oldest and most confident, scent marked extensively throughout the entire house. He rubbed his face on doorways, scratched particular spots on furniture, and generally maintained a presence in every room. Milo, more middle of the pack in confidence, marked heavily in his preferred areas, the bedroom and the office. Luna, the newest and least confident, marked almost exclusively in one corner of the living room and under the dining room table. Lisa realized she was seeing a scent-based territory map. Oliver had claimed the whole house. Milo had claimed specific rooms. Luna had claimed small safe zones, and they were all coexisting by respecting these scent-based territorial boundaries, negotiated invisibly through scent marking and vomeronasal organ assessment of each other's marks. When Lisa needed to introduce some changes to the house, rearranging furniture, for example, she made sure to use a pheromone diffuser and to reintroduce scent-marked objects. like rubbing a towel on each cat and placing those towels in the new furniture arrangement. This helped the cats adjust because their scent map was being maintained even as the physical environment changed. Lisa was working with her cat's scent-based communication system rather than against it. This is the level of sophistication we're talking about with feline scent communication. It's not just, "This smells like cat." It's complex social information, territorial negotiation, identity verification, and emotional state broadcasting, all happening through scent marks that are being analyzed by a specialized organ that provides information in ways we can barely imagine. Let's talk about some practical applications of understanding the Vomeronasal organ and scent communication. If you're introducing a new cat, don't rush it. Allow plenty of time for scent exchange before visual contact. You can rub a towel on the new cat and place it with your existing cat and vice versa. This allows their vomeronasal organs to process information about each other safely. If you're moving to a new house with your cat, bring scent-marked items with you. Your cat's bed, their favorite blanket, scratching posts, anything that carries their scent should move with you. This provides continuity in their scent environment even though the physical space has changed. Also, use synthetic pheromone diffusers in the new space to create a sense of safety and familiarity. If you're dealing with stress-related behaviors like urine marking or aggression between cats, consider whether the scent environment might be contributing to the problem. Are there outdoor cats visible or detectable through windows, leaving scent marks outside that your indoor cats can smell? Are you using cleaning products that obliterate your cat's scent marks too thoroughly? Are territorial boundaries unclear because scent marking areas are being constantly disrupted? Sometimes, allowing cats to establish clear scent-based territories actually reduces conflict. Instead of trying to force cats to share all spaces equally, provide separate resources, and allow each cat to establish their own scented areas. Many cats are more comfortable having their own territories that they can mark and maintain. Here's something about human interaction with cat scent communication. You can't smell most of what your cat is smelling, and you certainly can't detect pheromones, but you can respect the behaviors that indicate scent communication is happening. Don't punish a cat for rubbing against furniture. They're not being destructive. They're scent marking. Provide appropriate scratching posts and surfaces where scent marking through scratching is acceptable. Don't over-clean to the point where your cat can never establish a stable scent environment. Yes, maintain hygiene, but understand that your cat needs their scent marks to feel secure. Completely erasing all scent frequently can actually increase marking behaviors because the cat feels they constantly need to re-establish their territory. When you see your cat doing the Flamin' response, don't interrupt them. They're processing important information. Let them finish their analysis. They'll snap out of it on their own in a few seconds. If your cat seems obsessed with sniffing a particular area, investigate what might be there. Is there a scent mark from another cat? Did something happen in that area that left an interesting smell? Your cat is gathering information. Understanding that can help you identify potential issues or changes in the environment. Here's your practice exercise for this chapter. Watch for Fleamin' responses in your cat. When do they occur? What triggers them? If you can identify what your cat was smelling right before the Fleamin' response, you'll get a sense of what kinds of scents are interesting enough to warrant deeper analysis through the vomeronasal organ. Also, try to imagine what information your cat might be gathering from scent marks in your home. When your cat sniffs something intently, consider what questions they might be answering. Who was here? When were they here? Are they a friend or a threat? Are they interesting in some way? You can't know the answers, but the exercise of thinking about what your cat might be learning helps you appreciate the richness of their scent-based world. If you have multiple cats, watch for patterns in scent marking and investigation. Do certain cats mark more than others? Do certain cats spend more time investigating marks? Do they seem to have preferences for whose scent marks they investigate most thoroughly? These patterns tell you about social dynamics and relationships. The vomeronasal organ is a reminder that cats perceive the world in ways that are profoundly different from how we perceive it. We're visual creatures living in a world of light and color. Cats are scent-oriented creatures living in a world of chemical messages and pheromone communication. We share physical space with them, but we're experiencing that space very differently. Understanding that your cat has access to entire layers of information that are completely invisible to you creates humility and respect for their experience. You don't know everything your cat knows. You can't perceive everything they perceive, but you can respect that their reality is richer and more complex in the scent dimension than yours. And that respect, that acknowledgement that your cat experiences things you don't, is part of truly understanding them. You're not trying to make them experience the world the way you do. You're appreciating that they experience it differently, and you're learning to work within their sensory framework rather than expecting them to work within yours. The vomeronasal organ is one of the most alien things about cats from a human perspective. We simply don't have an equivalent, but it's also one of the most important tools in their communication toolkit. Respecting its existence and its function, even if you can't directly perceive what it does, is part of becoming truly fluent in cat communication. Your cat is reading chemical messages constantly. They're analyzing information through an organ you don't possess. They're perceiving social and territorial information that's completely invisible to you. That's the reality of living with cats. And now that you understand it, you can work with it, creating environments and interactions that respect your cat's scent-based communication needs. Part 7. Integration and Practice. Chapter 20. Putting it all together. Real scenarios decoded. You've probably noticed your cat acting strangely and thought, what does that mean? Here's what nobody tells you. You now have all the tools to answer that question yourself. We've spent hours breaking down individual signals: tails, ears, eyes, vocalizations, body postures, scent marking. But real cat communication never happens in isolation. Every moment, your cat is using multiple communication channels simultaneously, creating a complete message. And now, right now, you're ready to read those messages in real time. Let me show you how to bring everything together, decode 10 common scenarios from start to finish, and give you the confidence to read any situation your cat presents. Let's start with a fundamental principle. Communication fluency isn't about memorizing lists. It's about pattern recognition. You've learned the vocabulary, what individual signals mean. Now we're learning grammar, how those signals combine to create meaning. And finally, we're practicing conversation, reading complete communications in real situations. Scenario 1, the greeting your cat hasn't seen you all day. You walk through the door. Let's decode what happens next. Your cat hears your key in the lock. Their ears swivel toward the sound, forward and alert. They stand up from where they were resting. Their tail rises to vertical position. Their eyes are bright, pupils slightly dilated with excitement, not fear. They start moving toward the door. As you enter, they make a short, chirping trill sound, the greeting vocalization. They approach with that vertical tail, slightly curved at the tip like a question mark. Their whiskers are pointed slightly forward, indicating interest and positive engagement. Their body is relaxed but energetic, moving fluidly. They reach you and immediately begin rubbing their face against your legs. Cheek, then chin, then the side of their body slides along your calf. They're depositing facial pheromones, re-establishing the scent bond that weakened while you were away. Their tail wraps around your leg briefly as they complete the rub. They might pause, look up at you, and slow blink. This is the "I'm so happy you're home and I love you" message. If you slow blink back, they'll often do another rub or a second trill. Complete translation. "I heard you coming and I'm excited. Hello, I'm so glad you're back. Let me mark you with my scent because you smell like outside and I need to make you smell like family again. I love you and I feel safe with you. Welcome home. Appropriate response. Greet them verbally. Offer your hand for more face rubbing. Pet them in their preferred spots. Head, chin, behind the ears. Slow blink back. Give them a few minutes of attention before moving on to put down your bags or change clothes. This ritual reinforces your bond. Scenario 2. The play invitation that's misread as aggression. Your cat is lying on the floor. Suddenly, they roll onto their back, exposing their belly. Their paws are up, kind of waving. Their eyes are bright and wide. Their tail is swishing side to side, but not thrashing, more like excited swaying. Many people see this and think belly trap. They've learned that touching the belly gets them bitten and kicked, so they either avoid the cat or try to pet the belly and get attacked. But let's read what's actually being communicated. The roll onto the back is quick, energetic, not the slow, trusting roll of a cat showing vulnerability. The paws being up is a play posture. The cat is ready to grab and bunny kick, which is play fighting behavior. The bright, wide eyes with slightly dilated pupils indicate excitement and arousal, not fear. The swaying tail is playful energy, not irritation. There's no hissing, no flattened ears, no tension in the body. Complete translation. I'm feeling playful and energetic. I want to engage in mock fighting. Come play with me, but not by touching my belly. Bring out a toy so we can wrestle. Appropriate response. Don't touch the belly. Instead, grab a toy. Ideally, a wand toy or something you can dangle that simulates prey. Move the toy near your cat so they can grab it with their front paws and kick it with their back legs. You're engaging in the play behavior they invited, but in a way that doesn't result in scratched hands. Scenario 3. The overstimulation escalation. You're petting your cat on the couch. They're purring. Everything seems great, but let's watch the signals progress and catch the warnings before they escalate to a bite. Minute 1. Cat is relaxed, eyes half closed, tail lying still beside them, ears in neutral position. They're purring steadily. This is genuine contentment. Keep petting. Minute 3. The tail tip starts twitching. Just the tip, very slight movements. This is the first signal. The cat is starting to feel the stimulation building. Their ears rotate back slightly, maybe just 10-15 degrees. Still purring, but if you listen closely, the purr might sound slightly different, a bit more tense. What to do at this point? Slow down your petting. Make the strokes gentler and less frequent. Watch to see if the signals escalate or if the cat relaxes again. Minute 5. If you didn't slow down, the tail twitching increases. Now the whole tail is swaying gently. The ears are rotated back further, maybe 45 degrees. The purring might have stopped. The cat's body feels slightly more tense under your hand. Their eyes might have opened wider, pupils dilating. What to do at this point? Stop petting. Keep your hand still or withdraw it slowly. Give the cat space. They're telling you they've reached their limit. Minute 6, if you still didn't stop. The tail is now swishing more forcefully. The ears are fully back or starting to flatten. The cat's body is tense. They might make a low growling sound or a short, sharp meow. Their eyes are fully open, pupils dilated. Their whiskers might be pulled back. What to do at this point? Stop immediately and give them space. They're about to escalate to physical defense. Minute 7, if you ignored all warnings. The cat swats at your hand or bites, then jumps off the couch. Complete translation. I was enjoying petting at first, minute 1, but the stimulation is building and I'm starting to feel overstimulated, minute 3. I really need you to ease up or stop soon, minute 5. Okay, seriously, stop now, I can't take any more, minute 6. Stop, minute 7, bite. Lesson. The cat communicated clearly at every stage. Most people only notice the bite at minute 7 and think the cat attacked suddenly. But there were at least 6 clear warnings if you were reading the signals. Respond to the early warnings, and you'll never get to the bite. Scenario 4. The window drama. Your cat is sitting at the window. Suddenly, their entire body language changes. Let's decode what they're seeing and feeling. Their tail, which was relaxed, suddenly puffs up. Not entirely, but significantly. Their ears are forward, locked onto something outside. Their eyes are huge, pupils fully dilated. Their body is tense, leaning forward slightly. They're completely still except for the tail, which starts thrashing. They make a low growling sound, then a hiss. Reading the signals, puffed tail, deemed high arousal, could be fear or aggression. Forward ears. They're focused on a specific target. Dilated pupils, sympathetic nervous system activation, tense body leaning forward, preparing for action, thrashing tail, high agitation, growling and hissing, offensive vocalizations, complete translation. There's another cat outside. I can see them in my territory. This is threatening. I'm scared and angry and ready to defend my space if they come in here. What's happening? Another cat has appeared in your yard or on your porch, and your indoor cat perceives this as a territorial intrusion. Their reaction is appropriate feline territoriality. Fear-based defensive aggression toward the intruder. Appropriate response. Don't try to comfort them by petting. They're in fight or flight mode and might redirect aggression toward you. Instead, calmly block their view of the window with a curtain or shade. Remove the visual stimulation. After a few minutes, once they've calmed down, you can redirect their energy with play. Use a toy to engage their hunting instinct in an appropriate way. Consider motion-activated deterrents outside to discourage outdoor cats from approaching your windows. Long-term solution. If outdoor cats are a persistent problem, you might need window film that obscures the lower part of windows, or you might need to work with neighbors about keeping cats indoors or confined. Scenario 5. The multi-cat tension. You have 2 cats. They're in the same room, but something's off. Let's read the tension before it erupts into a fight. Cat A is sitting on the back of the couch. Their body is upright and alert, not relaxed. Their tail is low and swishing slowly. Their ears are rotated slightly backward. They're staring at Cat B. Cat B is on the floor, maybe 10 feet away. Their body is low, not quite crouching, but not standing at full height either. Their tail is tucked close to their body. Their ears are flat against their head. They keep looking at Cat A, then looking away, then looking back. Their whiskers are pulled back. Reading Cat A's signals. Alert posture, swishing tail, ears back, staring. Cat A is feeling territorial and mildly aggressive. They're monitoring Cat B and communicating displeasure with Cat B's presence in this space. Reading Cat B's signals. Low body, tucked tail, flat ears, avoiding eye contact, pulled back whiskers. Cat B is afraid and submissive. They know Cat A is upset, and they're trying to be non-threatening, but they're also trapped because they can't leave without passing closer to Cat A. Complete translation. Cat A: I don't want you here. This is my spot. I'm watching you, and I'm not happy. Cat B: I know you're upset. I'm not trying to challenge you. I just want to leave, but I'm scared to move. What's about to happen? If nothing changes, Cat A might escalate to more aggressive displays, more emphatic tail swishing, possible hissing, maybe even jumping down to chase Cat B. Cat B might flee or, if cornered, might fight back defensively in appropriate response. Intervene before it escalates. Create a distraction that allows Cat B to escape. Make a neutral sound. Shake a treat bag in another room. Toss a toy past both cats to redirect attention. Open a door so Cat B has an escape route that doesn't require passing Cat A. Don't yell at either cat or physically intervene. You might get caught in redirected aggression. Long-term solution. These cats have a territorial issue or a social conflict. They need more resources. Multiple feeding stations, water bowls, litter boxes, in different areas so they're not competing. They might need separate spaces for part of the day. Use pheromone diffusers to reduce tension. Consider consulting a cat behaviorist if the tension is frequent. Scenario 6. The sick cat. Your cat is lying in a position you've never seen before. Something feels wrong, but you're not sure what. They're in their bed, but their body looks different. Usually they're either stretched out when fully relaxed or curled up nicely. But today, they're hunched. Their body is tense even though they're lying down. Their head is lowered, almost tucked. Their ears are droopy, not in a relaxed way, but like they don't have the energy to hold them upright. Their eyes are more closed than usual, squinty. Their whiskers are in a weird position, neither forward nor back, just kind of limp. They haven't groomed themselves. Their coat looks slightly rough. They didn't come to greet you when you came home, which is unusual. Reading the signals, hunched body, discomfort or pain, lowered head, malaise, droopy ears, not feeling well, squinty eyes, discomfort, poor grooming, lack of energy or not feeling well, broken routine, significant enough issue to override normal behavior. Complete translation: I don't feel good, I'm uncomfortable or in pain. I don't have energy for normal activities. Something is wrong with me. Appropriate response: vet immediately. These signals together indicate illness or injury. Don't wait to see if they get better. Cats hide illness until they can't hide it anymore. So by the time you notice behavioral changes, the problem has been progressing for a while. Important note: this is why knowing your cat's normal baseline is so critical. If you don't know how they usually sit, hold their ears, groom themselves, greet you, you won't notice when those things change. Changes in normal behavior are often the first and most important sign that something's medically wrong. Scenario 7, the door dash. You're about to leave. You open the door to go outside. Your indoor cat, who has shown zero interest in going outside before, suddenly appears and tries to bolt through the door. Let's understand why. In the days leading up to this moment, you might have noticed increased window watching behavior. Your cat has been spending more time at windows. When at the window, their tail has been twitching, their body tense and alert. They've been vocalizing more, trills, chirps, maybe even some yowling. They've been restless, moving around the house more than usual. Their play behavior has been more intense, more predatory. What's happening? It's likely spring or early summer. There are outdoor cats outside, possibly a female in heat, or there's increased wildlife activity, birds, squirrels, rabbits. Your cat's hunting and reproductive instincts have been massively stimulated by all the activity they can see and smell. The open door represents access to all that stimulation. Complete translation: there's so much happening outside. I've been watching and smelling and hearing all these amazing things. The door is open. I have to go investigate, hunt, explore. Appropriate response: block them with your leg or body as you slip through the door. Don't chase them if they get out. That makes it a game and teaches them that door darting works. Instead, walk away calmly, and most cats will follow you back inside out of curiosity. Prevention: increase indoor enrichment to discharge that hunting energy. More play sessions with prey-like toys, puzzle feeders. Consider cat TV, videos made for cats. If reproductive hormones are the issue, intact cats, spay or neuter. Create a barrier system, a baby gate or secondary door, so your cat can't reach the exterior door when it opens. Scenario 8, the new baby. You've just brought a new baby home from the hospital. Your cat, who has been your baby until now, approaches carefully. Let's read their reaction and help them adjust. Your cat approaches with a low body posture, not confident and tall like usual. Their tail is low, held uncertainly. Their ears are forward. They're curious about this new thing, but rotating back periodically. They're also uncertain or nervous. Their eyes are wide. They sniff toward the baby from a distance, maybe doing the flamin' response if they get close enough. Their whiskers are forward, investigating. They might make a small questioning vocalization, a short meow or trill. Complete translation: what is this new thing? It smells interesting but different. It makes weird sounds. I'm curious but also nervous because this is a big change and I don't understand what it means for me. Appropriate response. Let them investigate from a distance. Don't force interaction. Praise calm, quiet behavior around the baby with treats or gentle pets. Maintain your cat's normal routines as much as possible. Feeding times, play times, attention times. Make sure your cat has escape routes and safe spaces away from the baby where they can retreat. Never leave them unsupervised together, not because your cat will necessarily hurt the baby, but because babies can hurt cats with uncontrolled grabbing, and scared cats can defend themselves with claws. Positive, supervised interactions only. Over time, as your cat learns that the baby isn't a threat and that their relationship with you isn't destroyed, they'll relax. Many cats become very bonded with the children in their homes, but the adjustment period requires patience and reading your cat's comfort level. Scenario 9, the medication struggle. You need to give your cat medication every day for 2 weeks, and it's not going well. Let's decode why and find a better approach. Day 1, you approach your cat with the pill. They see you coming. Their ears rotate back. Their body tenses. They try to move away. You grab them. Now their ears are flat, their body is rigid, they're struggling. You manage to pill them, but it's traumatic for both of you. Day 3, your cat sees you pick up the pill bottle. Before you even approach, they're gone. They've learned that pill bottle sent bad experience. They hide under the bed. Their body is compressed, tail tucked, ears flat. When you finally catch them, they're already in full fear defense mode. What went wrong? You didn't read their initial signals of discomfort, ears back, tense body, trying to leave, and respect their communication. Instead, you force the interaction, creating fear and negative associations. Now your cat has learned to fear you when you have medications, damaging trust. Better approach based on reading signals. When you approach with medication, if you see ears rotate back or body tense, pause. Don't force it immediately. First, spend a moment petting your cat in their favorite spots, getting them relaxed. Then try again, reading their signals. If they're still tense, hide the medication in food instead of forcing a pill. Check with your vet about food-compatible options. If you must restrain them, do it gently and briefly. The moment the medication is administered, release them and immediately give high-value treats and affection. You're creating a positive association. Medication time ends with great treats. Reading ongoing signals. If your cat starts hiding when they see you, regardless of whether you have medication, you've damaged trust. You need to rebuild. Spend time just being present with your cat without medications. Play with them. Feed them. Let them learn that your presence doesn't always mean bad things happen. Complete translation of the hiding cat. I've learned that when you approach me a certain way, bad things happen. I'm scared and I'm trying to protect myself by avoiding you. Lesson. Every interaction with your cat either builds trust or erodes it. When you must do something your cat doesn't like, medication, vet visits, nail trims, minimize the negative experience and maximize recovery afterward. Read their signals throughout so you know their stress level and can adjust your approach. Scenario 10. The love your cat seeks you out when you're sitting on the couch. Let's decode a purely positive interaction so you can recognize and appreciate it fully. Your cat approaches with tail vertical, ears forward, eyes soft with slightly narrowed lids. They give you a slow blink as they approach. They jump up onto the couch next to you. They turn around once, kneading the cushion slightly, purring already. Then they settle down against your leg, body relaxed and warm. They tuck their paws under their chest in loaf position. Their tail wraps loosely around their body. Their ears stay in neutral position. Their eyes close partially. The purr is steady, even deep. After a few minutes, they reach out one paw and gently touch your arm. No claws, just a soft press. They look up at you and slow blink again. Complete translation. I want to be near you. I'm choosing to spend time with you because your presence makes me feel good. I'm so comfortable that I'm going into a relaxed rest state right here against you. I trust you completely. I love you. Appropriate response. Acknowledge their presence. You can pet them gently if they indicate they want that, but sometimes cats just want passive companionship. Respect what they're asking for. Slow blink back. Enjoy the moment. This is what a bonded, trusting relationship with a cat looks like. Why this matters. Many people think cats are aloof and don't show love, but this scenario is love in cat language. They chose to be near you when they could be anywhere. They're relaxed and vulnerable in your presence. They're actively communicating affection through slow blinks and gentle touches. If you can read these signals, you'll never again doubt whether your cat loves you. The love is there, clearly communicated in ways that are authentic to cats. Moving forward, your action plan. You've completed this masterclass. You've learned vocalizations, tail language, body postures, facial expressions, and scent communication. You've learned how to read combined signals and decode complex scenarios. So what now? Week 1-2, observation phase. Spend these weeks just watching your cat with your new knowledge. Don't try to change anything yet. Just observe and practice reading signals. Multiple times a day, pause and do a full assessment. What position is the tail? What are the ears doing? What's the facial expression? What's the context? What is my cat feeling and communicating right now? Week 3-4, response phase. Now start responding to what you're reading. When you see early warning signs of overstimulation, stop petting. When you see play invitation signals, engage in play. When you see fear signals, remove the source or give space. When you see affection signals, reciprocate appropriately. You're having conversations with your cat now, reading and responding. Month 2-3, anticipation phase. By now, you're getting good at reading current signals. Start predicting what's about to happen based on signal progression. My cat's tail is starting to swish during petting. They'll reach their limit in about 30 seconds if I don't stop. My cat's ears just pricked forward toward the window. They've spotted something interesting outside. Anticipation lets you stay ahead of problems and maximize positive interactions. Month 4+, fluency phase. Reading cat communication is now automatic. You glance at your cat and instantly understand their emotional state and needs. You adjust your behavior constantly based on their signals. Communication flows both ways smoothly. You and your cat understand each other. This doesn't happen overnight. It takes practice. But every day that you practice reading and responding to your cat's communication, you're getting better, and your relationship is getting stronger. A note on individual variation. Remember, every cat is an individual. The signals we've discussed are typical for most cats, but your cat might have their own unique variations. Some cats are more expressive, some are more subtle. Some use certain signals more than others. Your job is to learn your specific cat's communication style. Keep learning about your cat every day. Even after years together, you might notice a new signal or a nuance you hadn't caught before. That's part of the joy. There's always more to discover about these complex, fascinating creatures. When to seek professional help. If you're seeing communication signals that indicate chronic stress, fear, or pain, flattened ears most of the time, constant hiding, aggressive responses to normal interaction, signs of physical discomfort, don't just try to manage it alone. Consult with your vet to rule out medical issues. Consider a consultation with a certified cat behaviorist for behavioral problems. There's no shame in getting expert help. You want your cat to be happy and healthy, and sometimes that requires professional intervention. Special resources. For senior cats, or cats with disabilities, communication can be even more important. If you're caring for an older cat or a cat with special needs, I want you to know about a resource I've created specifically for this: Emergency First Aid for Senior and Disabled Indoor Cats. This ebook covers medical emergencies, age-related communication changes, and how to care for cats with mobility issues or chronic conditions. When your cat can't communicate as clearly because of age or disability, understanding their baseline and recognizing subtle changes becomes critical. You can find it linked in the description, and it's designed to be a companion to everything you've learned here about communication. The truth about cat communication. Here's what I want you to take away from these past 3 hours. Your cat has been talking to you all along. Every day of their life with you, they've been communicating their needs, their feelings, their preferences, their love. It was always there. The only thing that's changed is that now you can hear it. You're not anthropomorphizing when you read your cat's signals. You're not projecting human emotions onto an animal. You're recognizing that cats are emotional, communicative beings with their own language, and you're learning to understand that language on its own terms. This is respect. This is love. This is what your cat has been hoping for, to be truly understood by the human they've chosen to share their life with. Sarah, Jennifer, Marcus, Rachel, Lisa, David, all the cat owners whose stories we've shared throughout this masterclass, they all had one thing in common. They decided to truly see their cats, to pay attention, to learn the language, and their relationships transformed. Your relationship with your cat can transform too. Actually, it already has, because now you understand. You can read the messages. You know what your cat is saying with their tail, their ears, their eyes, their whole body. You know what they're saying with scents you can't even smell. You know what they're saying with vocalizations you've heard your whole life, but are only now truly hearing. Your cat has been talking to you all along, and now, finally, you're listening. Welcome to fluency. Welcome to true understanding. Welcome to a relationship with your cat that's deeper, richer, and more connected than you ever thought possible. Your cat has been waiting for this moment, for you to become the human who truly gets them. And here you are. Thank you for taking this journey. Thank you for caring enough about your cat to invest 3 hours in learning their language. Thank you for being willing to see the world through their eyes, their ears, their whiskers, their vomeronasal organ. You're not just a cat owner anymore. You're fluent in cat, and that changes everything. Now go. Go look at your cat with fresh eyes. Read what they're telling you. Respond to their communication. Have a conversation in a language you both understand. Your cat has been talking to you all along, and now you finally understand what they've been saying.